Welcome back! Welcome back! Welcome back!
And that was exactly the Dr. Professor McNasty special that we were expecting out of him. We all know that he is our local Rocket League pro here. However, definitely they're going to be looking at Team No Chill to try and get themselves back into it. But before anything else, we're going to go ahead, kick it over to Jess Brohard for a brief word with, of course, Dr. Professor McNasty.
Of course we are. Thanks, guys. Like you said, I am here with Edward, a.k.a. Dr. Professor McNasty, from our local stream team here. So you scored an amazing goal in overtime and clutched the win for your team. How do you think you were able to secure that win? Was it the game mode maybe that you guys excelled at, or was it just being an underdog, or what went into your strategy?
We're in overtime, so I thought we were actually at a disadvantage because when we came out of overtime, a lot of our side was broken. And their side wasn't even touched. Streaming it mostly. Get a lot of views for that, so yeah.
Awesome, I can see why. Now, finally, since this is the Road to Rumble, of course, the final game mode that you guys are going to be playing on is Rumble. How are you feeling about that?
I'm excited. I'm excited, hopefully.
Yeah, so in the beginning, each player has about a 10-second time before their first power-ups appear, but
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Evo Gaming's Spring Hearthstone Tavern Hero Qualifier. I'm VexChe,
What's up, Max the Ripper here?
and we're about to go live with some of the rounds that we're playing here. Max, tell me how you've been feeling about this new expansion.
Should be really exciting. I'm definitely excited. This will be the first open tournament that I've watched after this new expansion came out and the new year. So really excited to see the new decks.
Yeah, and Ungoro's been really interesting. We've got a couple of people coming here. Next is Terrence and Jowah, and they're going to be playing, I think, in round 2 right now. It is a double elimination conquest format, and we've got each player picks 4 decks and bans 1. And I believe the rules are if you win with a deck, you have to switch off of it, and loser can switch to any deck they haven't won with. So yeah, we're really excited to have you guys over here. And I think we're getting ready soon to get going. How have you? What decks have you been playing on the ladder?
I can hear you.
Oh, you got it. You got
Sorry,
that.
we're just working out some technical difficulties very quickly.
Got a little feedback here. Yes, I think you have the stream. We're gonna get our feedbacks.
Awesome.
Sweet.
Well, I've only tested. I came up with one deck. To answer your question, I came up with a Murloc aggro deck, Murloc Paladin. And I've just been using that. I got up to as high as rank 15 Legend with it. I got from rank 16 non-Legend to Legend in about 12 hours. So it's probably the fastest Legend climb I've ever had.
All right.
Other than that, it's all new to me. So
That's good. All right, we're getting into it.
A lot of these new decks. We've got TerrenceM here, a familiar name and familiar face in Hearthstone scene. Definitely one of the most well-known New York veteran players. And we've got Jowah here. He made it really deep into
Ask him to invite to
last
spectate.
tournament that we cast here.
Ask Terrence to invite to spectate.
So definitely 2 people that you're familiar with if you've checked out any of the Evo Gaming NYC streams in the past.
Yeah, we're gonna soon head into the game. We're just trying to make sure that everybody's set up. They're already kind of heading in. Give us one quick second. Okay. There we go. Can you transition? Alrighty, now here we go. So we got Jowah playing what looks to be the new quest mage. I guess we call it time warp mage.
I'm not sure. That's fine.
And Terrence with the looks like zoo.
Yeah, it looks like the modern interpretation of Zoo. You see a couple classic cards there from Terrence in his Zoo deck. Not something, completely new. Optional Liquid Membrane on the Adapt there, on his Rabbitsaur Runt. Let's talk about Rabbitsaur Runt really quick for a second. Pretty much, it's a really cool card. I mean, if you hit Divine Shield with it, it's a shielded mini-bot, so we know that's been a player in the game at times. If you hit the 2 spores when it dies, it's basically a better haunted creeper. So
Right.
That's really, really good for 2. He opted for the can't be targeted by spells, which basically makes it a worse Fairy Dragon. So definitely not one of the better options. I think I would have liked to see him go ahead and grab +1/+1 there. His 2-minute 3/3 seems pretty good.
He seems to be trying to protect his creatures against the mage, which he knows has a hard time targeting untargetable creatures.
Yeah, very true. It may be paying off. I mean, I didn't necessarily like the decision to go with that, but
And check out the positioning here.
That's
That's
some great positioning.
having the creature in the middle so it can't be targeted by something like Cone of Cold, which we see that Jay was running.
Yeah, I mean, that Cone of Cold is off the Babbling book too, right? But I mean, he still, I don't know if that was some intentional good positioning, but
I think it's just protecting.
Yeah, it's really heads up play. I mean, I guess he does know it's a deck that's playing a lot of random spells, so
You always have to be prepared for anything.
Yeah.
And so for this quest, the I feel like this deck has been really good, at least on the ladder, in terms of facing against slower decks. So, what do you think about the favorability matchups right now? I know it's really early in the season, but I'm really excited to see how these kind of slower decks match up against each other.
It's tough to say. I mean, a deck like Zoo that relies mostly on board and doesn't really have too much burst damage actually may have a little bit of trouble with something like this.
It's
that does have a
historically
lot of
bad
damage.
against Freeze Mage, so
Yeah.
yeah, I could see that being a
I mean,
tricky.
we do see the Crazed Alchemist, Sea Giant, and Doomguard. I mean, those are all pretty good in a matchup like this, so those might end up being handy. Jowah only got the Arcane Missiles off of the Glyph there, so I guess that's an example of the Glyph not really being as good as it could be. If you're only getting a 1 mana spell, it's kind of bad.
Even at the discount, yeah. So Jowah's gonna Arcane Intellect, gets that secret drawing mechanism, which is really great. I'm still learning all the names of the new cards. It's been a really quick thing. So what do we call this? The Arcane Knowledgeist. And gets another Ice Block.
Yeah, it takes a long time to learn all the new card names. It's a lot easier to just remember what they do.
So if you're Terrence, what's your strategy other than burst the mage down as fast as you can?
I would say that's pretty much the game plan overall. Maybe keep his minions outside of like flame strike range and stuff like that. But other than that, I guess just not overextending too much into AoE and putting Jowah on a reasonable clock.
Do you play into the Sea Giant here?
Yeah, I think the Sea Giant would definitely be worth developing at this point. I mean, 8/8s have also historically been good against Freeze Mage. You know, like, if you are able to get your Ragnaros or your Giant down, it can be really good.
Alright, well this looks really good for Terrence. But we see Jowah's got a few things in his hand that will work out for him. He's really, I guess, the goal here is just to keep the Zoo at bay with a lot of freezing mechanisms, and he doesn't have the Frost Novas yet, but he does have Cone of Cold. He's gonna play out all of his cards, get him closer to the quest goal.
Yeah, since I've been playing a lot of aggro, I've been seeing this Mage quest trigger, so this will be.
You haven't seen the time warp happen? I had it happen to me yesterday.
Have.
It's really great. I mean, the thing that you don't realize is that having the next turn means you get to attack. Essentially, you get charge of all of your minions that you play. If you can get those Arcane Giants out, it's pretty great.
I definitely didn't think of that when they first announced the card, but yeah, if you can develop some Giants
and then go in. I was like, why am I being attacked by Giants? Oh, it's the next turn. Right. No sleep sickness here.
So we see the Pterodactyl come down from Terrence. That's been a card that's been popping up in a lot of the new Zoo lists because of their plethora of weak minions to consume. Ends up getting a 4/7 stealth before. I mean, not
That's
bad.
pretty sweet.
At the cost of a very weak minion. The Conical placement this time, though.
The end is coming!
That
Able
might
to-
cause trouble.
I mean,
Terrence has Doomguard, but I don't think. I mean, he's got the crazed alchemist tech, so I guess that's gonna be the winner there.
yeah, that Alchemist tech is extremely clutch here. Alchemist also really good, a lot of people forget, with Councilman. You know, you can swap your Councilman, assuming it isn't going to die here, and obviously it's going to have to be used on the Doomguard, but it can really flip the Councilman back
Doomsayer?
to a 1/7. Oh, the Doomsayer, sorry.
That's okay.
Swap that Councilman back to a 1/7 in other situations, and then build its attack up again by playing some more minions. So that synergy's really good. I'm a big fan of Crazed Alchemist.
Yeah, it's nice to see it back in the deck.
What to do? What to do?
So if you're Jowah here,
I mean, it looks like he's debating either maybe just pinging down the 7/1 here or developing a secret.
I think the
It
secret.
appears that's his decision here.
Yeah, at least getting one secret out there is probably going to help you in the long term.
Yeah, decides to develop the ice barrier instead of one of the ice blocks or the vaporize.
I'm assuming he's not worried yet about his life totals, and he's still pretty far from his own win condition. I think he's at halfway to his quest. That's not too bad.
Yeah, got the novice engineers in hand to potentially dig for some more cards outside of the deck. So you know the Ravisaur run. Ooh, and the pings from the juggler not dealing Terrence any favors, but we'll see if that matters at all here. That Crazed Alchemist really unexpected for Jowah there. I don't think he thought there was any way that Terrence was going to clear that Doomsayer off.
It's pretty good tech. It's nice to have those cards in there. And yeah, it is actually, it's not just Doomsayer tech, you're right. It's something that you can use to protect a councilman, gain health on your minions, and since Zoo is all about board control, that's actually a really great card to have.
Definitely. Really came in handy there. And the Doomsayer is probably going to be making a big splash in the meta, I would imagine. So it may see a resurgence.
What to do?
Seems like there's a lot of good tech cards right now. You've got the new card Galaka Crawler to kill off the pirates. Even
It's the
Hungry
Murloc
Crab.
Eater, Hungry
Yeah,
Crab.
The Hungry Crab is a thing. You've got Alchemist swap stuff around. A lot of. I think this is a little more of a techie meta, but then again, people are still working out the tank, so that's understandable.
So here, what targets do you value besides the councilman? What are you looking for here?
Well, I mean, he's got to clear that councilman off, I would imagine. I mean, nothing else. Yeah.
It's tough leaving the knife juggler up. It's tough having the sea giant there, but what can you do?
Yeah, he's running out of. Well, he's ran out of AoE at this point. Zoo is just doing what it does.
Which is interesting because this is technically, I guess it's more of a controlled mage, but it has that kind of freezing component to it, which is usually better against him, right? If I remember from my...
Yeah, I mean, I feel like really the swing with that, the Alchemist there probably gave Terrence the edge. If not for that, Jowah may have been in a position to stabilize. With that Doomsayer, clear the board off, as well as preventing Terrence from actually developing on that turn. Probably would have given him enough stability to stabilize, but I don't know. I mean, at this point, this is definitely looking like one of the situations where Zoo is able to beat these type of control mage decks by just getting a really, really good board on board, and then having one really good tempo play. Looks like Terrence is counting out whether or not he can actually
break the ice block this turn. I think he can.
With the Doom Guard, he's got to be able to for sure. Doesn't even have to play the Doom Guard, in fact. I would imagine probably holding the Doom Guard here. I guess we'll see whether or not.
It's a safe choice.
I like Terrence's line there. That's generally how I like to play it there. There's really no need to even tap there, because you don't know what Joe is playing. He could somehow burst you down. You don't really know for sure. It's a new meta. I mean, it's extremely unlikely, but...
So Joe's in a tough position here. He needs to get back the board, but he also needs to keep himself from dying in one hit.
Yeah,
so ice block has to be there. But what do you do elsewise? And again, what targets do you prioritize? I would probably frostbolt the giant down. But Jowah decides not to.
I guess he's just hoping he finds a flame strike. I mean, I guess that's what he's saying there.
I guess it's not worth wasting the frostbolt if, you know, you're safe for the amount of damage that Terrence has is obviously over with or without the sea giant.
Yeah, definitely. Terrence seems aware of the
potential for other secrets.
Yeah, he's been really on top of playing around the random stuff. Around the
Cone of Cold.
The first Cone of Cold that he couldn't have known that Jowah would have, and then even playing around the Brave Prize there. That's something I mess up with a lot. Like when you just get a little close and just like attack, and it's like, oh my god, like, and lose games due to that. It's really a testament to just always staying on top of it.
Cold Light's not bad.
Yeah, it could find a Flame Strike, however, that's not going to kill the Primordial Drake, or whatever that thing's called. Pterodactyl, I'm sorry, I'm still learning the card names.
Just call them like Dino card 1.
The Ravenous Pterodactyl.
Pterodactyl card. We're gonna, if all else fails, just meme the cards, create like meme names, that's...
The green Drake looking thing.
Green, yeah, green thing.
Someday I'll be just like you!
Little lore fun fact, I think these type of pterodactyl things... Actually, I don't know what their in-game fantasy relationship with the dragons is. I do know that these type of ones,
Job's done.
the Raptors, they're supposed to kind of be precursors to like your photos.
Oh. Well, it looks like Terrence takes it this turn.
Yeah, Terrence up one game with his new interpretation of Zoo.
Are we glad that Zoo's back in the meta again?
Definitely,
Never dies.
definitely.
Zoo never dies. We still have a lot of options here.
Yeah, what did Mage lose? Well, obviously the Ice Lance, I guess that's really
Ice Lance, Reno, obviously for that iteration of Mage. And I guess, gosh, it's been a long time, so I actually don't. Did they lose any other secrets, or are we still? I think that mage still has most of the secrets.
Yeah, I think for the control mage, they didn't necessarily lose too much.
All right, so the next game,
They still have a lot of tools.
heading in, Terrence bringing warrior and rogue, and I think Jowah has priest. But this time it's going to be the mage deck against Terrence's warrior deck.
This should be an interesting matchup.
I think that he's playing the quest warrior as well, so it's not necessarily the old-fashioned pirates.
Yeah, I mean, here we have an example. I haven't tested them yet. I guess you automatically start with the quest in your hand.
Yes,
and then
you always
you're allowed
do.
to pitch it if you want.
Yes.
Seems nice. I mean, that's an interesting skill test in a way, like knowing which matchups you want to keep the quest, whereas
I think you always play the quest turn 1. I don't know, maybe this is like the lower rank planes, but I think that the quest, developing the quest early, there's no cost to it.
Yeah, I think generally speaking that's true, and in this case both players definitely opted for that. I mean, I think in the face of like a really aggressive deck where you know that they can snowball out of control, maybe toss the quest away. But generally speaking, I do think holding it is probably good.
I think you always, I don't know if, I haven't actually tried ever tossing the quest away, so I don't know if it always comes back into your hand. Or
yeah,
whether
I'm
you
not
can.
sure, I haven't tested any of the quests myself yet, so I'm not sure. I think
You're just
they're
playing
allowed
like
to
what,
toss
like
it away.
pirates and zoos all the way up into legend?
Pretty much.
Who needs new cards?
Well, I'm playing new cards. I made a Murloc Paladin deck.
Ah,
So
that's
it pretty
nice.
much is all new cards, but it's still an aggro deck. I'm an aggro player through and through. I would never be one to just try to play a mage deck like this or a control. I would never play either of these decks basically.
Yeah, I'm here for the control plays. So we got Terrence developing out his weapon. And he's got the Ally Armor Smith, which is really good against anti-aggro, or I guess against aggro.
Yeah.
But this is, you know, mage historically struggles against any form of warrior that is moderately control-based. So we'll see if Jowah can sneak out a win from his mage the way that Terrence did with his zoo and these new matchups.
Yeah, I mean, maybe things have changed. I mean, it is a new brand of mage deck. We did see the Antonidas in Joe's deck, and also that Molten Reflection. So maybe he has more reach. I mean, maybe he can heal. I mean, in the past, like you said, a warrior generates a little bit of armor. If it's out of range of any of the mage strategies, can pretty much just sit there, hero power up and win the game. I'm not so sure that's going to be the case. You put an Antonidas out there, get an extra turn.
Get
you
all
can burn
those
as much armor
discounted
as they want.
spells, yeah.
Especially with multiple Antonidases, with something like Molten Reflection. I don't know.
And just having so many more spell options that are not necessarily costing you anything, like the Kabbalist Tomes and the new two cost card, the portal, the unstable portal of spells.
Yeah, and Doubling Book. I mean, any of the random spells can give you that additional reach for sure. So I'd say, just on paper, I think the matchup seems a little bit better than it's been in the past in this type of matchup.
Alright, and Terrence decides to just get some extra armor, just decides, I mean, it makes sense, just get as much armor as you can, free armor. Basically keeps you out of range of any sort of mage answer.
Yeah.
And Joe, so what is this new cards, this Molten Reflection? What are you copying besides Antonidas?
Well, I mean, right off the bat, it is a slightly undercosted version of Faceless Manipulator. As long as you set on your own minions, it does have the flexibility to be used on opposing minions. But what do you some people have been trying some shenanigans in terms of making like 3 Sorcerer's Apprentice. And then
Yes, that makes sense.
that and also if you haven't played out.
Oh, and he gets an option for a Curator or an Ornery Direhorn. I think he might take that 6.5.
Okay, go through the
Yeah, I was like, not
someone that actually ran that in their deck.
Interesting.
Yeah, seems bad, but hey, I mean, it's a new meta, bad cards might be good. Another new card, obviously, goes without saying, we just saw is that Tortolin taunt guy there. Oh, Stonehill Defender or something. Like, we're still learning these card names.
One for...
Just a strictly better Silverback Patriarch.
Yeah, Silverback.
To be honest, I mean, it's actually a good card.
Yes, the sort of discover and adapt mechanics have been pretty interesting. It is creating what I think are longer turns, like more decisions per turn, like, and more animations per turn.
Yeah, I think the community is much more supportive of like Discover style mechanics as opposed to Battle Link style mechanics.
Just like randomness, pure randomness. And he goes for a 5/5 taunt, but stealth, so it doesn't have the taunt mechanic yet. Still activates, I think, the quest for the warrior here. So the warrior's quest is to get 7 taunt minions. Mage quest is to get 7 cards you didn't have. Spell 6. Oh, and the coin counts, I think.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Actually, that really is a big benefit for the mage to have this matchup. Find another time where as well.
And that Frost Nova
is
goes.
old tried and true Frost Nova Dooms. That's definitely something we've seen for years. Still seems extremely strong in this meta right now.
And now that execute isn't 1 cost, it's going to cost Terrence a little more to find an answer for that Doomsayer.
Finds the Battle Rage, which is a card we hadn't seen much since the heyday of Patron, but I mean,
it's going to be good here.
I mean, really, really good here.
It's going to be great here. Let's see what he gets. You get that execute?
Well, Terrence rips the execute, rips another one there. I mean, I was thinking it would have been interesting. Obviously, we can see Jowah's hand. If he hadn't found an execute, he could have gone crazy there, tossed the
Nice little
Raptors.
Raptors.
So now we see the new card once again. Still not sure.
We can
take the new Dirty Rat in a way, and I think this is the
right.
Very nice. You get 2 mana, 2/5
for free.
And
well, with an extra card, yes. So let's see what we got for the glyph.
Volcanic Potion.
A Kalos Tome. Tome is really strong. And he does take the Tome.
3 mana Tome is
3
really
mana,
good.
draw 3 cards, get 3 parts to request. And Jowah playing the other Doomsayer, just hoping that he doesn't have an answer. And he's very far from his quest right now, but we know that he has the potential to go off.
Terrence opting for
Dirty Rat, Dirty Rat. Pull things out. Oh, if he gets that Antonitis, it's going to be painful. And he did! Oh, that's brutal.
Now I guess...
Just goes for it again.
Take
Take it again.
Just like you.
No answers.
That's gonna
That's brutal.
pretty severely neuter Jowah's deck.
I mean, I think it's over. He's got 46 health.
Yeah, I think that's just pretty much the linchpin of Jowah's strategy for this game. I don't think... I mean, anything short of Kabbalah's Tome, infinite would give him Kabbalah's Tome.
Which is not impossible.
Yeah. Well, actually, speaking of it, there's another Kabbalah's Tome.
That was just drawn from his deck, though.
I mean, still, like,
It's
there
still-
is another Tome, though. Like, he didn't find it with the one.
What's that six cost card that we just popped over
6
here?
cost card here is a really
Meteor.
exciting card, Meteor.
15 damage always seems like overkill to me.
Oh, that's definitely overkill. I
But
mean,
the-
this is like, if Flame Lance wasn't enough overkill, this will make sure it's dead. For the small, meager cost of 1 more mana,
You can get
upgrade
extra.
of 7 damage from Flame Lance, and it hits the adjacent minions for 3 damage. That's a pretty good card.
Wait, did you
Pretty well
see?
against that.
Yep, that's true. And Terrence has got his quest done.
Yeah, Terrence is now owns
A
the
Ragnar.
title of the first quest achieved on stream at Evo NYC Hearthstone. He has Sulfuras, the Hand of Ragnaros, which, as we know, or now know, transforms his battle cry. So the battle cry turns his hero power into Ragnaros' hero power by insect, deals 8 to a random enemy. That seems pretty good against me.
That seems like, I mean, I think Terrence is just way ahead of of this game. It feels really bad as Jowah to lose essentially the one thing you had as a win condition to beat this warrior.
One thing I think is really funny about this is it gives you just like a very meh weapon. Just like, it's a 3 mana 4/2. Oh yeah, but it gives you an amazing hero.
I mean, the 3 mana 4/2 is like a strictly better. It's a. I mean, I guess it's like a same costed, like True Silver, yes.
Oh yeah, like it's not like
It's not
the weapon
bad.
isn't bad, but it's almost just like a little bit of a kicker. You know, just like okay, and
Just
it's-
get
like,
a-
They could just give you the hero power. And
They
it'd probably
could
be
just
fine,
give you
but
the
it's
hero
like, and
power.
a 3 mana 4/2.
That's pretty nice. Terrence gets another taunt minion, just more taunts. So what's Jowah's out? What can he get?
Well, he finds the apprentice. He looks like he's gonna go crazy with him on reflections.
Yes.
If he just somehow goes infinite on tomes,
Yes.
he
Then
could
there
go
might,
infinite tome.
and it might
His
work
tome is
out.
gonna cost like nothing.
Right.
So now it's his. He has to go. Like he's gonna go with the intellect first. Zero mana makes sense. Finds a babbling book that could give him another tome.
Could. He's so close to his win condition, or to his quest condition.
Oh, that's right. He can buy himself an extra turn this turn.
He could.
With the reduction. Plays the coin to get the quest completed. So now he's opened the way gate. Our second quest has been completed here in this game to gain an extra turn.
And he's probably gonna take it.
Now,
Oh my gosh, he
wow,
got the
I
other
called it.
Kabbalist tome.
He did find a Kabbalist tome on Babbling Book, and that could not be any better.
This is
That
insane.
was the absolute ideal drop. And then he opens the way gate. He wasn't able, however, to squeeze a tome in that turn.
Yeah.
He may have wanted to tome there instead of book.
But
I
he's
think.
got so wow, he's got so many options
He does,
now.
But he sort of needs to. Oh, and that is a brick tome. Now, let's take a look at the quad Frost Nova here in the hand of Jowah. Looked like he was getting blessed with that Cabal. Bricks
Nope.
pretty hard. Pulls 4 useless cards. If those were all fireballs instead
That would
of
have
Frost
been good.
Novas, we'd be looking at a seriously different situation here.
He still has a few turns to live though. He's got another ice block. He's got Spellbender.
Funnily enough, gives Terrence a card to draw that he didn't think he was going to have.
And that's actually pretty good for him. This is gonna be intense there. And oh, the poor mage is out of cards already.
Sleep with the Fish is really a strong card.
Yeah, surprisingly.
It's interesting to see here how, in this case, the Control Warrior, given the fact that it has the quest, wow, that is the first time you've ever seen 5 Frost Novas in one hand at one time.
And this is the rogue quest. Play a bunch of cards with the same name. He's done it. Oh man, that fireball. Why couldn't they all been fireballs? And takes the honorable Sudoku.
Wow.
Terrence takes game 2 of the Evo Gaming Tavern Hero Qualifier. That was pretty. You know,
It
the
looked
art.
like it might
There was a
get out of
chance.
control.
There was a chance. He had a chance.
If he could have gone infinite with those Kabbalist tomes,
Yeah.
it could have gotten really out of control there for Terrence. Frost Nova, though, not what he wanted to find.
Not what you want to see there.
And, you know, I think it's pretty cool. I mean, one of our favorite cards, or most hated cards over the years, Ragnaros, may be gone, but he's still here.
He's still
for
here
his
in our
weapon.
hearts.
His weapon, Sulfuris, is still making a splash, and we're still going to be seeing 8 damage randomized pings
Great.
for years to come.
Yeah. If you weren't into enough Ragnaros RNG in the finals,
So Terrence finding a win so far with his Zoo deck, and now with his
I think
his Warrior deck as well. And that will leave Terrence. Now he only has to find a win with his Rogue, which on paper still also seems like it could be a solid matchup in favor of Terrence if Jowah does opt to continue trying with his Mage deck. I mean, yeah, this Mage deck, it's really wombo combo as we can see from that game. So, you know, it could be the type of deck that could get swept out if he's unable to execute his game plan.
I think I did that right. And we're going into, is this game 3? 2-0 to Terrence. Jowah's struggling to find a win with his mage, still keeps going with it. And the rogue deck, which is the quest rogue.
Yeah, I think on paper this once again could be actually a tough matchup for Jowah again. Terrence seemingly, well,
Mulliganing for, I think, so I've been playing a decent amount of quest rogue, and I feel like you mulligan for obviously the cheap cards, but also the card draws. I think like getting Swashbuckler or a Novice Engineer and using that as your kind of engine for the deck has been pays off really well for me at least.
from what I've seen, that definitely seems like the game plan. And Terrence unable to find any of those here. Actually, only got
Double prep into backstab. This is actually a really poor setup for Terrence. I think he's smiling and shaking his head. And he knows it's like, oh, this is no good. And that is.
I mean, that Fairy Madness card caught a lot of flack as an extremely bad card when they first announced it, seeing as that it's a restatted youthful brewmaster.
Yeah.
Actually a class card.
But-
wow, and just on cue, finds card he could. Swashburglar bounces it with the Ferryman. And
Get
gets
some
the
answers,
Frostbolt off
yeah.
of the Swashburglar, which one of the best cards in the game. So I don't think Terrence has any complaints about that top deck.
I think the only thing he really needs is if those were Shadow Steps, if those preps were Shadow Steps, that would be
absolutely.
broken
He'd be going off right now if those were
right
Shadow
now.
Steps.
This gives Jowah some more time to think about what he's going to need to do and how he's going to
Mind if I roll
answer this deck.
me?
He's got more time. He's got a lot of answers.
That he
Blizzard is
does.
good.
Every season
hope you
opposite
like my
here, so
invention.
some really good top decks for Terrence. though.
Yeah, get it.
into
And
the
prep
Mimic Pod,
prep
that's
into a
phenomenal.
free draw and double. That's really great for Terrence. And he's
Yeah.
at 1/4 of his quest. So he's thinking about what, I mean, you actually have your options right now because you've only played the Swashbuckler once. You don't have to commit to that being your card yet, but it is sort of one of the best cards you can do. It's cheap. It'll be free if you bounce it back with a Shadow Step. And Jowah he's got card draw. He's got secrets. He has a Kabbalist Tome coming for him. And not feeling too much pressure from Terrence yet. But with Rogue, I feel like it's one turn, and then suddenly they've popped off. So you gotta kind of keep your, gotta do your insurance. Flame Strike. Flame Strike's real good. It's not
Also Shatter, which is bad.
Shatter is bad. Flame Strike is good right now. Like if he can Flame Strike before the quest comes off, then he's in a really great spot. And Terrence has vanished, which is interesting because that's not a card that I've run in this Rogue deck, but apparently it's pretty strong. If you can get all your cards back and clear the board.
Yeah, I've run into it once or twice, but I like definitely a card that some of the rogues are using, some aren't.
You've run into this deck, but you haven't actually seen anything because you just beat it really fast.
No, it's gone off on me a couple times actually, believe it or not.
Terrence
I
decides
think
not
it's a
to
pretty
prep.
viable deck.
He decides
Mimic
not to
Pod's
prep.
into Mimic Pod.
Alright, card draw.
I've never seen that before. I'll definitely say that. Mimic Pod into Mimic Pod with double prep in hand.
That's pretty
This could
good.
get pretty wombo combo-y real quick. I could see this being tricky to navigate. If I were Terrence, I'd probably opt to prep a little bit Mimic Pod just to
I think
give
Terrence,
myself an idea. He's really
he's holding, yeah, I think he wants the preps on, I think he wants the preps on his more expensive costed cards. Like, if he hadn't prepped the Mimic Pod out the first time, I don't think he's going to prep it out the second time, even though he's got two of
I
them.
think you're right. He must want to go off on the Crystal Core. I think with one of the preps. Maybe just do it all in one turn. I guess actually Vanish with this deck has some synergy, being that it bounces all your own minions to your own hand as well.
Yes.
In which case you can replay them to trigger your quest.
I think he can
It's
prep
kinda got
Banish
some
this
double
turn, and I think
synergy.
he's got it. Okay, decides this turn to draw a few more cards. He's got two Swashbucklers. And double Cold Light. Is this going to be a mill? This might be a mill.
Oh wow, he's actually able to burn Jowah's cards. That cannot be something that Jowah wants to see.
I think he's going to commit to it. But is he
With
going to
the
mill
prep in hand,
himself?
He can do it. I think that's exactly.
Oh, this hurts. Bye.
Maybe prep into the Frostbolt here for Terrence in order to clear his own hand out, or he might just take a burn. I'm not sure whether Terrence is fine with burning a card here.
I don't know if he. I don't think he can. Yeah. I think he has to let it go. He's really thinking about it, but and cards are flying. Yep, cards are getting burned on both sides here. Are you dying, Max? Are you alive?
My hand is too full.
Well, that's actually a good card to burn.
That is a very, very good card to burn. I don't think Terrence. Well, at the same time, yeah.
That's probably one of the better cards you could have burned.
Yeah, that's probably the best card.
Decides to get more cards. Finally get something that doubles. Terrence is gonna have so many cards to choose from.
Yeah, Terrence is right now sitting at 204 on his Crystal Core.
He could. I mean, I think Swashbuckler. That's it. Like he could do it
Well,
now.
that's 3 now. the issue is he could just play the Sulfur, but then he would not be able to threat the Crystal Core out right there. So he is going to postpone it until next turn. Next turn he will
Pop it off.
definitely be going off.
Too soon.
Take a look at these secrets real quick that Jowah has. He's got Spellbender and of course Ice Block. Spellbender.
Doesn't really. I mean,
Yeah, probably won't do anything here.
if he has a backstab, and that Flame Strike is definitely a lifesaver here.
Yeah,
My
sure.
hand is too full.
Ooh, now
Lose the
that's
board.
not something he wants to burn at all.
No, that's one of the better cards you could have had.
And
So
that is an Archmage and Tinnitus.
Well.
So that could give Terrence some additional reach, even if for whatever reason his initial game plan doesn't work.
and this is it. He's deciding he wants to do it this turn. I think he does.
Yeah, definitely a tricky deck to play. I mean, look at how much Terrence has to really manage his hand and not overdraw and just really think ahead. Definitely seems like a really true combo deck. A lot of pieces to figure out with this matchup.
Goes for the freeze. Just a card discard. Trying to manage the quest. Make sure he has room for it.
Is that an Ice Block? Wow.
Wow.
Very solid.
Random RNG here. And he preps. Brings out his quest.
Definitely a unique effect with the Crystal Core. Doesn't put anything on the board, doesn't do anything. Kind of just does something for the rest of the game. Probably
Yeah.
the first card we've really ever seen that really operates like that. It's just like, for the rest of the game, your man's a 5/5. There's no enchantment on board, there's no...
Yeah, it's not something you can
indicator,
silence.
You
It's
can't do any... Can you silence it?
no, you
No?
can't.
Nothing happens, it's just safe
Someone's
5/5.
tried to mass dispel me the other day, and it was like, nice try.
That's interesting, because it does sort of count as a buff. Side effect, it'll be silenced, and then it will just essentially
Rebuff.
reapply it.
Correct.
So really unique card in the way that it works.
And also it includes any minion summoned from the other side, so you don't want to play that that warrior control card,
Yeah,
the
or
one that
Red
summons the
Jenkins.
1/1. Yeah,
That's a cool interaction. Actually, another thing that I found out with respect to in-game was Hex as well will actually become a 5/5.
A
So Hex
5/5.
pretty much does nothing.
So many.
Well, actually, yeah, Hex does nothing. Other than, I guess, if the minion has a really good death rattle effect, I guess it would still silence it effectively there, but...
now is this... I don't think Terrence is going to be able to use these banishes properly. But having that secret is just the icing on the cake.
Yeah.
And he's got a card that even synergizes with that. What was that discount over there that he got on
That's
the
very true.
Cabal Crystal Runner?
Wow.
Let's it go.
Random synergy.
But also just a random 5/5 at this point.
Yeah, 4-mana 5/5 is not bad at all. Speaking of random spells or discover, we see...
Kabbalist Tome. Or Mana
Yeah.
Bind. I think Kabbalist Tome is like just...
I would imagine so. It really furthers Jowah's gameplay here.
He's halfway to his own quest. Haven't seen any Arcane Giants in Jowah's deck. I assume they're in there as part of the win condition, but we just haven't seen a single
They
one.
may not be. It looks
It
like
might just be a
maybe-
burst deck.
Maybe just going for the Antonitis. synergy
Antonitis.
game plan.
Sorcerer's Apprentice, that makes sense. Have to a lot of card management in this game.
Yeah.
So if you're Joe, do you keep drawing or do you just decide to go for energy? And Flame Strike is actually not terrible, but it
Running
doesn't.
Down, though, so that could actually still work
Yeah.
before. I don't know if he's running any spell damage anymore. Spell damage a thing anymore now that Drake's going? We'll find out.
Oh yeah, rip Azure Drake. Pour one out for that. I forgot. Oh,
Yeah.
that's why all of my decks turned wild. I was like, what? I'm sure they didn't take that many cards out. No, Azure Drake is gone. And here comes the charge. And Terrence probably thinking about popping the block this turn, which he will be able to do.
Yeah,
Who
we
would've-
actually see a bunch of these I guess
Flame
that's
Elementals.
just in his deck in general? What
No,
is
those were I think from I think they were from his death rattle. Those come off the death rattle of a. I think so. I don't know if he got that from something else.
I didn't catch that.
Who would have thought this would be a meta where Stone Tusk Spore was like a viable card?
That I couldn't have predicted either, but I mean, I think it's awesome.
It's nice to have these classic cards come back in a group.
It really is. Like, these cards getting their chance to shine when they've been covered in dust in the collection there for so long. Even made fun of at times.
So Jowah has another ice block. Could get a third ice block off of the Kabbalist Tome, sort of extend his survival a little bit, but it's really hard, especially the way that Terrence is playing it and not overextending and sort of keeping his hand playing it pretty tight is I think that's the way to win with this rogue deck. The only way he can lose is if he just plays too far into the mage's board clears.
Yeah, there's no healing anymore.
He's basically got it's Antonitis.
He's got Antonitis Frost Nova this turn, which to me.
Well, he definitely needs to keep himself alive. He needs ice block, so it'd be Antonitis ice block, which would just be popped.
Yeah.
He had to play the ice block this turn, so Frost Nova.
Oh right. Of course he had to play the ice block. So okay, of course. Like I said, I don't know his deck, so that's clearly showing. Jowah's having some trouble navigating his deck against Terrence.
Doesn't have any secrets left.
Yeah,
it's kind of stuck.
Looking real grim for Jowah there.
Iceblock's gonna pop again, and basically your one Hail Mary is that you get a Kabbalist Tome Ice Block again, or maybe something a little better. He needs to get rid of things, and he doesn't really have the mana to do like a Flame Strike and a Cone of Cold unless he gets them both discounted, but that requires a little bit more setup, and I think just a little bit harder to play when, like, if he had set up the Sorcerer's Apprentice this turn and just hoped that Terrence doesn't clear it, he might have been able to do it, but it's really tricky. And I think that Terrence just needs to keep applying pressure, keep popping the blocks. And a Vanish. Yes.
Well played.
Just free heals and free plays. Why not?
I mean, a non-stop stream of 1-9-5.
It is really tough.
See, like you said, some Kabbalist really. Overdraw there.
But
I mean, here it goes.
Here it goes.
Like the game plan with this deck is going to Kabbalist tomes.
Yep.
I think that tome making that. Well, I guess.
Does he have it?
Wait, no, he's quite a ways off.
Yeah, he's got 3. He needs to be able to play all 3 of these.
He needs a nice block again, like you said. I really think anything short of that.
Polymorph doesn't do it. Polymorph summons a 5/5.
This mighty wicked knife is gonna be the end of Jowah.
Take the kill.
And funnily enough,
losing the Frostbolt was hard.
Frostbolt, I mean, we do know there's a Stone Tusk Spore and a deckhand in hand as well, so I don't think it would have been enough. But from Jowah's perspective,
it might have been. It might have been just a little bit of something extra. He's got a Shatter, which
Time runs out on me.
Yeah, I mean,
trying to bluff him out, but I don't think he can. He knows the secrets. Sides 2.
opens the way gate.
Could skip another turn.
Is he able to cast
He is
it right
able
now?
to
Yes.
cast it.
Last second as he rolls. Okay, so now we may see some.
I don't know if can he make it happen? Does he have the reach? We know this is Ice Block, which is really tough.
Yeah,
Because Terrence has got Ice Block. I think it came up from a Swashbuckler. And Antonitis is helpful, but it's not going to create the infinite scenario that Jowah wants.
Well played.
So this might be it.
Joe's only bet here that I could imagine is go Cold Light into some like
Well played.
non-existent burn spells.
Non-existent first spell. No, I think it's really tough.
Plays on Loot Hoarder, ping it.
Goes
Almost
right
out of
across
cards.
Glyph. Glyph is the
Glyph
thing.
is a
There's
thing.
the other Sorcerer's Apprentice, and here we go.
Glyph into an Ice Block.
Another
He's
Ice
still
Block.
making those.
And he gets another
Glyph
Glyph.
into Glyph.
That's fine.
Infinite Glyphs.
These turns so long. Fireball. is just almost enough, but he knows it was just enough. You could see a world in which this deck could have miracled out that win. Just like one.
Oh yeah, a little bit stronger Kabbalist tomes, and Terrence did not have the ice drop. And
that would have been it.
Potential victory there.
That would have been it. So it was actually very close.
Jowah though gets swept, trying to use his time waster mage.
His time waster mage, is that what we're
I've
calling it
heard
now?
somebody call it something like waste your time mage. I have to say I do think my initial interpretation was that mage deck may be a little clunky and unable to execute his game plan in that matchup against Terrence's lineup.
Yeah. You think that if you were in his position after 2 losses, would you have switched? Or after 1 loss? Where would you?
Good point. Yeah, I mean maybe after the 1 loss, to be honest. I mean he's gonna have to find a win with it eventually.
He does have to find a win with it eventually.
However, it seemed to be getting pretty countered by Terrence's lineup. You were saying that the control warrior might be an issue on paper, and the rogue, to me, I mean, like I felt pretty good about that matchup in the past, rogue against mage, that is, against the control mages. So yeah, I don't know.
I think the zoo would have been the only. I think the zoo would have been the win that he needed, and
very true.
That was just unfortunate.
So Terrence takes that series 3-0 and continues on the winners bracket. Jowah will be knocked down to the losers bracket, so that may not be the last we've seen of him.
And we're gonna cast a few more matches to come. I think we're gonna wait for the players to finish up their 2nd round matches, and we'll come back with round 3 soon. yet.
No, I know. I'm just like gonna say that.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just preparing.
You got. He's getting psyched up.
Mhm.
Sweet.
It was awesome.
Hi everybody, and welcome back to the Evo Gaming Hearthstone Tavern Hero Qualifier for the spring of 2017. XJ here with Max the Ripper, and we're
What's up,
about
everyone?
to cast the next round of the tournament. We are on round 3. It's a conquest format tournament. 4 decks, 1 ban,
Double elim.
double elimination, and we're going in with JR Juggernaut and Alec, 2 local players that we're pretty familiar with.
Yes.
Coming in with brand new decks from the Angora expansion. Very excited. We've been going back and forth about what cards we like, what cards that we've been struggling to
Had
learn.
some experience with ourselves.
Yeah. So we're very excited for this. The players are just getting set up, so we're going to head back in soon.
Yeah, Alec, you guys may be familiar with from the Golden Wisp podcast, and JR Juggernaut is someone that I've seen popping up in some of the local tournaments here in New York City recently. So definitely someone who's looking to break in the competitive scene a little bit. Two familiar faces, like you said.
And so, yeah, we're going to take a look at their decks. I know that Alec is bringing a deck that you claim to have created, or you're sort of claiming credit for in this tournament, doing really well for himself. It is the Murloc Paladin aggro.
Yes, Alec is bringing the deck that I've been utilizing thus far since the expansion drop, which is my Murloc aggro Pally. Not sure if he's running my exact list. He may have some of his own text, but it should be something based upon the deck list that I created. And you should see whether or not he's able to pilot it to any success, or
He's
if
doing
it's
really
even
well so
viable
far.
at all in the tournament meta. I've only been playing ladder, where it's been serving me really well, so we're interested to see that in action.
And yeah, we're going to wait and get the decks ready to go.
Yep, we are just waiting on the spectator client here, and we're going to jump right into this match in a moment.
So, tell me more about sort of the cards that you were most excited to see, and how they've met your expectations.
Yeah, I mean, I had really high expectations, and I have to say they may have exceeded my own high expectations. I'd say 2 of the cards right off the bat that I was really excited that caught my eye and inspired me to make this deck would be the Rockpool Hunter, which is just a 2-mana 2/3 Murloc with Battle Cry. Give one of your Murlocs +1/+1, which is a targeted ability, obviously kind of like a Shattered Sun Cleric. So you've got kind of a Shattered Sun Cleric Murloc, and the other one is probably the Gentle Megasaur, the
Yes.
5/4 that adapts your Murlocs. That can definitely just end game. So you kind of got something that's a little bit like a Totem Golem and something kind of like a Handsome Mechano. So they're really strong.
So is the adapt your Murlocs, is it a random effect that happens on all the Murlocs?
What happens is it allows you to choose one adaptation, and then it gives it to all of them. So it just gives you one.
It's like a Handsome Mechano with less RNG.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it does give you the ability to. It gives you three choices out of the selection of adaptations that are available, so you can definitely brick on it, and there's definitely high rolls and low rolls, but yeah, it feels a lot better than the Handsome Mechano, I would say.
I think that
Fury
yeah.
to everything.
I think that Hearthstone has learned from its GVG days and is sort of leaning towards a less, RNG stone type of expansion this time around. All right, we're heading in, and here are the players. You can see their decks on the side and what they've banned and what they're bringing. Alec is bringing his Warlock, which we have seen is now a Zoo. And Jared with a Priest deck. It'd be nice to see this Priest in action.
Yeah, definitely. See Alec coming to Zoo.
New Elemental.
TerrenceM.
So what's this new Elemental?
Yeah, let's take a look at Firefly. Obviously it's just a vanilla 1-mana 1/2 in terms of stats, but it basically replaces itself, gives you a Flame Elemental in your hand, 1-mana 1/2 without the Battle Cry. Seems like a really popular card.
Yeah. And the Priest, so the Priest quest here is an interesting one. It is the Awaken the Makers, and after summoning 7 Death Rattle minions, you get a 8/8 taunt for 5 that gives your hero 40 health, which seems pretty good, but I'm not sure how it plays it right now in this current meta.
Yeah, it's pretty epic. I mean, I would say that in my experience with Priest Secret, definitely seems like they kept the spirit of Reno alive most with Priest. Of course, Priest still has access to Raza the Chain, which still instead we're gonna have to just
ask him to invite to spectate.
We're gonna briefly re-upload the
JR's.
spectate client here so we can take a look at both players' hands. We're just having a little bit of technical difficulties. But on the note of the priest quest, yeah,
I mean,
it almost feels like a Reno, but rather than having one Reno in their hand, is it like, do they have 3 or 4 little 1 mana death rattles? Because you could theoretically just kind of go off, maybe you only have 4 of the 7, but then it's just like 1 drop death rattle, 2 drop death rattle, 1 drop death rattle, and they're at 40 health. Seems kind of Reno to me.
Yeah, I think the tricky part about this priest deck is that there aren't that many good death battles left since the loss of Naxxramas way back in the day. Like for standard play, I'm sure I have no idea what's going on in Wild. I'm sure it might be really good in Wild where you have all the Naxxramas cards there. And he has adapted.
And here we go. We're gonna
get JR's.
Give you guys an eye on JR Juggernaut's hand. So now everything should be running fine. Let's see the both players here. JR Juggernaut. Wow. So he's going with the Devilsaur egg here as an enabler, actually.
People actually really like that card. I was hearing a lot of positive feedback about it.
As well as a
old-fashioned Cairn.
Bloodhoof. Interesting.
Yeah, I've seen this deck on the ladder a few times in Crystalline Oracle. People were saying that Devilsaur's really good, and JR Juggernaut, how far is he into his quest right now?
So far, 3 out of 7 already, so he's
getting there.
All rolling on that. And let's, I guess, take a look real quick at what Amara Word of Hope actually does. I don't know if I've actually seen this card resolve yet, but
it is a 5/8, 5 mana, 8/8 for taunt, and it sets your hero's health to 40. So that is the Reno effect right there.
Yeah, that's really, really powerful. I think. I mean, okay, and let's take a look at that Ravenous Pterodax. Alex got a very nice
draw
there. Divine Shield, Wind Fury, 4.
So you try to go for the draw.
That's really cool.
And it's got a great board here. So Alec has got a lot of board, a lot of presence.
You're not able to find a Dragon Fire.
Oh man. I mean, he's only got 1 more turn.
That may be 1 turn that he does not afford.
Can't afford. Yeah. It's very tricky business. That.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Alec pretty much single-handedly riding that. It's a 4 attack minion, but a Divine Shield and Wind Fury
against a priest, right?
It's not something really. The priest wheelhouse cannot deal with that.
Oh, the 4/4s. Or just the 4 attack creatures in generals. Yeah, that's the bane of the priest. That was
took a win there with his warlock over the priest of Junior Juggernaut.
Junior. We're going Juggernaut Junior.
Yeah, I don't know if
it's
JR
JR.
or Junior.
We'll call him Juggernaut. We'll give him that.
Juggernaut it is.
And now they're setting up for game 2.
Maybe it was like he's not a Juggernaut. He's a Junior Juggernaut. He's getting to that Juggernaut level.
Juggernaut's got Hunter, I think. Is that a Hunter Warlock? Or Shaman Warlock? Shaman Warlock and.
Looks like the Shaman.
Yeah. No, the Shaman's still. Shaman's in.
Sorry. Yeah.
Shaman's up. And it's up against that. Your Paladin. I'm calling it your Paladin now.
Yeah.
This is for you.
It's running my Paladin. Let's call it that. And he starts off with a decent hand. I mean, you can, wow. And it just went from decent to really good pretty quickly there with the pickup of one of the cards that you asked me about before, Rockpool Hunter. I mean, pretty obviously a strong card on paper, assuming Murlocs are a thing. You know, if you can't buff a Murloc, then it's just a 2-mana 2/3, but if not, it's a really good Shadow Stone player. Used to be really good.
So he got a buff on his other Murloc. Tell me more about the Hydrologist.
Yeah, Hydrologist is definitely a sleeper card. Something I'm a huge fan of.
Are these secrets Paladin secrets?
Yeah, Paladin secrets only, so it's a very small pool of cards to actually draw from. And here we're going to be able to see that. Doesn't find Noble Sacrifice, which is definitely one of the popular ones. However, he does find the Getaway Kodo and Redemption, which are both kind of very similar effects. One will just obviously return it to your hand, whereas one will return it to the board. Opposite of the one to return to the board. It's worth noting that the Hydrologist, you grab the Getaway Kodo, it can just bounce your Hydrologist, and then you play it again, get another secret, and kind of just keep going with that.
And Juggernaut with I'm guessing this is like an elemental shaman?
Yeah, it definitely looks like an elemental shaman. plays the new one of the new elementals for Shaman, Hot Spring Guardian. Really good card power level wise. Kind of just a better version of Earthen Ring Farseer.
Doesn't get max value out of the heal, but has something to sort of stabilize himself on the board. And for Alec here, how do you buff your Murloc? So this is obviously not an anyfin deck. It's just a Murloc aggro deck.
Well, Alex got a few options here. I mean, he's looking at the Blowgale. He could Blowgale, but yeah, Rockwool Hunter on this seems extremely clean. He's gonna go for an adaptation first.
Untitled.
There's the Wind Fury, as well as Flaming Claws and Liquid Membrane. So you could go for the Untargetable, goes for the Wind Fury, which is definitely one of your high priority value adaptations, and just saw these ways as we can see here. Ops, however, doesn't quite have the redemption there.
When Earth moves,
I think he's trying to sort of extend his hand a little bit. Yeah.
Here as well. He can point out maybe either the sniper or the hunter here. And yeah, I mean that's another card, Cold Light Seer, that can really get a lot of value when you've got a Wise Lord here full of Murlocs. We do see
the taunt coming in. And Juggernaut doesn't actually have any board clears at the moment, so this is going to get out of hand real soon. He's going to be able to clear and heal.
Yeah, I mean, Alec decides to buff his technologies again. Definitely got a really dominant board state here. Gonna draw the Hex out.
Yep. And while the Hex takes care of one, but there's still 3 Murlocs on the board. And that's not a... I mean, Alec's still at full health, and that's really good for him. And there's only 1 Murloc there. 2 mana, 3/2. Deal 1 damage.
Yeah, Alex is going to develop the phase. I guess we'll see whether or not he opts a hero power here, or possibly use some sort of redemption just to potentially push the most. I like that play, I agree with it, and so far, to me, Alex pretty much been piloting exactly how I would. Just going straight forward with it and throwing a lot of
He's got Leroy, he's got a lot of bursts.
Yeah, he has Leroy, and that ought to do it for Alex. It's going to be a pretty
standard turn 6 lethal.
Well played.
And that is it.
Well played. Now that I wouldn't do. I don't like going well played unless I lose first. So we'll say that.
You don't throw out well played unless you lose. You you only give it as a lose.
That's probably a conversation for another time. But yeah, I believe the proper ending is to allow a loser to start off with a well played. If you say well played when you win, it's kind of like some people disagree with me on that, but I do believe that optimal action is to not do that. Alec quickly going up 2-0 in the series.
2-0, yeah. His games have been especially fast, and that's the beauty of bringing fast decks to a tournament.
Yeah, I do have a little bit of insider information. Alec did tell me that he's going for an all aggro approach and strategy for this tournament today, and I definitely agree with that. When the meta is still churning and
people are trying to be cute.
Yeah, exactly. People
exploit that cuteness.
They're trying to complete these quests, and they're over here trying to do a quest. Oh, I'm about to complete this quest, you're dead. You know, you can't complete too many quests when you've got... It's very flavorful, you know, you're out there in the world of Warcraft, in the Warcraft universe, trying to complete a quest, and you get bombarded by some Murlocs.
Up one on the Paladin? Yes.
So now Alec just needs to find a win with
this
his
mage
deck, which from what I hear is something pretty unique. I don't know if we've seen anything like this yet. So
yes, all we've seen is really the quest mage, the time warp mage.
We have seen that struggle so far with Jowah.
Trying to find a win out there. But this one looks like it's got some other... It's got Leroy. Always just run Leroy. That's...
Leroy's still a good card. Leroy a card that, I have to say, he may have been a consideration for the Hall of Fame. I think I'll
maybe next year.
We may eventually see Leroy be inducted into the Hall of Fame, and I'm pretty sure everyone would agree he's a card of that caliber.
Yeah, losing Sylvanas was tough, but I think Leroy makes sense. If he's still being played now, even after the nerfs, it's sort of...
I'm sure the next inductees into the Hall of Fame in the next ballot may definitely do something like Leroy, maybe even
Oh, you're just gonna try to twist the knife into Miracle Rogue a little bit more? They don't need it. We've got other miracles now, so we don't need you, Auctioneer, anymore.
Well, now we see JR Juggernaut with the best example I've seen thus far of that unstable elemental, which is a 2-mana 1/1 Death Rattle, deals 3 to 1 minion.
And hopefully he gets on the right one.
Play with fire, and he's gonna get burned.
Oh, it's tough. And gives himself a Sorcerer's Apprentice just out there, assuming that there's no way to deal with it. And JR Juggernaut deciding to develop his board instead of maybe doesn't Shadow or Paint it, which I'm not sure that was the right move.
Yeah, it's a risky call.
He gets such a, I mean, it's early in the game. It's not like a winning discount, so maybe Juggernaut doesn't necessarily, he's not afraid of it this turn, but he gets such a good value on that Ice Barrier. So this is actually more of a, this is not necessarily a super fast deck if it's running Ice Barrier.
Well, that was a Babbling Book.
Oh, that was a Babbling Book one?
There.
Oh, okay.
So the secret there, not natural. However, definitely a little bit of unconventional sort of progressive deck. He's got Cold-Light Oracles and the Arcanologist in there.
What is he thinking of drawing off the Arcanologist? I mean, what kind of secrets does this deck run if it's not an aggro deck?
I mean, I guess we'll have to find out. Maybe, I would imagine something like maybe a Mirror Entity or an Effigy perhaps to help us go down a little bit. We'll find out right now with this.
Ice Block.
Ice Block, interesting. So it's kind of like a tempo burst.
But it's not, and he doesn't have the quest, otherwise I think it would, it's not without, it has no quest.
And wow, we can see in the hand of Juggernaut, Spirit Singer Umbra. That's
I got a lot of that.
Oh, no,
This is a Trolldan.
Oh yeah, no, that's Spirit Singer over there.
That's an interesting card. I hadn't seen that before.
I have not either, and we also of course see the Tortolan Shell Razor in the hand of Juggernaut.
Pretty much making up that sort of that spot that was taking the what is it, the dragon spot?
Yeah.
Kind of has that little effect there. And Juggernaut's actually pretty close to his quest. Yeah.
It is. I think this may be a quest completed for Juggernaut, and that's gonna be real hard for Alec to deal with his Tempo Mage style deck.
Excuse me.
Medivh's Valet. Clear all of it. Good ordering, obviously. Don't want to get any value off of that Tortolan Shell Razor. Juggernaut really close.
Clear. And that's bizarre. He actually just got a Medivh's Valet off of the Medivh's Valet. He basically Medivh's Valet and then Shifting Shade, and then that ended up giving Juggernaut the Medivh's Valet.
And Juggernaut completes the Priest quest, probably the first player we've seen to complete the Priest quest in this tournament so far on stream.
That's the first person I've ever seen complete the Priest quest. Actually.
You just kill them too
I've
fast?
Been killing them too fast, yes.
I've seen it once, and yeah, it didn't help them out, unfortunately. The 40 health seems really good, but I think the Priest deck is still ironing out some kinks in terms of figuring out what you're supposed to do with that 40 health. Like, are you fatiguing them out? Like, what is the win condition of this deck?
Yeah, we'll see if Juggernaut's able to close this one out, but I think it looks really good for him now that he's got that quest completed and actually has somewhat of a board as well. I actually think,
especially since it's more of a Kirin Tor.
Alec definitely going with a little bit of a deck out of left field here with this mage. And now we can see some of that synergy of that Tortolan now that Egg is online and can actually do stuff on its own and doesn't need to be triggered, so that's a little bit tricky there.
So what is the death rattle on this egg?
This is kind of like a
the Devil's Sword
crack, so it's pretty much just one more mana than the Ruby and Egg, one more HP and two more on the thing in spawn. So definitely not as good as the Ruby and Egg, but it's got a lot of merit to it, a lot of value. First time we're seeing Spirit Singer Umbra activate there.
Trigger the death.
To draw a card off of the blood.
Wow.
Download's definitely a premium card, I would say, given the fact that Azure Drake is rotated. This is probably now the best spell damage card in the game. Definitely a premium legendary from the classic set.
And let's see what Alec gets off these primordial glyphs. He's got a Vaporize and a Mirror Image and Counterspell. I think in this case, maybe a Counterspell might be helpful.
Yep. That was a good call, and Alec would agree.
I think he decides to draw into more options, freeze the board. I mean, Alec can burst. He could get.
Just looking to burn him down. However, we do know that Amara Warden of Hope in the hand of J.I. Juggernaut. So.
And Alec knows that too.
Yeah. Mirage Caller. Wow.
What is real?
Summon a
Now
1/1
that
copy.
is a nifty interaction. Going egg wild. On
And
the
then
board.
summoning a Devil's
You are
Soar.
safe now.
And getting that
Has
full
enough
heal.
space to run Archiamara.
We're
And I
gonna
think
be
this answers
rich.
your question how you win with this deck. You just put a whole bunch of eggs on the board.
Yeah, this is gonna be a really tough clear for Alec if he even has it. Gets a cold light.
Yeah, for the two that have accounts already, take your
Spell damage again. We're seeing that a lot. But yeah, 40 health. That's really tough. Surprisingly hard for the priest.
That's really cool to see the green effect on the health pool. We've never seen that before in Hearthstone. Just to see actually the hero itself, their health pool buffed.
I think that I think there might have been an interaction with like, I don't remember. Maybe it's when you Alex Straza your Ragnaros form with Major Domo. That's
Okay.
like that's possibly the only time we've
yeah,
seen a
that
buff.
makes sense. Within Major Demo. Yeah,
But who encounters that in everyday
I-
run?
That's good.
Alec, that's the only time though. You're right. We really rarely see it out, and we
That's
only.
a good point. I've never seen that before.
That's because you play real decks on the real ladder.
Real smork decks.
And so Alec finally
I haven't played Major Domo.
no one. I think. I mean, people have played Major Domo, but it's mostly for fun. So Alec loses with his mage.
And Juggernaut found a win with his priest.
That was a good priest deck.
Yeah, we got to see Amara Warden of Hope in action.
That was.
And I guess we'll see whether or not Alec is able to close it out with his unique take on more of a tempo mage. I definitely think he struggled there in that matchup.
He's been doing really well with it, so there might be some sort of synergies that we don't see. It does have like a kind of. It looks like a control deck, but it's not a control deck. It has control elements to it. But we'll see how he goes. He just needs one more win. He's got sort of. The odds are in his favor.
Yeah, they definitely are. He wasn't too far off being able to bring Juggernaut down there. Obviously, not with the quest being completed, but you know we could see how he could definitely whittle down a deck without as much healing.
And Juggernaut going for the Shaman.
For Doomhammer.
You asked for it.
And we see that on his hands. Getting that Arcane Air looks good. Battling Book first turn. Easy snap pick right there. Oh, and also the Primordial Lift. That's great.
Grabs the Firelands Portal, definitely a high value card. Not a bad card to grab off of a random effect.
And Juggernaut's gonna pass it along for the next turn. Doesn't have much to do. Having the Flame Tongue there with nothing else to buff.
Interesting choice here for Alec. Really 3 completely different cards he's got.
Mirror Entity makes a lot of sense.
It really does.
Against the Shaman. And this is a really tough hand for Juggernaut. He doesn't have anything. Losing those early game plays in Shaman have been really brutal. I mean, it's brutal for the Shaman player. I'm really happy that Teletrog and Totem Golem have rotated out. It kind of gives the deck a little bit more breathing room. But it basically makes an aggro Shaman archetype kind of rotate out with it and opens up the option to see interesting
Not
things.
sure I agree with Alec's decision there to not clear off
The Totem.
However, and he actually could be immediately punished because Juggernaut actually did top deck that Flame Tongue.
No, he had that Flame Tongue, I think, to start.
Did he?
Yes. You're seeing it in, I think, reverse.
Excuse me. Well, yeah, he had it, so either way.
Either way, he's got it.
Gonna be punished a little bit.
Gets a Mirror Entity, but it's not...
It does allow him to kill the Flame Tongue on the backswing.
That's pretty
It's
nice.
not completely irrelevant. Alex got a whole lot of burn and card draw and some ice blocks. That's the Minotaur.
That's pretty good to start. He's probably going to clear the Flame Tongue to keep his board up. Does this deck run Lightning Storm? I guess it does. That answers my question. And Juggernaut picks up the Searing Totem. Doesn't choose to Lightning Storm this turn.
Interesting.
Decides it's not worth it yet.
Yeah, maybe hoping that Alex will overextend into it, which he may.
I'm checking the mana pools though. We're having a little bit. It's always hard to see the mana pool on the second player.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get the game up. Thanks. Thank you. So you didn't actually have the mana to do that turn. That makes sense. And Alec gets Frostbolt, gets a lot of buffs on his mana worms. Does he respect the spell power totem? Answer is
Runs out on me.
he's thinking about it. He totally does. That is very smart by Alec. Gotta respect.
Juggernaut finds that maelstrom to clear up any potential stragglers right on.
That was lucky. That was lucky. But I think Alec was. Oh, just roll high. Oh my goodness. That's gotta feel bad. And so for Alec, really, your best play is probably to Cure and Tor, get a free secret, draw some more cards.
Yeah, I like maybe in a bit of trouble here. Seems like the game plan that he has with this mage deck is.
And why paint?
Stall opponent.
Oh, just to make sure that the trade's not a free trade.
I guess that does make some sense. But Alec may be in a lot of trouble here. Seeing as it seems that his game plan is to just block his opponent in the deck while consistently burning him in the face. With that, with the Ginny water speaker.
And yeah, and then Juggernaut just picked up the legendary of this deck. Oh, and that's tough. What is that death rattle? Ugh.
That is the worst.
Oh god.
Minion to get off of fire. A complete liability.
Oh. And it hits him in the face. Oh, brutal. Well, he hopes that he can maybe get some answers, get that magical Sorcerer's Apprentice wombo combo. He's got things to hold him off, but I don't think he has the burn. He's got two fireballs. And Juggernaut filling his hand up with magical elemental cards.
Yeah, I see a lot of flicker in his hand. I guess that's the effect.
That's the effect when you played an elemental one turn, you get the element.
That's very nice effect there.
It lets you know that your synergies are real. And you get, yep, that's the legendary.
It's extremely flexible. For anybody that doesn't know, he starts out of pride, cast elemental invocation.
My hand is too
an
full.
extremely powerful spell. It's either 3 damage to all of your opponent's minions, heal yourself for 12, fill your entire board up with 1/1 similar to an Ixia, or 6 damage, I believe.
Yeah.
So it's really good card in any type of situation on an 8-mana 7/7 body. The only condition, of course, being that you had to play an elemental on the previous turn. So this card really seems like a powerhouse.
And Alec managed to mill Juggernaut of his Hex, which, I mean, in the long run, I don't know if this deck has hexable targets outside of, Antonitis, which he may or may not be running. We haven't really seen the kind of, archetypal win condition from Alex's deck pop off yet. But there's a Leroy. There's fireballs.
He's got 18 damage worth of burst in his hand now. Over the course of a couple.
Doesn't get any secrets. No secrets left. Sets of... Yeah.
Very unfortunate draw for Alec in terms of finding both of those ice blocks in his opener. Definitely not something you want to find. Sort of like back when Mad Scientist was around and you get all your secrets in your opener and then nothing to pull in Mad Scientist. Should be uncommon. I mean, definitely not something that you expect to see. But Alec would definitely not be too happy to get reverse swept with this.
Yeah, it's really struggling right now. He plays out the Sorcerer's Apprentice, but no follow through on sort of the discounted spells. And the Juggernaut gets the space for a Flame Tongue Totem and is able to make these clean trades. And that Monetite Totem just drawing infinite amount of cards.
Juggernaut should be wary, although it seems like he's got to pretty well. He's gonna opt to hit the station. Never want to leave your opponent. Get greedy there. I think hailing his face up there pretty much removes any hope of Alec to maybe burn him down at all.
Yeah, I think that Alec needs just a little bit more like extra reach in this deck. Ping your own loot hoarder. Is that where we're at in this game right now?
I would
What to do?
imagine so, if
What
not
to
just a
do?
straight up concede type of moment. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything.
I think he's got outs. You gotta play it out. He's got lethal on board, but you've got the ice block up, so holding him up, losing those fireballs.
Mind if I roll knee?
Feels bad, man. And Juggernaut has so many things, so many options in his hand. Doesn't.
Yeah, he's got tons of options here. Juggernaut pushing 3, 4, 7. So Alec, I mean, he did prevent him from popping.
That was probably smart. And that could have been helpful. Has slightly more damage to the face. Can't pop it this turn, which does buy Alec a few more outs.
Juggernaut opting to not hero power there to keep his board open for a Blaze Caller or the Primal Lord.
In case of freezing, that's probably fine. Let's see. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. On the Flame Strike.
Cabal.
Really good.
Cabalist Tome. Oh man. Drawing pretty much your entire deck just to see if you have the answers. Primordial Glyph. He's gotta do it. Gotta do it. What does he got? Not a great selection here.
Not at all, and I'm actually curious about Flame Guy, so I don't know if you know this, XG. And I guess we'll find out right now, assuming he decides to cast it. Does it give you the 1/2 guy that gives you another 1/1, or it just gives
No,
you...
it gives you the like vanilla 1/2 elemental.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not the greatest.
It the other way.
It would. And the ice block is popped, which means that Alec is on a now 2-turn clock if he plays ice block this turn. Facing a full board of and a full health shaman here. This is not a great position to be in. And Juggernaut Maelstrom portaling for, I guess, the discard to make sure he doesn't discard a card. Is that why? Throwing away the Maelstrom? Because he is going to, right, that's right, because Monotai keeps drawing. I mean, fatigue is probably not where we're going to be right now.
Then again, it could be Alec's only option at this point.
I don't think he can hold him off. He's farther down in fatigue, and Ice Block doesn't save you from fatigue damage, so I think he's in a really tricky position.
I wonder.
He has a secret up, can do like 3 damage. I think it's looking a little bleak for Alec.
It certainly is. I mean, Juggernaut has a ton of healing in this.
Yeah.
He's got the Hot Spring Guardians, he's got Jinyu Water Speaker, and then the really big legendary heal. It's really tough to beat him with a deck like Alex, I would say.
That's funny. I think Alex said that he didn't feel so great about one of his decks, but I don't know if it was this mage deck that he was down about or whether it was the paladin. And Alec struggling to find a win with this mage. Juggernaut coming back with a 2/2.
Yeah, so Juggernaut is now down to his Warlock versus Alex Mage.
Let's see. We'll see. We're waiting for the players to go. I know we talked about this last time, but how do you feel about the Conquest format? What are your general feelings about that?
I only play Conquest. I don't really play Last Hero Stand.
You asked for it.
That I play, so I like it.
And here we go. Final matchup. With Juggernaut on his Warlock and Alec on his Mage. Tempo Mage. So this is the Reno Lock style, I believe. Or like hand lock. I guess it's not Reno Lock anymore. I just call it I just want it to be. I just want it to be, but it is.
You're the only one.
I'm the only one who cares that Reno Lock's gone.
Yes.
Rip.
No. I'm sure a lot of people have a lot of love for Reno Lock. I will say that.
It was a very good. Handlock has been around a lot, and it's a great.
Wow. Now Alec may be doing a lot more of what his deck wants to be doing.
There you go, Arcane Intellect or Free Secret. There you go.
With the Ballet in hand, him picking up that secret there seems really big.
Right.
However, it looks like he's gonna get a big fat nothing.
Yeah,
So
the
at the
4-8.
same time, it does nothing.
I mean, gives him something to do, but yeah, he
I mean,
can't really activate
this
this.
essentially does nothing for him, though. I mean, Alec needs some way to now silence this in order to get any value.
Oh,
I feel
another
like
free glyph, though.
free glyph is very good here. We'll see if it can.
We're gonna pop
What
off,
is
pop
this card
off.
here? He finds
Meteor.
a meteor. That could be.
Doesn't
Takes
take it.
the polymorph instead of the arcane intellect or the meteor. I may have liked to see meteor there.
What are you gonna use it on? Just like his big minion?
Yeah, I mean, we can tell that the game plan here
Is to
for
taunt him
Juggernaut
up.
is somehow utilizing these big minions.
It's
That
a
could have been a meteor situation. Takes the polymorph.
It's the same.
It is, but
It's cheaper.
a meteor. I don't know. I mean,
You really,
it has
the 15
collateral
damage is, I think, a little overkill, and
the mana cost.
yeah, the
I
mana
guess I'm
cost.
fine with this, but I actually may have liked to take the meteor there. We
Same.
have Secure Tormage. Not going to do anything here. However, he does have an ice block here.
Yeah.
To activate his medieval spell, get some value out of that.
And there, oh, so this is a Juggernaut that runs a Spellbreaker in deck, and now that plant is alive, and it's coming for Alex minions.
Yeah, Alex pushing a lot of damage here, though. This isn't Reno Lock, and we know the
Right.
Juggernaut has no way to heal them. We can see, we do see the gold people in this razor like Alex.
Well, the thing about, mages is there's so much just direct damage to face that the taunt minions are not really doing much.
Now, ooh, Shadow Flare for Juggernaut could be a big draw here.
But I think that Alex still has, he's got a fireball in hand. He's pushed.
Life tap under
No fear, no fear. Decides.
Throws out the Shadow Flame.
I mean,
Pretty dead draw here for Alec with the Karator, but
he's got it.
off lethal.
He's so close.
He should be able to close this up.
There's
Juggernaut
no.
opting to
He can
tap
ping
there
next
may have
turn, yeah.
killed himself.
Yeah, this might be, that might have been the losing play.
Excuse me, you are on fire.
And Alec sees it. He sees it in hand. There's no way to. I mean, like short of Earthen Ring, doesn't give it away though. Really, really interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with his decision to just develop this Karator Mage here.
You have lethal on the board.
You see the Secure Protective Juggernaut maybe feeling like he's safe here, but we know Fireball probably the most iconic.
Fireball and ping.
That'll
That's
do
gonna
it
be
for
it.
And
Alec
close
managed to
game,
get it
close
there.
game.
That was so close. Really, really lucky.
I like taking that win. Finally got Mage against a slow control deck.
There we go.
Heals, really.
Well, congratulations to Alec going up 3-2, and I think we're in round 3 of the Tavern Hero Qualifier. We're gonna be probably taking a quick break and setting up the next stream for the competition. And stick with us. It's been really great. A lot of amazing decks. It's nice to see the new cards all out here.
Really intense match for sure. Alec
Yeah.
able to
Just
avoid
get
that
in
reverse
there.
sweep.
Yeah,
And
so
find him with
close.
his
I'm sure
unique
he's
deck.
like, panicking right now,
Oh,
just at
yeah,
the
he was really on the
super
chopping
stressful.
block there.
But that's good. All right,
Alec moving on so far, and we'll be right back to some action in just a few minutes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Evo Gaming Tavern Hero Qualifier for Spring 2017. I'm VexJ, and this is Max Ripper, and we're gonna get into another match with Pizza, and his opponent is Stackery.
Yeah, we're gonna be. This is a lower bracket match, so both of these players are fighting for their lives in this tournament and staying whether or not they're gonna be able to stay in. And while we have a real quick second, let's just show you guys real quick some new Red Bull flavors that they've got us over here.
We're pimping out these Red Bull flavors. We've got the purple edition. These are all sugar-free. This is acai berry, and we've got the...
This one I don't know if it is sugar-free. It doesn't say it like that one, but this is a kiwi apple flavor. I might try this one myself. Looks pretty appealing.
Yeah, Red Bull came in here with their... I think this one is a not allowed, not yet released flavor here.
Spoiler. You guys don't get to see
You don't even hear that one yet. But they did come in with their Red Bulls, and everyone got free Red Bulls, so that was pretty nice of them. They're a good sponsor. They've been really great around New York City. And now that we've done that, we can get back to the game. And we're trying to give us a quick...
We're going to be jumping into the action in just a moment. The spectate on both of these players.
So Pizza bring... What decks are we seeing? We're seeing a lot of... we actually haven't been seeing that much Rogue, which is what I've been playing on ladder, but we've got a lot of mages, a lot of warrior decks, some good shaman elemental decks, and a couple priests. And not everyone opting to go for necessarily a quest deck, but, you know, Zoo coming back into the meta, never dying really.
Yeah,
And
Pizza's running with a Hunter, Warlock, Warrior, and Shaman. Stackery, on the other hand, has Warlock, Hunter, Shaman, and Rogue.
so yeah, nice to see some Hunter. Surprisingly, haven't seen a Hunter deck yet.
Yeah, that's true. It's definitely been getting a lot more popular. Seeing it on ladder much more since the Angora expansion released the other day.
And there hasn't been a lot of Hunter. I remember we were this past season has been pretty Hunterless for a long time.
These past months in the recent meta were definitely the dark days of Hunter. Probably the absolute best class in the game, I would say.
From your adventures?
But now it's potentially viable.
Yeah, it really could be. The quest, for one thing, could maybe be a factor, as well as just some sort of old school Hunter decks with Unleash the Hounds, Knife Jugglers, Alley Cats. It's been
better death rattles, right? Better death rattles.
Houndmaster, of course, a lot of old classics, able to maybe find a home again in the new versions of Hunter.
And the adapt kind of sort of giving it a bit of flexibility in terms of what cards, what your cards can do for you.
Yeah, it really is. Okay, we're gonna jump in. Hopefully, we're gonna be able to get in on this action right now and try to spectate this game between Stackery and Pizza.
He's having trouble. We're actually a little bit deeper in the game than we expected.
The client?
No. No, I meant the friend thingy.
Okay.
Thank you guys for being patient with us.
Busy night, but there's always
It's
room
always a
for
little
another.
finicky at times. when
Maybe
it
it's the
comes
new
to
patch.
Spectator client.
Maybe the new patch broke the spectating. Alright, getting in there.
Speaking of the new patch, I know that I heard they were adding something where you could see how many cards were in your own
Yes,
hand.
you can. You haven't checked your own. You always have 0 cards in your hand. You just mouse over your own deck and it pops
really?
up. Want to try it out like that? And if you mouse over your own deck, you can see.
Ah, okay. I didn't know where you had to hover your cursor in order.
All right, back in the fray. What is that? The Hunter Legendary?
No, that's the bitter tide Hydra, the new Fell Reaver kind of guy.
Ah, yes, the Fell Reaver.
With
Yeah.
The drawback, and that gets quickly heavy.
Sorry that we came in halfway through. It looks like Zachary has.
Actually, I believe we're still so we're gonna have to go ahead and
Oh, sorry about that.
hop into the game action right now. Oh no, we're not showing our beautiful faces.
We got it.
are indeed in the game action. Sorry, just a little bit
A little bit of back and forth here. So 12-hour Stone Shaper, great card. Divine Shield's really good.
Yes, Divine Shield and Ascendant Shield, pretty good card.
Now, what Pizza's looking for really is like another elemental card just that doesn't involve any overload, so you can pop off that Calmos. Or
Yeah,
Calmus.
Stackery does find the perfect top deck there in terms of his curve and his overall value there with the Savannah Hyman that he's paired that perfectly with that Alley Cat. We do, of course, see the Hex, though, second Hex.
Second Hex.
I'm sure that Savannah Hyman will get hexed with
Needs to.
Those There's a little hesitation, but I believe it's going to.
It has to happen. And then another elemental, which will definitely allow him to play that Calmos. It's a really
That's a phenomenal top deck. Perfectly curves in with the Hex for perfect mana cost and the Elemental Activator, like you said. Wow, perfect top deck there for Pizza.
And we want to note that the toads here, or the frogs, are actually also beasts. So if there's any beast synergy, it's going to happen with this. And having that free sequence is really good. Stackery, perfect.
Huntress is just out of range of the Calamos board wipe, but the Tar Creeper could finish that off. Well,
the question is, does he want to pick the board wipe? He might not necessarily choose that one.
Actually just fill his own board up with 1/1s here, potentially go for that. Or just
to get out of reach of that hunter.
A little bit. Let's see which one he picks. What's your money on in terms of the choice?
I'm not sure if this deck runs Leash to Hounds. At this point, I think being so behind, you might actually want to fill your board with 1/1s. Knowing that you could clear your board later, but decides not to. Decides he can hold out one more turn with Tar Creeper.
Yeah, does have the Blood Mage Dominos Lightning that could actually clear the Hunter, so maybe he's thinking he does.
But he's getting it low on health, and Stackery gets a Cat Trick, which I think will proc after the spells in general, so he'll have something on the board. And Pizza said this is the turn to do it.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna go for the Primal Lord here. I think he's got it.
And I think at this point you do the heal. Yep. Just guarantee.
Yeah, I guess he's already got the board wipe tools in hand, so that does make sense.
And Stackery's top decking a few cards. It feels like this Hunter deck might run out of gas, and the Shaman might just be able to outvalue it.
That's a lot of board wipes. I think we may see that happen here.
The Shaman with that 7/7 on board too. This could be a quick swing. Decides to see if he can roll a spell power. Not a bad choice. And Pete's gonna take the clear with the Maelstrom portal first.
Yeah, I guess
why not? Oh right, because then you can get the Cat Trick out. That's perfect. Wow. This.
Yeah,
what a swing. And a concede.
Pizza quickly going up.
One second, we're gonna change up the ordering of the visuals here so that you can actually see the who's banning what and where things have been. Right now, I think that was just Pizza's Hunter. So, what's that? And then they're praying. Nice to see that Hunter. It's an interesting setup here. People have been playing Quest Hunter and Buff Hunter, which are sort of the archetypes right now.
Had really the answers. And
I am your nightmare.
And here we see some mirror matches, but possibly not the same deck. Although they both look fairly aggressive. And what's with that Blood Cell Corsair?
Ends up finding another Corsair at the top, so he gets a little bit punished, but I think he's do that. Just to get an option. I don't know if I like that. Well, I guess he didn't have.
What would you do otherwise? Would you develop the Imp? Or the demon?
Imp in his hand at the time, so I guess holding the Corsair in his knowledge was advisable, so I don't mind it. He did find the second one, which is really weak. It's just a pure momentum 1/2 at that point for Pizza. But he can probably.
You are not the boss of me.
Going for a
you are not the boss of me.
Clear that for that village there. Stackery shaking his head there. He wasn't happy about seeing that actually.
And people are running oozes for tech. That's pretty interesting.
Direwolf Alpha coming down, gonna really get pizza. And we're
Why
gonna
not
see
throw it
all
out?
of this. Corsair as well. Just put a minion on the side. Stackery looking like he's gonna try to set up some egg synergy throughout the 7-4 egg, try to eat it up next turn.
Like
With 4 drop.
that Nerumi and those flashbacks. And Pizza not really finding any synergies from his deck to get the Malcazars popping off, but he's got a lot of things on board.
Indeed.
And checking out Stackery's hand here, he's got that winning card that we saw last time, the 4 mana adapting Pterodax.
He does, but will it be fast enough this game?
I don't know.
Pizza looks like maybe he's deliberating. Does he want to let that egg sit on the board? Does he maybe want to think about taking it down and then potentially clearing it out?
Well, that's the thing you do. That's you destroy that with the Pterodax and you get that 5/5, right?
Yeah. Looks like Pizza, now that he found out Soulfire, looks like he's going to go for the clear. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it
Really
gets
good.
a lot of card draw and all the sacrifices. Then he gets 2 cards back. That's pretty great.
Yeah, keeps Stackery off of his game.
Look at that crawl. The Galacta Crawler. Anti-pirate tech.
Very anti-pirate tech here from Pizza with the multiple weapon destruction pirates as well as the guy to eat his pirates. I mean, some additional synergy with the crawler. He could eat his own pirate if he wants to eat up his Blood Cell Corsairs to potentially recoup some value. Although they're both dead now.
So now you only have
So
the other pirate.
many possibilities.
And that Darkshire Councilman, classic, great zoo card. Been doing really well, still around here. Never gonna leave. And Stackery has to figure out what he's going to do about this board. Board control is pretty much the name of the game when it comes to Zoo, and Pizza's got a really strong upper hand in this case.
So many possibilities.
He definitely does. Pizza keeping the board completely under control. Stackery looks like he's going to eat up his own 1/1 in an effort to make this
almost out of time.
Finds 3 health, taps that off immediately, and pretty weak on the other options here. He's got attack, cancer targeted, cancer targeted. Definitely think he was looking for something more along the lines of a taunt there,
Divine
or
Shield.
maybe taunt and Divine Shield, maybe even a Wind Fury to threaten a better.
He did
player
have
on
Wind
the
Fury. I
back
think
end.
he was. I think
Did
he had the option
Instead
of
of
Wind
the
Fury.
3 health one.
Yeah.
Okay, I think he
No,
had
no,
to
in the second one, I think.
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, and if you did, I definitely disagree with his decision to make it untargetable rather than Wind Fury. I feel like Wind Fury threatens just a lot more ability to clear Pizza's minions on the backswing. Pizza, on the other hand, finds a second Galacta Crawler, probably one of the worst top decks he could find. Just a vanilla 2-mana 2/3 at this point.
Still pretty good in terms of having a full board here and getting value.
Yeah, it does something, but definitely not too exciting.
And Stackery here looking for answers to counteract this board that he's facing down.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's considering going for something other than the Doomguard. I think his only option here
Is
of staying
Doomguard.
alive is just the Doomguard, take out that maybe Dire Wolf and the Councilman and try to fight for board a little bit. Unfortunately for Stackery, he doesn't have any of the discard cards that he wants, like the Silverware Golems or even a Clutch Mother. So he's going to have to pretty much toss his hand by the wayside. I think he's gonna
Yeah, you have to. That's unfortunate. Those are probably better discards.
Walker. And right on cue, Pizza finds the best top deck to his deck and provide the Doomguard into the double draw off of the Malcazar.
That's huge. And he gets... That is an interesting card. The Lackery Fellhound. Lakari?
Really defensive card that they can utilize for Zoo. 4 mana 3/8 taunt that discards 2 cards, a la Doomguard. not bad considering Pizza's already utilized most of his hand, and he's got double Malkasaurus and on board too.
Yeah, he can stay. He has knife. He has room to play both the Knife Juggler and the Fellhound and get 2 cards for free. And he's almost pushing lethal if he gets everything on board. I think if he manages to make the trades, decides trade off a few things, and keep them out of their zips next turn. Stackery in a tough spot. Argus would have been great a little while ago. I think he has to start tapping.
Yeah, Stackery definitely in trouble now. Taps like you said.
Has to, but it's really hard.
The truth is in here.
Loses it.
Pizza finding the Swamp Ooze. He's gonna go ahead and go away, more cards. He's very likely to find something here.
What is this legendary here? I actually haven't seen it.
Oh yeah, this is the new card for the discard too.
Whenever you discard this, give it +2 to and return it to your hand. So it's like a bouncing buff card.
Yeah, I think that card's really, really good and makes maybe the discard Zoo quite a bit more viable in the sense that in the past the only cards that it has that you want to discard are of course the Silverware Golems. Now it's added a 3rd card that you actually want to discard, the Clutch Mother. You know, it can either be a 2-mana 2/2 at absolute worst, or every time it gets discarded, 2-mana 4/4, 2-mana 6/6.
That was a win for Pizza on his
2-0, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was Pizza on his Warlock.
Rexa versus Gul'dan.
We're heading into game 3 with Pizza on Hunter and
Let the
Stackery.
hunt begin.
That's a Shaman.
Yeah, Pizza won.
Sorry,
His Shaman,
I'm always mixing up the Shaman and the Hunter.
You know, I don't think
logos.
you mixed it up. Or maybe you did. Okay.
I did.
Either way,
that was
though,
me.
no worries.
It's on me.
But we do, of course, now we are going to see Pizza on the Hunter.
This is a nice Hunter. It just looks nice. All those green
It
cards.
does. It
all
does.
class
We
cards.
haven't seen much green in our lives lately in Hearthstone.
And really good turn 1 for Stackery, the Flame Imp. Classic. But Pizza has a slightly better, or just like a slightly more interesting one. Not,
Ooh.
doesn't it has Giant? It's done.
Haven't seen that card before.
No.
Oh, it's got Taunt.
It's got a taunt. Does he need it? It's so big.
Why do you
9 is so expensive.
You are not the boss of me.
Funny card. Yeah, I mean, at least it's not a complete vanilla. It does have the Taunt, so if this goes extremely late game, you could see this Mastodon actually come into
I
play.
don't know. The Stackery's already got 3 minions on board.
Yeah,
And a 1/1
Stackery,
doesn't really do it.
we do see the Animal Companion in the hand of Pizza. He could attempt to coin out this Animal Companion, try
Get
to
the
find maybe a
taunt.
Huffer or a Taunt. However, the
Leok would be really
atrocious
poor.
here.
I wonder.
He could also develop the Kindly Grandmother, maybe set up for something like the Scavenging Hyena there. We also see the Tolvir Warden in the hand of Pizza.
Draw 2
Battle
1 cost
Cry.
minions. Yeah, that's going to be interesting in the later game if he survives that long, but
Yeah.
he has to think about what he's going to do to get through to make sure that he can actually clear before the Flame Imp does like 9 damage to him over the course of these turns.
With this Malkasaurus Imp on board as well, and 2
Discards.
cards with the discard synergy in hand, Stackery's just one discard mechanic away from really getting a lot of value here. I think he's well on going to develop the Kindly Grandmother. Let's see what Stackery can find with the heal.
And Ooze is helpful, but I don't think it's going to be worth keeping in the hand.
Yeah, it's pretty useless here. I mean, we'll see if he opts to maybe play that Ooze or potentially play the Silverware Golem if he wants the additional stat of HP, or even maybe tap for a Soulfire or something like that. I'm not sure what Stackery should do here. Definitely not the draw that he wanted. Looks like he's considering developing the 2-mana 2/2 Clutch Mother. Not sure I'm a big
I don't
fan
think so.
of
I
that.
don't think he is. I think he's just moving her.
Yeah.
Moving it around here. And for Pizza, what's his next turn look like? I mean, he can... Even if he grows the Scavenging Hyena, he can't clear the taunt
So
minion,
many possibilities.
It's looking like an Animal Companion, I would imagine.
and get like a
initially after
Leok.
that.
But even Leok doesn't... It's not a clean thing, because you still want the taunt.
Oh yeah, you don't want the Leok, but he may be able to
Almost out of
get a
time.
little bit of value theoretically.
Oh, he's
Stackery,
playing.
Clutch Mother out there. I mean, it's
Professor, to eat you.
it's okay. Saves the cornball that Pizza could be trying to play here. We're gonna see the animal Pizza, and he low rolls. However, Leok actually pretty good
against this board.
Yeah, and one turn too late, there goes the Soulfire. Still pretty darn good though.
Yeah, this is there goes the Silverware Golem and comes back on the board.
Strong tempo swing for sure.
And then he gets the Doom Guard. It's actually really good top deck for Stackery. And Pizza's got to figure out how to get through this and how to take back control over the board.
Yeah, Pizza really looking for an Unleash the Hounds, I would imagine at this point. Right
12-year
now,
Warden's not really doing anything.
No, he doesn't have taunt, does he?
I don't think so.
We're gonna see a
adapt and give it probably the health or the stealth.
Health or stealth.
Health or stealth, yep.
Both definitely achieve a similar effect here, whether or not he ends up going with the stealth or the health.
I think you actually might want to give it help just to give Stackery the option of trading in.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Sort of kind of like, don't mind games them into like playing into your, or just going face with your stuff.
I'm not sure either option is really going to do it.
Quickly.
Battle that Twin Guard that we do see in the Horn of Stackery. But yeah, I think I agree. Probably the health here. You need defensive board, and the health is going to help you do it. Which makes sense. I mean, maybe he's thinking the other side of things. The only way he wins is to somehow get an insane scavenging hyena, and this is probably the most likely way to actually achieve that. So it
unfortunate discard, but still gets a card out, and Argus is going to be really good.
Yeah.
This is going to be a.
I think he's
a game
here,
and doesn't
he
get
finds
it.
the scavenging.
Doesn't get it though.
Yeah, he can play that. He can run the Fire Bat out. He can play Tundra Rhino, coin out the Fire Bat. I don't know if that's quite enough.
It's not going to be enough.
Alive.
It's not going to be enough to keep him alive. I think he needs, because it gains like a, is it 2-1 or 3-1? It gets 3-1. Oh no, it's 2-1. So
he
it can't.
Can kill the he can kill the Doom Guard. If he goes.
Oh, if he puts the Tundra Rhino in.
And the bat, that'll put it up to 5. Unfortunately for people, will die in the process.
Okay, that makes sense. That's a good play. He might get a lucky ping in there. So, interesting.
I think what Pizza.
That was actually a misplay.
I made a mistake here.
Yeah, because the Rhino doesn't die.
Right, the Rhino doesn't die. No, that was my mistake there, not Pizza's. I forgot that your own beast had to die in order to trigger the hyena. There may not be.
May not be a way.
Yeah,
he has to do this. Unfortunate.
And close the game out. Doesn't find it.
He's got the Argus and taunt. Is that enough?
It's
a 4, 2. Yeah, just
1 or 2 off. Yeah, 1 off.
1 off. 1 off lethal.
I mean, I still think it definitely makes sense. Just chuck that Argus out. Chuck the Librarian out. You're not gonna have to discard.
My shield for Argus.
Deal with the board.
The truth is in here.
Librarian dies. So here. Pizza not gonna be able to make it to the giant mastodon.
Nope. Not even.
Stackery avoids getting swept there. Finds one.
Hunter tag is actually looks pretty good. I haven't seen too much of it, but it looks like it's a. What is it? It's just like it's like a buffing death rattle hunter.
Yeah, seems like a well-rounded deck for sure. Zoo able to get off to a really good start there and found some nice top decks.
Zoo is doing really well. And we're going into game 4.
Stackery has his hunter. He just got his hunter.
Rexa versus
here we see
Maiev.
New hero
Can escape
from
my
Stackery.
fury.
Let the hunt begin.
Yeah, we see Maiev. I love how they just really make all the names just very hard to pronounce.
Yeah,
it looks
perfect.
just like Maeve. I always thought it was Maeve.
It's
apparently
Maiev.
You've got what looks like Tyrande. It's apparently Tyrande.
Tyrande. She's on my shirt right now.
Tyrande shirt, you guys can't see.
You guys can see it. We'll show this later. And Fire Bat, really good.
Ooh, and we see the Grievous Bite.
in-handed pizza could be extremely good in this matchup where Zachary trying to get those 1-1s like the Nova, the Novice Engineer, as well as his Swashbucklers. They're going to get grievously bitten down.
That's going to be very punishing.
Yeah, Grievous Bite, kind of like a baby swipe. Unfortunately, can't hit face with the 2 damage. That would have been nice, but it's still a really nice spell to remove.
I'm inside.
And Stackery expecting. Oh, getting. Seems like getting not the greatest draws here. Sort of doesn't necessarily have a next turn unless he top decks into something nice. You can play the Houndmaster naked.
He may have to. And Stackery now with
so many fans of
fans,
knives,
which is pretty good in this matchup. As we can see, Alley Cat off the top for Pizza Hunter does have a lot of 1 health minions. The fan not. Well, 3 of them might be a little excessive. But
3 of them is a little excessive, but I think you got it. It's card draw at the very least, and getting that engine going with this rogue deck is part of its condition.
Throws out that Naked Houndmaster.
Gets another card draw. Another Mimic Pod. This is actually a little bit tough position for the rogue. Like, you really want to like, you don't want to keep playing minions without bouncing.
He could fan here.
Pay
And it's
attention,
clear
class.
off 1-1. Opts to go for the aggressive
Violet Teacher.
goes for the aggressive Violet Teacher, which makes sense. I mean, he's got to go for board as the rogue here.
It's hard. That's actually a really tough hand for the rogue. You really want those like really cheap minions and card draw spells, but without prep, those 3 mana cards become very expensive.
Yeah, that's true. A prep would be extremely good for Stackery, given the hand that he's working with. However, his decision to just chuck that Violet Teacher out there seems like it's paying off. I mean, Pizza would have to use the Grievous Bite right now in order to clear that off. And if he doesn't, there's probably going to be a lot of 1-1s in the future.
Come to me, little ones.
Job's done.
Get some 1-1s in his hand.
I mean, his hand is full.
This seems like a
stuff
quest
that-
hunter, right? This seems like, isn't the quest is to draw a bunch of 1-1 or play a bunch of
yeah.
play a bunch of 1-1s.
Maybe he just,
Doesn't need the quest.
yeah, he's just going for the standard Savannah High main win condition, I guess.
And Stackery does pick up the prep. That is really good. 3 draws.
He's gonna prep the fan. He's got a lot of fans.
Got a lot of fans. It's a card draw. And then getting a bounce back mechanic. At this point, you're deciding what is your bounce back card. I think you want to go for the cheapest one. You want to do the South Sea deckhand. Or, if you're being cheeky, I think you can technically bounce back these 1-1 minions. But they do cost 1, so they're not. It's not perfect. For Novice
I
Engineer.
hope you like my
Second Novice Engineer? No, it's first. It's a first.
I can play the Novice Engineer and use the Violet Teacher to trade as opposed to using that to this there. We'll see whether or not Pizza is able to punish that. We do know that he has the Grievous Bite in hand. The Jeweled Macaw. We also see the Alley Cat and the Tundra Rhino. That's an interesting synergy I haven't seen before. He could play the Tundra Rhino and Alley Cat and go ahead and attack with a swarm of 1-1s. Finds the Emerald Hive Queen off of his Jeweled Macaw. This is actually a really cool card. I think a lot of people have been sleeping on.
Yeah.
Kind of the new zombie chow.
It is. It's an interesting. Isn't there another? It's like the Mono Wraith that has that kind of similar like cost mechanic that we've seen in the past.
Yep. And specifically the venture company Mercenary. This has the exact same deep drawback as the venture company.
Yeah,
This
which
one only affects your own minions.
Right. Oh, that's right. That's right.
Overstatted I predict this card to maybe actually be able to make a splash in more of a traditional style handlock, perhaps on a spot where the zombie style would have functioned. We see the last fan there come down, actually able to use all 3 of those fans pretty quick.
Great value.
Clears off a bunch of alley cats and a cat and a macaw.
And now we see the Tundra coming out. There are some synergies here with the small creatures getting a lot of cheap stuff. Alley Cat spawns another.
Even this Hive Queen, as well as the potential hyenas that come from the High Main. He's opting to not throw the High Main out first and mobilize that. Well, he hasn't chosen, but it looked like he was.
I think if you put the High Main out and then do the Hive Queen, You can still summon stuff, or unless the 2 cost. I think the 2 cost is just a little bit too difficult at the moment to really. You're still sort of limited for mana here.
Yeah,
Now
let's
he's
see
gonna go
what he ends up doing.
Alley Cat's
The fire
energy.
is that.
It's like an Unleash the Hounds light.
Yeah, it's pretty good actually.
Because the one gets a nice entrance there, keeps his Rhino alive, and if that Rhino stays alive, it's going to be and goes in face. Pizza deciding to put on all the pressure. He could.
Sakuri's really low.
That's really tricky for him, and he hasn't actually gotten very far on his quest. Like if you're not at your quests on turn 7 for Rogue, you're sort of.
Drink with me,
Speaking
friend.
of which, though,
Just got it.
He's gonna go ahead and activate his quest now.
Yeah, but he can't get it now. He has. I think he's 1 mana off of activating it now.
He does have the prep.
But he's still gonna be 1. I think it costs 5.
To recost his deckhand here.
Yeah, it's really tricky. And he can't clear the. He knows that he can't clear the Tundra Rhino, so he's saving himself 1 turn, and he's gonna pop it off next turn if he survives. That was a respectable play.
Ooh, we do see the crackling Razor Maw here.
Adapt the.
That could be interesting on the high
Jaime.
main there. Giving it stealth or divine shield could prevent Stackery from doing anything at all.
And I think that's what he's gonna do. That's a really buffed high main. Let's see what he does. Besides just hero power, set up for a lethal next turn. And Stackery is gonna finally be able to fulfill his quest. And out of a lot of 5 damage. Has a charger, but I don't think he has enough to necessarily do it this turn.
I hope you like my
Definitely
invention.
not 25 damage thus far.
But still, quite a lot.
Prep out his Crystal Core.
And then you're gonna
He's
shoot
gonna clear
Edwin.
that high main off.
Yeah.
And then he can backstab one of the tokens. Actually,
Yeah. Might live. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. And then the giant. We're gonna do Edwin. Get Edwin. Nope.
You know, does Edwin actually just get reduced?
No, I think you get buffed. It starts at a 5/5 and it goes even higher.
Really?
But
That's a bit bizarre.
always Huffer? Yes.
And
always
he
Huffer.
only needs a Wind Fury, +1/+1, or +3 attack.
And he gets it.
Just a +1/+1, and Pizza locks up that series there with a big Huffer roll. He really needed that Huffer roll
Yeah.
and found it. If he did not find that Huffer there,
It would have been.
looking like Stackery stabilized. He got his quest completed, and Pizza, in typical Hunter fashion, able to find that Huffer and adapt it to the situation to win that. Pretty epic finish there for
That
Pizza.
was really good.
Good match there for the losers bracket. Pizza continues to fight another day with a 3-1 victory over Stackery. Goes on to face Shadow Wolf in the next round of the lower bracket. And the winner of that match will face the winner of Terrence and his opponent in the lower bracket. So we could end up seeing Pizza versus Terrence later on in the lower bracket.
Alright, so we'll be right back and we're gonna head into another match, probably a winner's match. Or we'll see what we have going for you. Thanks,
Yeah, we'll be
guys.
back in a few minutes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Evo Gaming Tavern Hero Qualifier for the spring of 2017. We're about to head into another game with Avulu and Jowah, or Jowah.
Yes,
we're
and
gonna...
is this a winners or
This
lower
is in
bracket
the...
match?
I think we're in the lower bracket match right
Okay.
now, right? And we've got bands up, players are getting ready. We're just ready to spectate. And this is in round 3 of this double elimination tournament, Conquest format, and we are getting ready to go.
Yep, just waiting on some picks and bans, and we will be spectating this game momentarily. As of now, let's give everybody a little bit of an update as far as what's been happening in the winners bracket. It's gonna be the Flyest Live versus Alec in the semifinals of the winners bracket. So there will be your 2 finalists in that bracket.
Yeah, we're waiting for the losers bracket to go through, and hopefully we'll see who gets to face one of those players. It's been really fast up top, you know, just people bringing, I guess, aggressive decks that have paid off for them.
Yeah, those 2 have already secured their spot in the winners bracket finals, and as we can see here, little update as well for the lower bracket. We see Nader Tots and Aiden have both made it to the losers round 6, so they're guaranteed to be in the losers round 6. Both of them will be fighting for a chance to make it to the losers round 7, and then potentially win it all.
And is Terrence and Pizza are both still waiting for their matches in the losers round. They're currently on their first
Indeed, Pizza's going to be facing off against Shadow Wolf in the next round of the lower bracket, and Terrence is waiting on his opponent. Those 2 could potentially run into each other in the following round after that.
Alright, so here we go. We have some Zoo versus another Warlock archetype, which looks to be the Reno Lock. And yeah, that looks... Or not the Reno... I keep saying it's Reno Lock. It's Reno Lock's dead. It's Handlock now. It's just normal Handlock.
Yes, Reno only for Wild these days. It's definitely going to get
So many possibilities.
Although I think singleton can still work.
So you think that the Kazakus is only good in like a pre-stack?
Yeah, I could be wrong.
And Jowah getting a few good early answers, being able to use that Duke there to some good effect. But Avulu is just going to refill the board slowly. And that Councilman's a very high priority target. And Jowah has the answer.
For Avulu, Shadow Bolt, Mortal Coil, right on hand.
Perfect.
Looks like maybe Jowah considering maybe just the player out there, but I think we live it all.
Yeah, just take it, get it out of there early.
Well, there's 2 cards that are beneficial to be discarded currently in the hand of Avulu. The Clutch Mother and the Silverware Golem. Not terrible odds for Avulu if he wants to consider trying to
Darkshire Librarian
this. Could also go for the Juggler until even further increases likelihood of discarding one of those desirable ones. If he goes Juggler into Librarian, that's what is that, a 50-50 shot at that point to discard something desirable. So we'll see how Avulu ends up deciding to
Yeah, I think your play is really good. Just increase the odds of getting something good, but...
On the other hand, he can try to go for 2 Librarians for 2 chances.
The truth is in here!
Oh, and discarded his other Librarian. Not what you wanted to do.
Kind of punished there based on not going for the Juggler first line. Not going to get the ping from the Juggler, and not going to be able to get the tapped into yet another
discard, but now he's lost his discard mechanic in hand. Oh, that feels bad.
Yeah, Vulu's definitely gonna want one of those Doom Guards or Lakari Fellhounds at this point, because
otherwise you're just kind of stuck playing these things as vanilla drops, which isn't terrible, but given enough time, I think that Jowah's handlock is going to have a lot more answers, a lot of board clears, and you really don't want to, you know, you want to rush him down as fast as you can. Now that there's no Reno to worry about, handlock is pretty much dependent on getting those taunts out.
Yeah, Jowah just finds that humongous Razor Leaf right off the top there. Opts to not Sun Fury it up this turn, but we still may either see that Doomsayer or that 4/8 can't attack come down.
It's really tricky because, you know, what you're waiting for as the handlock is for the zoo to overextend and for you to get your board clears. You don't have them right now, so it's kind of tricky. You don't want to waste a Doomsayer on just like one card. You want to get like a little bit more out of it, right?
Yeah.
And Vulu feeling like he's gonna have to play these silver golems as just vanilla cards in order to get the adapt.
Sure. Why he wouldn't just play the juggler there instead of the silverware golem though? That's
a strange choice.
Not a great choice in my books because, I mean, you're gonna get the one ping.
But it's probably gonna go into this plant, right? And now there's a great chance.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like I'd still rather have the discard though when he hopefully finally finds one of his Doom Guards or Fellhounds. And
this is, even though the 4/8 can attack, this is like a pretty threatening board as a, you know, as a handlock player. You can taunt them up, you can go face with that Mountain Giant, and Zoo just has to push through the minions at that point. So this is a good setup for Jowah. Vulu really thinking about what he's got left in his hand. He's got Argus, which is potentially helpful here. Finally get that Knife Juggler out.
Yeah, he's mulling it over. It looks like maybe he's considering tapping, going maybe the Juggler and the Imp and holding off on the Argus here. Maybe trying to find another discard card here. He could tap and maybe find
almost out of time.
We, of course, do know that Jowah does have the top. He's going to be able to
for
Argus.
I think you take a face here. And Vulu sees that as the right play.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Once he taunts him up, you're going to have to. There's another Ancient Watcher.
Shields.
There comes the taunts. These cheap cards, and the plant is surprisingly good.
Trust me.
The tap blast.
Tap
something
blast.
that gets a lot of ridicule in Hearthstone world, so I guess we'll add to that. The tap blast seems ill-advised.
But let's see, Vulu taps first, gets that plant, or what is that? The pterodactyl, pterodax. It's still no discard.
Not quite what he needs.
Maybe he's thinking about drawing a card. And if he does, not really something. There's not really anything he wants to destroy. Nothing will survive if he runs it in. So it's really tricky. Handlock's very low though, so a few more rounds of you might be able to push through the damage. Maybe if you get that stealth, divine shield, wind furied, pterodax.
That's true.
See how these juggler snaps go.
The light protects me.
And sure. Might as well do that. Those are some not the most elegant trades, unfortunately. But the Warlock going heavy on the tapping. Fearless indeed. We saw some fearless tapping earlier that was actually the end. Actually spelled the end of the players. But this time, I think Joe is going to be rewarded. He has so much defensive taunts. And, you know, Zoo doesn't really have direct damage. And this looks really tough for Vulu here.
Yeah, it does. It seems like Jowah is able to stabilize here.
Taunts for days.
Yeah, I mean, it may not have made a world of difference, but I do think Vulu's decision to not set up that juggler, even instead of that silverware golem, may have made a bit of a difference. He really could have gotten.
You think this game would have been over faster?
I mean, he could have gotten a few more pings in as all.
I like that they've come up with a name for the effect of destroying the minion now.
Why do you fall?
We're really stuck here. Jowah, I think, finally stabilized the board. And has so much more where that came from.
And that'll do it.
Yep, that is a game one. Well played by Jowah there. Arena Lock really keeping himself alive and stabilizing the board, getting all of those confidence up. And that's 1 for Jowah. Alrighty, so we're going into game 2, and things have been moving pretty quickly here. It's a afternoon, a really good day in New York, I think.
Very nice.
First good day in a long time. It's been a long winter and cold, but we are getting ready for their plays.
Yep, Jowah taking a win with his
hand lock,
control
not
lock.
Reno lock.
We may have to just find some new names. I mean, it's a new year, some new decks, some new names. But whatever it is, he won with it.
And I think we're going into the next game. If we can transition over. This time it's this is interesting. This is a paladin deck, and not your typical paladin deck.
Yeah, this appears to be some sort of an elemental paladin based on we saw the servant of Kalamos there.
And then we got a priest deck
that also a Murloc.
Okay. Fascinating. And the priest deck also looks atypical.
Yeah, it does. Let's take a look at some of those priest can cards.
It's
so
not
this is
a
good old-fashioned glorify priest, I would imagine. He's got the humongous laser, which seems to be a really favorite card of Joey. He's got it in his first 2 decks here. Like 3 mana 4/8.
So what do you take?
We can see the combo.
Yeah,
right
the
here.
combo's right there. What would you take here for your hydrologist? What secret
Quite frankly,
is it?
this one, which he went with, he's got a read on Joa's deck strategy maybe here. However, it's 1 turn too late. He's gonna coin out that humongous laser right now, and that repentance is not fast enough. Something that hydrologist, while it's really flexible, it just
But he has the equality. It's an early equality, but it is a big minion to get through. Maybe you want to wait until he dumps more cards onto that.
Yeah,
you know, Priest has a lot of buffs.
For Vulu because we know.
Let me think.
What Jowah's got in his hand. He's got the Divine Spirit. Is this called? Yeah.
Yep.
Double a minion's health. If he doesn't take care of this now, could end up being an issue. I think either way he's fine.
Is this like a Divine Spirit Inner Fire type of deck?
It looks like it. I've been running into this type of Silence Priest a bit on ladder. Seems like it may have the tools to actually be a decent deck now.
Is it just the plant, or what other things do you think have changed?
Mostly just
move quickly.
Just maybe the plant alone, because
Nothing needed.
the
Puts
target
the
they need.
repentance out.
3 mana 4/8.
Job done.
Decides not to spend the quality yet. I think that's fair. You want
Make sense.
You want the. It seems like Avulu's also playing a control deck, so you want to keep your board clears and use them as best as you can with the most value. That was a great novice engineer play. Just make sure you don't give them any value on the repentance.
Yep.
And now that plant is hungry and it can attack.
Yeah, the plant. I mean, a 2 mana combo with silence for just a 3 mana 4/8. Takes an extra card, but still really strong tempo-wise.
Now he's thinking about that equality, but it doesn't really leave him with any better plays this turn. Like
Well,
he has
actually,
to make
what
a
he
man.
should do here, if he's gonna equality, is hit with the hydrologist into the 1/1,
First.
then equality. so his hydrologist will at least live here. Looks like he's gonna miss Order there. That's definitely an oversight case in my opinion. No
It's
need
tricky.
to not
Reporting
use that
for
additional
duty.
value in. Could have gone for the value trade with the hydrologist.
Job's done.
Which
That's a
I'm pretty sure
tricky,
works like that. I
tricky.
don't
Yes, it
think
definitely
that was
does. You're right.
correct.
But that's a tricky next level play. Like that's such an easy thing to miss.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's just one of those slight nuances that people sometimes take for granted in Hearthstone and think it's, you know, order of operations is extremely important.
Order
And he may not have
operations.
seen the, he may not have seen that line. He may have just decided to because he's the one.
And that gives Jowah a value clear with a novice engineer.
Yeah, he's definitely getting punished for his decision to not clear that off, in my opinion.
But he's still got some things back. Are you gonna really use your true silver here? You want that elemental out because you want to be able to pop off their taunt
Reporting for
minion.
duty.
And
Speaking
if,
of elementals, Ragnaros Lightlord has been redacted to be an elemental.
Oh,
now.
really?
So I guess
oh, I see.
maybe that's partially the reason he's running the Big Fatty. And speaking of elementals, there's another one, the Igneous Elemental. Gives a couple of those fire.
Jowah's
elementals
turn
on Death
5
Row.
pass was a little bit
Winner's
unfortunate
move.
for him.
Empire's
Heal and pass allows
Reporting
Lulu
for
to
duty.
develop the board a little bit more. And
Getting dividends for not just simply clearing off that.
oh, that's an
non-engineer, though.
unfortunate card. He's got all the pieces of the puzzle, but nothing to activate it. Is that 4 mana? Is that the taunt? Is that the faceless or not?
That
Faceless?
looks like it, but let's double check on that.
Yeah, it's the
indeed.
faceless shambler. So he's
He's
really
got double pint-sized potion in hand. That's pretty cumbersome for Jowah's hand right now. That's not
yeah.
really
This
doing
is
much for him.
unfortunate. He's just drawing all the pieces, but he doesn't have the. If he had the plant right now, it would be insane, right?
Yeah.
So yes, it was probably a good idea eventually to call it in and make sure it doesn't get out of control.
Yeah.
And
That
is
was
that
Jowah's only minion.
that looks like to be a Northshire, which will probably be the source of all these buffs.
Is someone injured?
And then maybe you can protect it. Decides to heal the plant, the tar creeper, just to draw that extra card. Another facial shambler comes up. It's an interesting deck. Jowah's just playing pass. Really, really tough.
Yeah, must be
Winner's
trying to find
move.
another one.
Empire's reporting for duty.
Right now, his hand doing a whole lot of nothing.
Really
Jowah
tough.
is using, like, an otherwise, literally
Well,
just
there
does
is
nothing.
that.
That was the 4-drop again. Is that another
That's the.
shambler? Another 2 shamblers and does find an ancient watcher.
Yeah, I think the Ancient Watcher is going to come down. But he also has the Potion of Madness, or the switcheroo, the all
Yeah.
switcheroo. Which, if he's not careful, which if Avulu is not careful, might end up meaning he steals a minion, buffs it up, and then attacks him with it at the very end, sort of like as a wombo combo.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect. But there could be some wombo combos.
It would just
in
be,
there.
you know, a Divine Spirit, Inner Fire, clear everything. Faceless Chamber coming down. Keeping
Had your
Jewel
shambles
alive.
off his, facing watcher there.
He really needs that clear. He's got the he needs the Alkanite Soul Face. And maybe we're gonna see some Ragnaros this turn?
Apparently not.
Nope, just protecting himself.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely seeing here a Vulu Reaper, hard undercosted Sentient Shieldmaster, but doesn't push for much on your own turn, so something to consider.
I think Evu's in a very good spot right now.
It definitely appears that way.
But again, Jowah just needs like one card.
Let me think.
What card is that he's looking
I think
for?
he's looking for something to. I think he needs to start buffing his minion. Whatever minion is like a charger, or he can start
I
stuffing
must move quickly.
the opponent's minion with that Potion of Madness.
Also, is there any chance he runs Shadow Word, one that destroys all
The
minions?
Murloc one? It's
No, I was thinking the one that...
oh yeah, horror.
Yeah,
Yes.
horror, exactly. If he can find a horror...
Reporting for duty.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, yeah.
And we got the plant.
Ooh.
So there's the plant. And I think
He's got an inner fire. He's got a divine spirit.
You could divine spirit it, taunt it up, and
Papa
or
Shambler.
yeah, Papa Shambler.
That may be.
You need to protect
the
yourself
line.
somehow.
2 Omega taunts might be enough.
He's thinking about it. I'm for putting up the Shambler, buffing it up, Divine Shield minion.
I agree. I think he's
Sorry,
gotta go
Divine
for it
Spirit.
At this point. Starts off, goes ahead, makes it 416. Very respectable.
416.
And just copies that double up. 416 is
But-
not going to do it
Oh!
against equality off the
Brutal.
top.
Oh man.
Yeah. Okay.
All that work.
Happy recipient there of a 1 in 18 job. Not much else going to really do it for him there. Even has the Blaze Collar.
He's got it.
To exactly lethal.
Oh my
A 1
god.
in 18 object. Someone might be able to stabilize there.
No
but
man,
the
that was a
second-
tough hand for Joe. That's like the worst kind of thing where you don't have anything to really go for.
I mean, with that 416, if he
It could have
didn't
been
find exactly
okay.
equality, I think he may have actually stabilized there, but we'll never know. He finds the second equality there. Vulu ties the series up 1-1 and finds a win with his Elemental Shaman.
It's Elemental Paladin?
Elemental Paladin, sorry. I was yep.
You're
I'm still
so
getting
used
these
to
decks as well.
the fact that elementals appear in other people's decks. Is that flavor wise like a thing? I don't know if you're if you're
In
up
the
to date on
Warcraft
flavor.
universe?
Yes. That was a paladin win for Vulu.
Well, I mean, really the way it was in the WoW universe when I was playing.
You
Shamans
asked
are
for
definitely
it.
the best
None
because
can escape my
the
fury.
biggest predis was like they summon a few elementals in World of Warcraft: Earth Elemental, Fire, and Earth and Fire were the main two. I know that are big shaman were big shaman codons back in the day, and Mage as well with their water elementals. So there's definitely certain classes that have stuff to do with elementals.
Paladin?
Warlocks have their demons. Paladins,
Not so much.
really.
Tell
really,
me more, Lord Max. Sorry.
Yeah, not really as much in the Paladin front, and then on the Mage front, they're the sort of arcane elementals like the Arcane Anomaly. So yeah, I mean, I guess they're definitely spreading the love here, with Hearthstone, and it does make sense. You know, you've got stuff like the Radiant Elemental for priests, so it's sort of a light-based elemental that's based on holy energy. I mean, it's not quite as flavorful as like your fire elementals, which is just extremely flavorful from a lore standpoint. I know a lot of the time, like one of the first times a lot of the World of Warcraft players ever experienced elementals was back in like the Molten Core, back in World of Warcraft, which was just chock full of earth elementals and fire elementals.
I'm really digging the fact that Hearthstone's sort of taking its own lore, like creating its own lore and creating its own expansions that are not necessarily always constantly tied to the design space of Warcraft. And I think it makes sense for the team to move in that direction.
I agree. However, I do have slight gripes with stuff like specifically like the card we saw in this last game, Ragnaros Light Lord. Just because, as far as I know, that has nothing to do with the real lore whatsoever. But other than that, yeah, I mean, there's only so many cards that they can pull from the actual straight up.
And it's pretty limiting to design space to have to force yourself into only making, you know, like powerful characters with powerful cards, and you can't really like. I remember people were really salty that Illidan's never played, but Dr. Boom was like, you know.
Bolvar for Dragon, another fan favorite character that ended up sucking as a Hearthstone card.
Oh, rip Bolvar. What's your favorite new legendary from the expansion?
Think.
That's a tough question. I mean, obviously we've gotten all the quests here, which is a lot different than what we've seen in the past. But I don't know. Do you have one that jumps out to you? I can't think of one that is my favorite.
I like Elise. I like Elise Trailblazer.
That
I
is
think
really, really cool. What is that?
she's a 5/5 for 5, and like The when I played her, I didn't realize that the cards go into your hand, so it's like a pack into your hand, like
Yeah,
gain
yeah.
5 random cards, and obviously the packs are better than the packs you get when you're buying them. So there's like I think it's like an average of 1 legendary per.
Yeah, it's a really cool
So
card.
it's really strong and it's great. I like that she's there, right? Like she's like they've kept her around. Maybe they'll bring back Reno. Maybe. I just
That's
really
true.
miss Reno.
Yeah,
And I
think-
miss the kind of like singleton, the single card type decks. They were very interesting to play, and I like.
Yeah, I think Priest may still survive with the skeleton card deck. And when it comes to that was definitely one of the ones that popped into my mind as well. Elise and the Hemet Nessing. Is it a new Hemet Nessing where it was whatever that 6-9-6/6 guy is that removes all the cards out of your deck other than 6 drops or whatever.
What?
You didn't see that guy?
Nope.
Oh yeah, well that's one of the new legendaries. It's
Oh my gosh, I'm so
Elise's
sorry.
buddy or something.
Alright, they started.
And now we're right back into the action. Avulu now on
The
a
rogue.
crazy rogue deck. I don't know what's I guess
It's,
those
those
are
are all
some
from
randomized cards. Okay.
from Swashbuckler. He probably has been duplicating Swashbuckler. Check where
Okay.
he is on the quest that he's
Okay,
at. He's
yeah,
probably
let's take a look on
close.
that. Let's take a look in the quest kind of shit.
Yeah, those are from
Halfway completed for the rogue player here, and the mage is
nowhere close.
yeah,
Yeah,
has not even begun to complete the quest yet.
but
And actually, well, this would be a great card for the mage to actually have in order to complete their quest.
Yeah.
Maybe this card actually, maybe not that bad actually.
I think I've
Maybe
seen
mages should
it in the
consider
mage.
that.
I've seen it in the mage some of the builds. Yes.
Maybe Cabal Courier is better than the Chemist, but I could see a world where the Chemist maybe.
No, I've
smaller
definitely
pool
faced it
card.
in the ladder.
Also, yeah, the Swashbuckler there.
Those are the Swashbuckler.
And then this one is down here.
So that's 3.
He's really close to getting this quest.
Very
actually.
close. And he decides not to play the 3rd minion there.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've seen the rogues doing that. He doesn't want to put it out there to get killed. He's looking for another shadow step or something, just so he can go off immediately.
He wants to keep the
not
elemental
have it
for that
pinned down.
reason. Like I feel like the elemental is just there for, I guess it is fodder, but I guess you don't have to commit to making Swashbuckler your bounce card.
Yeah, I mean the Flame Elemental is great in this deck just for the fact that once the quest gets completed, it's just a 1-mana 5/5 at that
makes
point.
sense.
So any amount of 1-drops is good. I mean they're running Stone Tusk for, so
That makes sense to keep it there.
finds the youth for Brewmaster actually, so he can go off on the Swashbuckler right now. I don't know why he's so hesitant on that. Yeah, looks like
I think he's checking his cards.
That's one of the funniest cards ever. And he's
I
gonna still
misplayed
attack his
it.
own guy. Oh
was
my
misplayed.
god! That, it doesn't
Jesus.
get any richer than that.
Oh my god.
We just saw Servant of Meme Saran. This is probably one of the worst cards ever. I have to say, this card is
It's
atrocious.
pretty bad.
How often it does something along these lines is really common. Like
I think
could
that
tell
was a mistake.
before it even happened.
I think
it's
he
just like a heat
misclicked it.
sinking. No,
I think he was
it
trying
finds
to
a random
youthful it.
target.
He was trying to
Oh, he was
youthful.
trying to youthful?
And he misclicked.
Wow, if that's
Oh.
the case, I mean, and then it punished
Brutal.
him so hard by storm cracking itself.
And overloading him.
In true Yogg-Saron fashion, just like when after the nerf, when Yogg comes out and just fireballs itself and then it's done, this just storm cracked itself, and it actually overloaded him as well.
This
So
is
that was just not exactly what Avulu wanted to happen there by
that's
any
brutal.
stretch, and
He forgot that it
now
gave him a
if he just
card.
plays
You
that,
like my invention?
now if he kills the Swashbuckler, which he doesn't, wow.
Wow,
Avulu
unpunished.
kind of dodged a bullet there.
Don't play it slower, man. You gotta make sure.
I thought he did that on purpose.
No, he didn't. I think he was going for the youthful.
I think you're right.
Inkmaster's not terrible.
I mean, it probably won't be active in this matchup. though.
Probably not. Has a lot of cards. He's gonna mill
Just milled himself.
My hand is full.
himself.
Avulu's playing pretty loose right now. I think we gotta
We got a little tilt
call
here.
in here. Could have just utilized the coin there in order to not overdraw. Now utilizing the coin after the fact anyway. So ended up burning a card there, really for no reason there by Avulu. A little bit, maybe a little nerves, maybe a little bit playing
it's-
too
My hand
fast.
is too full.
It's tough.
It is.
The tournaments are really hard sometimes, and Mechanic Motion is very clear, very clean. And Frostbolt tying it up.
Work him down.
Jowah has a lot of things. He's got a lot of stalling techniques right now.
Yeah, Avulu chooses to develop this mana bind here, which doesn't counter the spell.
Drink the power.
It's going to give him a copy of the next spell played by Jowah, and finds the Blast Crystal off of Swashbuckler. That's pretty useful.
What is that? Is it, so that card, I thought it gives random potions, but I guess Blast Crystal is one of them.
Yeah. That gives a random potion from the main Streets of Gaijin set, which includes anything. I believe it's 10 different spells, which range all the way from the 0-mana Freezing Potion Mage spell all the way up to Dragonfire Potion. So it's pretty much any of the cards with potion in the name from the main Street set.
And he gets a...
Like, I'll played the Cabal Chemist into a 1 in 10 greater healing potion.
Wow.
From he healed himself up for 12. The exact mana and won the game.
So Avulu now decides when do you play your quest? Do you do it now?
Apparently right now.
Apparently right now.
Does have the useful Brewmaster and the Ferryman in hand. Bounce that Cabal Chemist back and forth to his hand to try to find some additional potions that could be of some use.
I think he's in a sort of
Ice Block on board for Jowah though.
tough spot. I think he's just drawing a little bit too much. It's sort of one of those tricky balancing techniques where you're kind of stuck, because then you have to, like, you can't play it again. It's not like a shadow step.
Yeah,
so
he may have to backstab here in order to reduce his own hand size.
Just like a backstab your own creature.
So.
You have to pass. Hand size management.
Right
yeah, but that's the thing. If he bounced it back, it would still be really tricky. And Joe was at the 2 out of 6 on his thing. He's so many stalling techniques, so much freezing. Has his ice block up, has his other ice block in hand.
Yeah, that misclick, or whatever it was, from Avulu definitely may cost him what seems like a winnable game here.
That always feels the worst. And of course, you know, Servant of Yaxaran just doing what it does and destroying itself. 5 mana, do nothing.
That didn't help.
Overload you for the next turn.
It could
lose
not
you a
have
game.
been punished any worse.
Oh boy.
It couldn't have been a Blessing of Kings on his own Yaxaran. It had to be Stormcrack.
It had to be Stormcrack.
Time runs out on me.
Joe is still thinking about his turn, sighing the blizzard. You really have to make sure that you pace out your board clears, especially with this rogue deck that can keep just refilling the board with a bunch of minions.
Once again, is that going to overdraw Avulu? He's playing pretty loose and lackadaisical at this point. I feel like you're better off not doing it in that order. I mean, he's just haphazardly burning his own cards. Get on his
with me, friend.
I just feel like he's not taking his time here, which is definitely something that I encourage players to do a lot. You really want to take your time and not,
especially with these decks. Yeah, these decks are, you know, the cards are pretty crucial.
Yeah, this isn't an easy deck to pilot either. I think this rogue deck is definitely tricky. It's definitely a playstyle we haven't seen. The request is to play 4 of the same minions. That's definitely not something that we've seen in the past, but I do think we are seeing Avulu playing a little bit too quickly.
Jowah
really
discarding for...
Right.
Well played.
Jowah going ahead and just tossing out the well plays just like that. He's kind of just...
My hand is full.
I think Avulu's on full tilt here. Full tilt poker.
Yeah, Avulu is just...
milling himself. It's really tough when you get this far and you get that kind of misclick. And it is tough, like, you know, having your game kind of turned around like that and not getting tilted. I've definitely been there where I'm just like, you know what, forget it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very easy to let the game out of control.
Is he just going for the...
If you make a misplay, just try to just let it go and play your game because it happened.
I mean, his win condition could be fatigue.
Okay, that may have been what he's going for. However, I'm still not sure the decision to not play certain spells before milling himself.
And,
is this just going to be a lethal here?
I think it might be. This is it, right? Yeah. Double fireball.
I guess not.
No, not yet. And you can't play the Cold Light. So you have to save at least one for Antonitis, right? Unless, oh, I guess you can generate them
Just
off
a
your
spell.
icebox. Yeah, you don't need it. Toss
However,
it out.
wait. But this is gonna be a win for Vulu here.
Oh, because you got
The
the fatigue and the ice block.
Oh, the ice barrier though.
Ice barrier might help him, but
He needs to push.
he needs to pop
27 damage here, but I think he can do it. He's got a board full of 5/5s. That's
Oh my
5,
gosh.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. How to do it here. Wait. He has to put him at 1.
He has to put him at 1, and he will put.
He's got abysses in hand. He should be able to.
He should be able to put him at 1.
I think he can. We'll have to see. It's in Abulu's hands at this point. If he can indeed go up to exactly 1, if the math adds up correctly,
Then that's the win.
then that should do it.
Alright, so that is going fast.
He's going real fast. He somehow leaves him at 2. Well, actually, Jowah still can't win, even if he puts him down to 2.
No, he can. Oh, because he can't play the ice block. He put him at 2.
He put him at 2.
Oh.
I don't know if there was a way that he actually could have.
I think that's it.
Oh, and he was at 2.
Oh, he was at 2.
Kind of was at 2.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
Wow. Well, that's the first one that I've seen
What
in
was
this new meta
going
here.
on
So
in
pretty
that game?
interesting win there from Vulu. Was playing pretty loose and made what you're gonna call a misclick. I don't know what
I
that
think it was a
it's
total
either a misclick or a misjudgment for sure. One or the other.
Total misclick, but managed to. I thought it was tilt, but maybe he was just going for that fatigue. You saw how far he was. Like, that was really intense.
Came down to exact amount of damage as well. Able to put him at 2 exactly. The fatigue damage, finishing
That was
Jowah off at 2.
insane. I was like, what is going on in this game? Everyone's losing their cards.
Yeah, I'm sure some of you viewers definitely may have caught on to that approach by Vulu maybe. I definitely know I did not catch that.
I was not going there. I was like, he's tilting. He's full tilting.
You asked for
And
it.
well, we're gonna see this again.
shall
We're
be
gonna see at
mine.
least trying to get this one with the Warlock. We'll see the Mage again, trying to figure out its win condition. Maybe he'll get the quest off faster this time. He never actually managed to do it. And this is a pretty good hand for him.
It is. We do, of course, we see the Doomsayer in the hand of Jowah. Opts to just go ahead and open the way gate. May get very punished. We see now multiple 2-drops as well as this Juggler. Jowah opting to hold off on that Doomsayer, try to get some additional value. As we know, the issue with doing that at times can be the fact that now he's going to be able to clear that Doomsayer if he develops this Juggler here. I think Vulu wants to just develop this Juggler, go face with the Flame Imp,
You'll
and
be able
if he
to
does that,
clear.
there's a very good chance that he can clear that Doomsayer next turn by going with the Direwolf at a 1-drop. If he doesn't develop this Juggler here, he's not going to have any chance of clearing that Doomsayer. If he plays this Sacrifice into the Squire, that's not a recipe for clearing a Doomsayer. I don't like that line. I have to say, of course, we know that
The
got Doomsayer in hand, and that gives us some additional information. But I'm not liking that decision.
4-2 is.
If he had developed
It's just
the
enough.
Juggler,
It's just enough, though. It's just enough. At the moment, right?
well,
It's like 4-2.
Oh, okay, right. It's still just enough. I apologize. However, I still prefer developing the Juggler, for mana curve reasons. It's pretty self-explanatory in my opinion, because if he goes Juggler on 2, then he can go Direwolf and a 1-drop here. It's just way better curve-wise. So, I mean, not to like harp on it too much, but
It's just
like
enough.
just based on doing, it's still just enough to clear the Doomsayer, but he's not able to maximize quite as well. If he had gone with the Juggler on turn 2, then he could have gone with the Direwolf Alpha and the 1-drop clear.
He's still reeling from that last game, I think.
Yeah.
I would be. I'd just be like, oh gosh, what happened? When Jowah picks up both of his secrets.
I mean, Arcane Blast also not a card anymore, so it's not like he could Arcane Blast the Juggler. It would have to be Flame. It would have to be Frostbolt.
Or a volcanic potion
True.
that he brings out of some other part of his
that's a good
deck.
point actually. The potential decision to slightly play around the volcanic potion makes some sense. I can admit that actually makes sense.
And here comes the Juggler. A little late, but still a lot of power on the board for Alvulu.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna drop the juggler, and then
Trade
he
in.
can either send the flame imp in or the Malcazar's imp in the 1/1. Probably just sending the flame imp in seems best.
So
Why not pass
many
it on? Trade.
possibilities.
And there goes some damage in. And we've seen Zoo manage to win against the sort of freeze control range type, so it's not impossible even though the matchup has historically been unfavorable for Zoo.
Put this apple on your head.
And since Vulu managed to get a win out of Jowah on the last game, he might be able to get it on this game as well.
Yeah.
I
Jowah's
hope you like
lacking
my
that board
invention.
wipe. The board wipes that he really needs for this type of matchup. Not only is he lacking the board wipes, I mean, he's got the one frostbolt. He finds the frostbolt. That's gonna find a target. Lesser of two evils. We'll see if he's able to stabilize. Doom guards in hand. Looks
Very
like
tricky.
the Doom guard's coming down.
And nice positioning there, gets a little extra.
And the card draw.
Very good, very good.
Not exactly what he wanted to discard in terms of the Doom Guard. The Soulfire, probably the ideal card that he would have liked to keep. Being able to keep the Juggler, however, not bad. And also finds the Dark Side Librarian, which works pretty well with this imp. That could definitely be good. Jowah finds a second Frostbolt here. Not very
It's not
bad,
great.
but not impactful.
He's very far from his quest. It's just not being able to get those control mechanisms on board. I think you need to start putting up your secrets and then freeze the minions and just like try to hold off for a little longer.
Yeah, I agree. He's got to find some way to stay alive. I mean, this quest has seemed like quite a liability. I think as the meta develops, people are going to figure out whether or not they want to keep that quest in their opener or not in certain matchups like this. I mean, I just don't see...
Or just not run the quest because it's not worth the time to develop.
I mean, that definitely we'll find out whether or not it's viable, but even if they are going to run it, you know, maybe deciding that, okay, you can use control decks, but then if it's aggro, you throw it away and try to just kind of
get your
fight
board
with
clears.
that. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
I haven't tested it, but just from a spectator's perspective, it definitely seems like, I mean, thus far he's played a card that was 1 mana, does nothing. So generally 1 mana, do nothing, and take up a card slot in your hand is not good enough. I really think that you only want to keep those if there's a very high likelihood that you're actually going to complete the quest. Otherwise, it's literally just a burden. But we'll see if Joe is able to utilize that threat.
And he gets the pterodactyl. What do you cannibalize here, if anything? Do you even need to? You've got so many things in your hand. Maybe the Argus later?
Deciding not to.
My shield for Argus!
That's good. Gets it out of Flame Strike.
Yeah, that's a very, very heads up play by Hulu. He knows that Joe still got the coin in hand and could coin out of Flame Strike right now, so it makes a lot of sense for him to keep that Doom Guard out of range.
Cowboy's Tome, hopefully, does it buy him anything?
I mean, it finds him a freezing potion, which isn't too bad, as well as the Cone of Cold, but he's gonna get popped though.
His Icebox is gonna pop this turn, yeah. This is very tough. And it's possible that this mage deck isn't really optimized yet. You know, like we used to have, Freeze Mage is a very finicky deck. It's something that requires a lot of pieces, and you know, we had our Reno Mage variant, but this one might not have the tools yet to sort of deal with what should be a really good matchup for it in terms of Zoo. Or maybe it's just the pieces, but we haven't actually seen a victory yet from this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems like one of the more intricate decks in the format. Really requires a lot of pieces to all come together in order for them to actually win a game and just try to get an extra turn. We did see the quest completed once, however, still wasn't enough, even with the extra turn there, to actually not quite close out the game. I think he was just a couple points off of lethal that game. So yeah, not yet has it proven itself to maybe be refined enough, like you said. Only time will tell.
And if you're gonna pterodactyl anything, you pterodactyl that Argus. It makes a lot of sense. And let's see what you get with your adapt. You get the untargetable, and the I think you take the health, right? If you're thinking
either the health or the plan. That being said, I'm not sure his decision to take the can't be targeted. I think Divine Shield is just better. Um, it's tough to actually choose the correct adaptation at times. In my experience thus far, it's still fine, untargetable. And then right off the top, we actually do see Jowah grab that second ice block. I mean, that will keep him alive to fight another turn.
Yeah. That's at least one turn, but he doesn't really have the pieces to really turn this game around yet. He's got Antonitis, Freezing Potion, Loot Hoarder.
It seems like one of the struggles of this deck actually has just been able to
Finding
even really
the
get the
Sorcerer's
quest
Apprentice,
under,
yeah, and getting
but
it over.
even just getting the quest underway. I mean,
What to do?
he doesn't have anything
What
in
to
his hand that
do?
even generates. Oh well.
Well, he has the 3 Cobblettes.
Okay, yes.
3. That's 3 though,
Yeah,
and
that's true.
that's halfway
Okay.
there. But you need to actually play them, and they have to be meaningful, and sometimes they're not.
Time runs out on me.
Yeah, in this case, he got some decent ones. Middle of the ground. Potion Falling wasn't not too great. Cone of Cold very good, and Freezing Potion not bad. But I mean,
He's got to have the time to play it, and I don't think he has this turn. He's just gonna buy himself another turn, and hope to win next turn. With like a direct damage, it's very tricky. And second ice block is popped, and Joe's in a really, really tough spot right now.
yeah, especially with that nice juggler in the hand of Avulu, even if he's able to put the board down, decent chance that a ping may just end Jowah's tournament run here today.
And there's the Sorcerer's Apprentice, but does he have the stuff to make a combo out of it?
Yeah, I guess he has to generate another turn right now in order to stay alive. Let's see if he can see something.
If you apprentice
he's got the
into
coin.
the copy,
He has the
yes.
coin, which actually
Apprentice,
counts as
copy,
What
ice
to do?
barrier,
What to do?
Cone of Cold.
Yeah, the Cone of Cold
Cone
is
of
certainly going
Cold.
to have to be included here. He's got to get the ball rolling quick, though. He's going to
Cone
run out
of
of
Cold
time.
and ice barrier and freeze everything.
Yeah, if he freezes the
the
3
three-
minions on the right-hand side of Avulu's board, he may actually be able to stabilize for one more turn. And potentially find that 2-turn lethal that he's trying to find with that mage quest. I mean, he's got to get the ball rolling quick, though, because this does not seem like an easy turn to navigate.
It is a really
Runs out on me.
The rope is coming down right
Gotta-
now.
he's gotta
and
Cone of
Jowah
Cold,
may
he's
be
gotta
focused
put
here
up
under the
the-
pressure of being up against so much danger here.
Gotta put it out
The
there.
opposite ice
That's good. That's decent.
That's not going to do it, though, because the knife juggler.
Oh, the knife juggler could just ping him
Unless
down.
Avulu.
He's gonna.
No, he's playing
gotta
it
know.
tight now.
There
He
you go.
knows that there's no
The
room
light
to attack
protects
there.
me.
And that wraps up this match here. This Avulu takes this match 3-1 against Jowah.
That game too, though, was so crazy. Just
Yeah.
the amount of things flying out of people's decks and getting dusted. It was really intense, and we were just like not even sure what was going on. I mean, Yogg killing itself, or the servant of Yogg killing itself as usual. That was intense, and that was we thought that might have been the end for the move, but he managed to do it.
Managed to
come
right
back.
the ship even in light of that very undesirable servant of Yogg-Saron.
That was fatigue.
Yeah, the fatigue game plan played out pretty nicely for him. A little bit of a concern though for that mage deck was unable, even in a fatigue matchup, to actually activate his quest there.
Yeah, that's
so,
true.
So you know, if you're going through your whole deck and unable to activate that quest, there may need to be a little bit of tinkering on that end to really figure out how to optimize that list. Like you said, the freeze mage really a refined deck.
All right, can we take a quick break and we will be right back.
versus Maiev.
None can escape my fury.
For Cosmodon!
Maybe... No, 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 no.
Blood and plunder!
I'm in charge now. I'm in charge now.
The blade be thirsty. Ha ha!
Job's done.
I wonder.
For the war chief! Fly, Polly! Drink with me, friend. At least I have chicken. For the war chief!
Gul'dan versus Tyrande!
You give me strength.
Your soul shall be mine!
Mind if I roll need? Put this apple on your head. not the boss of me!
Is someone injured?
I wonder.
Get it out! Get it out!
Blessed be this funnel cake!
You are not the boss of me!
Who dares summon me?
Job's done.
The truth is in here!
I wonder. I'm almost out of time. So many possibilities.
My shield for Argon. The game begins.
Mind if I roll need? Mind if I roll need?
everybody.
We're back.
You lead us
People,
in.
Max the Ripper here.
The
with
Che
Vexy.
here at the Evo Gaming NYC Spring Hearthstone Tavern Hero Qualifier. We're gonna currently be spectating Pizza versus Namanthar in the double elimination bracket. Namanthar with a big upset, 3-0 Terrence, our resident one of the resident pro players on the GFE team, now facing his teammate Pizza in one of the we're closing in on the final rounds of this tournament. And yeah, it's looking pretty good. Let's get the spectation.
Yes, indeed, and we are about to jump into this action right now. Oh, start with him. Okay, I'll just exit. I got it.
I don't think Pizza's stream. I think he has to invite to spectate.
We're just about to hop into the action in just a moment, everybody. Just hold on one moment. We are waiting for Pizza to request us to spectate, and then we will be right in there and spectate the action. Just having a little bit of technical difficulties trying to get the spectate from Pizza's perspective as well as Namanthar, so just give us a moment, everyone.
Yeah,
Sorry about
spectating has been a little bit tricky. I think there's been some changes maybe in the recent patch. Probably having some problems spectating
some UI
people.
glitches. And here
No?
we go. Okay.
Not our friend.
And
Alright,
here we
let's
go.
go.
We're jumping right back into the action as we speak.
And away we go. And we see here we got a warrior deck against the handlock.
The ooze in hand here.
That's pretty good. That's a really good turn too.
And here we come as well.
That Ally Armorsmith, remember that was a really good card in the warrior deck. So this is the quest warrior here. Play 7 taunt minions, I believe, and then you get the Ragnaros hero power along with a weapon.
Yeah, we saw one of our competitors win a game with that against the mage. Actually,
so here we go.
Slow hand for Pizza here.
Unfortunate.
This is a tricky situation.
Doesn't necessarily want to discard. So this is actually a zoo deck then. I thought it was a control based, like a handlock, but I just realized that like you can have taunts in a zoo.
Yeah, he's got a few too many of them in this hand though.
I think he has to tap into it, tap into something that he can play. It's a question of whether you want to play the. I just don't think you want to discard those kind of things. Your Doomguard's at 2 and 4 is gonna roll the dice, and that's unfortunate. I mean, there wasn't. I mean, what were the best discards? Getting rid of your Arguses?
Probably, yeah, maybe both of the Argus. And he just wanted to hold the Doomguard, I think, there. At least that's the way I feel. Going with the Ally Armorsmith.
Sharp gadgets and steel.
And the Direhorn, it's a pretty good card. It's the summon. If you get a card into your deck that's a 6/9 for like 3, or something absurdly cheap and discounted.
You are not the boss of me.
Not a bad draw.
Not a bad draw. See what he discards this round. Direwolf. Only
another Direwolf.
Oh, that's not too armor off the Ally Armorsmith, which definitely could be worse for Pizza at least. You definitely don't want to let that thing stay on and chip away at it slowly. You want to get rid of it as fast as you can. So the Soulfire seems to be the correct play. And here comes another taunt minion. And they're slowly working his way towards that quest goal. Luckily, I think now that the Ally Armorsmith's out, and also I guess the Knife Juggler's knives don't actually trigger the Armorsmith, right? Because it's not damaging a
That's
minion.
correct.
So that's actually not too bad. But Aliara's is gone, so that's helpful.
I wonder.
Yeah, I guess we have to wait and see how exactly Pizza wants to end up addressing this guy here. He's gonna tap first. I expect to probably see the Argus come down on these minions here, and then he can just clear it up.
That's a pretty
Keep
clean
both of
trade.
his minions alive.
My
He
seal
also used
for
the
Argus.
Direwolf, in case the Muck is all without the he's gonna opt to keep his minions alive.
It's
Direhorn
a
Matriarch
5.
pops into no, it's a 6/9.
It's for 5?
Yeah, for 5,
For
yeah,
5.
yeah.
I thought it was for 3.
Oh, that would be insane. But
That
yeah.
would be insanely good, yeah.
Just increased buff stats. Dementor. Just use a whirlwind there to clear off.
Gets the Bloodhoof. That's a pretty good
Wow.
one.
I mean, the Sogoth as well, if he ends up wanting to go
Into
for
the
a
late game.
Yeah, late game shutdown.
Besides that, Bloodhoof is just slightly better.
Can't go wrong with Bloodhoof.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid card.
Much easier to bring down to get that quest activated earlier. Second, Juggler for Pizza could be strong.
Yeah.
He could Juggler Direwolf and try to get the ping train rolling, force Nemanthar to have another board wipe.
That would definitely make a lot of sense. Get the knives throwing.
Yeah,
He doesn't
as
have
long
a
as one
lot.
of the pings hits the Stonehill Defender here, he'll be able to clear it. Unless he completely bricks on pings, it's extremely unlikely considering the fact that it's double Juggler. Close to
But
just the
single.
Direwolf. And gets
Misses.
punished. Gonna go for the Silverware Tone instead. I would have liked to see the double Juggler.
Yeah.
Not a bad line. It's a fairly balanced line. I guess I could understand why he would.
Trying to like
go
prevent
back.
not to overcommit into like a board clear.
Yeah.
And here we go with the
I
Bloodhoof.
have an
That brings Nemanthar over halfway to his goal of getting the Ragnaros Hero Power. And Patch is coming in, unfortunately, too soon. But with some juggles and some pings, I think this board will be dealt with pretty quickly. And it's just a nice clean trade. I think Pizza's gonna hold on to his second juggler. Really doesn't want to overcommit into this board, which is fairly smart.
Yeah. We of course know that there's no real board wipe in hand for Nemanthar.
There's
I
no-
would have liked to see maybe just the Patches come down on that period.
The menagerie is for guests only.
And get that juggler ping. If he won't get punished here, I mean the whirlwind could have come against playing that Patches, so Pizza maybe most of the things, I don't know.
It's getting a pretty good trades over here as well. I can run the Patches in now. On the other side of the Direwolf.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty solid line. And if
Do
the
you wanna
ping
play
hits,
this?
he could
many
consider
possibilities.
not even hitting with the Patches. Like it might just, he might be able to clear it just through sheer juggles. We'll see if he ends up going in on the juggler. He hasn't been going in on that second juggler so far. I'm a big fan of getting 2 jugglers out. I mean,
I'm in charge now.
He's going for the slow and steady.
It's hard to say what type of gameplay works for this warrior. Like, you do want to start pushing in damage, and the later the game goes, the more likely you are to lose, but you also don't want to overcommit into Brawl, overcommit into Board Clear. And he's got a decent amount of cards that he's been holding on to, so...
Absolutely, I agree. It's a tough consideration. And, well, now
If you play this, you might as well...
he's definitely playing around the Primordial Drake, which I will say is a very heads-up call by him. I've been blown out by that card quite a few times recently. It's pretty strong. Not something I think a lot of people were,
We're thinking of?
thinking of. Yeah, I don't think too many people had their eyes on that card. I mean, it's an 8-mana taunt with sort of a...
I think it's a decent
sort of a
support.
Hellfire type of
Yeah.
Pretty huge wall. It's probably not going to be able to get through that. I mean,
Playing around it, but now he's got one board cleared out. He can sort of refill the board the best he can.
Put this apple on your head.
But you would wonder if he had just... He's so close to his goal. You wonder if he had committed more.
He may have been able to get in there if he was more confident then. I think that's the issue with taking Pizza's little more bit of a conservative line here. Not going all in is that in a way it's a little bit more risky. It gives Namathar even more time
to develop his quest and win. Like,
yeah, I mean, the longer it goes, the longer he's bound to find an answer, as opposed to if he's all in.
And this is it. The quest, he's done it. Fire from the start. And now he gets the weapon. Luckily, Pizza's been saving this ooze for that weapon, but that's still that 8/8 that deal 8 damage hero power is nothing to, nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, that weapon, just a little bit of added value. I mean, maybe if the ooze destroyed the hero power with the weapon, that would.
You just get no hero power. You don't get it.
It would be cool actually if there was a card that just upgraded to do hero power. It would be so expensive. I mean, stop it for one turn, sort of. We see the tech card anti-pirate Galaka Crawler come into hand for Pizza. Not useful against this variant of warrior. Pizza able to play his entire hand here if he wants to, but he's pretty severely outvalued at this point. Also a really low total. Pizza's been whittling himself down with those life taps.
And with a handful of cards from Namanthar, this is going to be very tough to get through. He's literally got a wall of taunts and a hero power that does 8 damage to potentially his face, potentially anything.
Yeah, Pizza's in severe trouble here. I think Namathar's got this game locked up.
You got free dirty rats now.
I wonder.
You can just play them.
That's very true, yeah. 2-6 taunts are not bad.
This is the all taunt deck that we've been waiting for. And not bad. I mean, there's really no bad target at this point. You really wanted to hit the 3/8, but you and Bloodstone Corsair, another sort of tech-based card.
Yeah, looks like he's
Anti-weapon
running
tech.
double Corsair and Ooze. He's not messing around with weapons at all.
You win
Weapons
this
not
time.
sticking, but in this matchup, weapons are the value of the Lord of the Quest Warrior, which we've seen doing some pretty good work so far. Seen
Yeah,
a
it's
couple
a
of those
little, I think it's just
Ragnaroses.
the slow play, like a little slow playing on Pizza's part, sort of, put him in a tough position to really bring that back at the end.
Yeah,
There's
he
really
may not have been able to get there either way, but I do think that if he had just committed fully with the double jugglers, maybe those additional pinks
Losing
could
that
have
Doom
narrowed
card
it
was
down.
really painful, so
That
I can
was
understand.
As well. That was as well. We're getting a little bit of technical difficulties. It seems like Pizza has to restart his client very quickly. Just rebooting his Hearthstone. We should be right back in just a minute with the rest of this match.
And yeah, so just as a quick update, like we said, semifinals right now. We're waiting on Alec and the Fly's Tail.
The flyest lie.
The Flyest Lie.
I believe. I think that's how you say it.
Oh, that's how I say it. The Flyest Lie. And the winner of that will go on to face the winner of the losers bracket, which we are currently in right now.
Yes, the winner of this matchup between Pizza and Namathar will make it to the 6th round of losers bracket to face Nader Tots. And we've also got another losers bracket round 5 match going on as well right now, which is Avulu, who we saw in one of the previous matchups on stream, versus Rope Coach, who is someone that we've seen around in the New York scene before, but we have not seen on stream yet. The winner of that match will go on to face Aiden in the losers round 6. And yeah, we'll see what happens from here on out. Pizza seems to be back in the client and should be underway momentarily with the next match here, the next game.
And I think we remember seeing Aiden from previous tournaments too, also.
I believe so, yes. His name sounds familiar. I think he was in the last tournament that we capped here.
Here we go. We got the warrior deck and the rogue.
Watch your...
Alright, and yes, we already can see both players' hands right from the get-go, so that's good.
And look at that pirate tech. Galaka Crawler.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to keep that. The rogues definitely run the swashbucklers in the patches package, so we may end up seeing Pizza just full keep here, maybe keep this entire hand.
It's not the worst idea.
Or maybe toss the deckhand. I would expect to see the Crawler and the War Axe potentially staying here in the opener.
I mean, you definitely keep Fiery War Axe. The question is how, and yeah, Pizza does a full keep. He's going to get rewarded for that. I mean, it's not hard to think that the Rogue is going to run Pirates, but this is a pretty good play.
Yeah, decides to keep the deckhand and has something on board. He knows he's going to go into the War Axe or the Crawler. Looks like there's a Swashbuckler coming out.
Yeah. 3 mana.
They don't have any weapons in hand unless he pulls one off of another Swashbuckler. We do see the patches come down for Nemthar, clears off the deckhand, but we're gonna see this Crawler get some value. So that's a really good value. It's a 2 mana 3/4 that took out a 1/1. So I mean, 2 mana 3/4 deal 1 damage.
And notice here that Nemthar didn't play his quest on turn 1, which was you mentioned about players trying to figure out when to pop their quest, and one of those times where he decided that now's not the time. He's playing against a deck that's probably going to try to be aggressive, and he's going to decide until I have, something to trigger the quest, I'm not going to necessarily play it turn 1.
And wow, another Galaka Crawler. Pizza teching hard with his decks. He has all the anti-weapon tech as well as the Galaka Crawler too. And then he's got the Galaka Crawlers as a warrior. So I guess he's really concerned about pirates and weapons.
And now Nemthar decides that he's going to take his quest, uses it as an activator, which is very good.
That's smart.
Gets the Firefly.
Yeah, that's interesting. I hadn't considered that at least in Rogue, if you choose not to play the secret on turn 1, I guess you could at least use it as a combo activator or something to pump your Van Cleef or your, the new Van Cleef.
The new Van Cleef plant Van Cleef. So if you're Pizza here, I think you just start pushing for damage to the face. Let the Rogue trade in.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Let the Rogue trade in.
He can go Corcoran face.
Clear the 1/2.
Or upgrade Galaka face. That actually may be optimal in order to just put Nemthar on the biggest clock. It looks like he's going for the Corcoran. Let's see if he actually trades off into the 1/2 or just goes.
Does not trade in, doesn't hold it, and keeps the weapon up so he can upgrade it next turn. So Nemthar decides to start with this Firefly, bringing it back, getting the eviscerate target. Drawing another card.
Finds another upgrade though. That's the reach that Pizza very well may have needed to close this game out.
Job's done.
That's a lot of damage. 9 damage to face, leaving Nemthar at 8 health. So 2, and with not that many answers, Rogue really needs time with this deck, and I don't think there's enough. Swashbuckler could give him something nice. It's not really what he was looking for. Cruel Taskmaster doesn't really do the trick. And without something to protect him, he's sort of stuck in this really awkward position of having to race down a warrior with a giant weapon. That's not the greatest, but he does get the pirate value. And he's so close to lethal.
Yeah, as long as Pizza doesn't play on this upcoming turn, unless, like you said, crazy out Swashbuckler or something.
I think he's out of Swashbucklers.
He grabs the Shadow Step. Could that do anything with the Cruel Taskmaster though? He can get some additional damage. It's probably not enough, I guess. He's got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, plus another 2. Yeah, that's not even close.
I don't think it's close.
I guess he has to use his either Mimic Pod or that Novice Engineer.
Shadow Step the Novice Engineer and hope you draw into something. Perhaps Mimic Pod would be really good.
I guess he's gonna...
He's close to his quest goal, but not close enough. think he's one off. Yeah, he's got one. He had one more turn to really make that happen. That's so close, but that's not. He's not gonna be able to make it happen this turn. Nemanther concedes. Pizza up another one. We're tying it up. And, yeah, we're going into round 3.
Pizza finding a win with his aggro warrior. Nothing that we're not too used to. He's just got the Galaka crawler tech in there, which ended up still doing well. So.
Aggro's still alive, alive and well. Despite the fact that I think that the quest meta kind of encourages you to play slower decks. It seems that the most successful players this tournament have been the ones exploiting that fact and running the aggro decks that we all know and love or hate.
So far, it seems that way. We haven't seen too much success out of the slower decks yet.
I mean, what could happen is like last time you get a Aiden, I believe, was the player who ran the complete control anti-aggro decks and almost managed to beat Bill with that. So we might be able to see Aiden really kind of working his magic. He's still fighting it out. And right now we got Pizza with a shaman deck. Looks like to be an elemental shaman.
Indeed.
Nemanther with a buff Murloc paladin. Buff paladin.
Wowzers! Yeah, that's a. Looks like a sort of, like you said, hand buff style paladin, and you can see a shield bearer, which I guess has been played in those types of decks. Also, Murloc tosses it out turn 1. Maelstrom Portal off the top, not a terrible draw for Pizza. It could be a useful tool somewhere down the line later in this game.
He's wondering like, what is this deck? Rogue. It's a rogue, right?
Interesting decision there by Nemathar. Opts to use his title hand as opposed to dropping that Crime Street Outfitter to buff. He must want more value than just the 2 minions he's got there in hand. Doesn't feel like it was enough value.
I wonder.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Nemathar there, what he could have actually done with the Templar's run and the Shield Bearer instead of just hero powering there, definitely a much stronger tempo move, would have dropped a 1/5 on board.
I think he's trying to get some value out of the smuggler, like just getting another minion out there and buff it. Because when the buffs go off, it's pretty. I mean, that's where this deck gets its power from. So maybe he wants to buff more than 3 cards.
I wonder.
Yeah, he must be trying to squeeze out even.
There's little time.
Maybe he wants to just go Grime. He's hoping to draw
something like that.
Now he can probably go Smuggler's Run into the Grime Street, which makes sense, and he was rewarded for his decision to take it a little slower.
This is a different type of Murloc Paladin we're seeing here than the Max the Ripper Paladin.
Yeah, it is definitely got some Murlocs as well, just like my list, but going for more of the hand buff strategy. So far, it was a pretty good hand. We do see the portal in the hand for Pizza.
That's gonna be strong later, and Cosmic Guardian is a good card.
Yeah, really good. It's just a better version of I think it's a Squirming Tentacle, which is just a 3-mana 2/4 vanilla taunt that you can get in the neutral, and this, of course,
now
is an elemental and heal system on top of
so full hand buff.
You shall not pass.
A 1/2 2/6 Shield Bearer. Nothing to sneeze at. I think Nemanther dumping his hand here is interesting.
Gets also the buff on the Bluegill Warrior there from his Grimscale Sun. 5/4 Murloc for 2 with charge, not bad.
But Pizza does have some answers here that he could eventually get to, but he has to kind of pace it out. If he plays an elemental this turn, he can get the buff on that turn, but that would mean he has to play a slightly off curve.
I wonder.
Yeah, Pizza actually, he also has this deckhand and the Flame Tongue as well.
That's 4.
And the patches. I don't think he's pulled the patches
Oh,
yet.
right.
Or maybe he has, I forget. We don't have deck tracker software right here, so forgive me for forgetting, but Pizza may be able to play this Flame Tongue, play the deckhand, on the left side in between the elemental, pull the patches, use his deckhand and the patches to clear off the shield bearer. Now he's got this. He can do a full clear. He can clear off the chum with this, and then face it. Looks like he's spotting that one. Also has the lightning bolt. That was an. Oh, okay. It
doesn't matter which direction.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. Also has the lightning bolt. Looks like probably the best knife would actually be the lightning bolt. Well, he wasn't able to play that anyway, so probably to go for board. Seems like a smart play. Keeps the 4/2 Hot Spring Guardian up with the taunt, with the Flame Tongue Totem. Doesn't know that his opponent here does have a Pump Beluga Warrior that does not favorably interact with this here, so ends up being a really, really solid line for Pizza, and puts him in a solid board position here. Also has the Servant to potentially reload his hand. He may be successfully kind of just
countering this Murloc deck.
The Murloc deck running out of value, even though he had a really, really strong turn there. And his Flame Tongue Totem plus South Sea deckhand with the weapon action Giving Charge. Extremely viable and powerful synergy. Still around. I mean, like you said, they don't have Tunnel Trap Totem Golem anymore. They still have Flame Tongue and deckhand, which is nothing to take lightly. And even picks up a lightning bolt off the top. Not too helpful, I guess.
Better if it were 4 damage, but doesn't decides not to play.
We of course see that Murloc War Leader in the hand here of Namathar. That is definitely one of the most impactful and high value cards in the Paladin aggro Murloc builds. He's going to be able to play that Murloc War Leader. That's going to buff the Tidehunter just out of range of actually dying to the Hot Spring Guardian, and then he will be able to actually clear off that Flame Tongue as well with a buffed Tidal Hand.
Dump his hand, yeah.
That's the great thing
Look
about
at that.
Come out as 3/2 with this War Leader. Puts Pizza in a bit of a tough spot. We do, of course, see this Maelstrom Portal as well as the Lightning Bolt. But
I think you need to develop those elementals. You need to do it. He's losing out so much.
The redemption.
Oh god, it buffs
He has to Maelstrom Portal now. There's no way that Pizza can afford to develop the Servant of Kalamos here, and then that's going to prevent him from getting it. He is between a rock and a hard place here with this line that Namathar took and his Murloc War Leader getting hit with the redemption. If that wasn't redemption, maybe he could have developed this, but you can't.
You can't do it.
I mean, that's 20 damage right there. Finds nothing but an Angry Chicken. Cold Light Seer off the top for Namathar. Not a bad draw, actually, at all. Not a bad draw. Able to give 6 overall health across minions. That's effectively a 3-mana 2/9. Able to clear it off. Once again, Pizza finds an elemental.
Play.
That is big. That's big.
Really big. He can get his legendary off next turn now.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a massive Kalamos turn, and we're going to really see why.
3 damage across the board.
Wow,
Everything.
and right on cue, the second Cold Light Seer consecutive back-to-back top deck, putting everything out of range of the Kalamos 3 damage board wipe. So, I mean, not quite enough for Namathar to really do anything here, but, I mean, still not a bad pickup when you consider the fact that it does keep his not entire board, but just a couple of his minions out of range of that Kalamos, and that's gonna prompt Pizza to maybe just drop the Servant of Kalamos instead. Looks like he's debating. I mean, playing the Kalamos Primal Lord here and dealing 3 is still extremely impactful. I mean, it doesn't clear the whole board like it did, but it still clears off quite a bit. Looks like he's gonna go for the value line with the Servant. Try to find another.
Finds another Kalamos
one, and Windmill slams his second one.
Wow.
And that is a strong draw. I mean,
alright.
Also, wow, actually that, I have a question. Kalamos, if you played an elemental, you get to cast an elemental invocation. I wonder if those actually benefit from spell damage.
I'm not
Something we
sure.
haven't seen yet, but it does sort of look like a spell where it pops up and you get to select them. I'd be interested to see if it deals 4 to the whole board if you do, because it does say cast it. It doesn't just say like do it.
Well,
so I guess neither of us definitively know for sure.
Someone has scienced it. Someone will have scienced it, but we might see it later. But these are really
And Namathar is gonna say, "Hey, you don't have Kalamos," and he does.
Do your
This
worst.
is gonna be a beautiful board
Because
clear
you know
for
he has
Pizza here.
2
This is
Calamoses.
really what Kalamos is all about.
By the elements
We're gonna see that Invocation of Air come down, 3 damage to all enemy minions. I could not imagine anything else. And let's see that beautiful animation. Nothing too exciting.
The animation
Job done.
That's really tough for now. That's basically his entire board, and he has a war leader again, but you've got a 7/7 facing you on the board, and you've got all these tiny Murlocs. It's probably not going to be enough. No one ever respects the second Calamus.
They don't. Although he just played the one that he got off of the board, I think. So, I mean, even still, there's no. Yeah, he took the one that he got off of his servant.
A little bit of a reading play there.
I will have to say, I would really like it if Pizza decided just to make, to fill up the rest of his board, just because I haven't seen what they actually look like. I know it fills your board with 1/1. I don't know what they are. I'm not sure what the 1/1 minions that you get off the Kalamos are.
I wonder.
Yeah, I would like to just see it just from a fan perspective to see
what it looks
Kalamos
like.
come out with all of the 1/1s, but we probably won't see that. Maybe
Might be a
we'll
6
just see
damage to
him
the
build
hero.
Yeah, we may, or I guess he's just gonna go for the IO back there,
He's got a pretty strong board.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense, because he's developing the Aya, and he can use the Kalamos as instant damage. Well, actually, no, he can't, because now he doesn't have an element.
Victory is
It doesn't matter. Pizza, able to put himself
Really good.
Elemental common.
Really nice draw there with the Calamos into the and managing still to like not die against the clearing the Murlocs when he did was really smart. I mean, you had to do it. You can't let those war leaders and the buffed Murlocs live.
Yeah, a really strong opener by Namathar, and even with that Murloc war leader put Pizza in a really tough position, but I mean, Kalamos is a real powerhouse.
Gul'dan!
Pretty good. Actually, one of the few legendaries that I got in my pack, so I'm pretty excited.
Not a bad one to pull by any means.
Your soul shall be mine.
Yes,
Pizza's up
Pizza's up 2-1. Pizza's up 2-1.
We see once again the anti-weapon tech for Pizza here. He's got Bloodcell, Corsair, as well as the Ooze right in his opening hand, so not too many weapons going to be sticking in Namathar's future, assuming Pizza
Luckily,
does
Rogue
opt to
has sort
keep
of the
this.
infinite weapon, so when it comes to dealing with it, it's just mana. But in the
Right.
early game, it can be crucial if you're building your turn around developing a weapon, and having that thrown off is often very tricky.
Throws away the Ooze, finds another Corsair. Not the first time we've
Gets
seen
another
Pizza.
Ooze.
That's the second time tonight that we've seen somebody keep a Corsair in their opening hand, only to top definitely not the greatest thing in this matchup. Excuse me, dying slowly. A little bit better than it was in the previous matchup. At least the Rogue does have some weapons to be destroyed.
And I mean, they're also not one to auto-play the quest on the first turn. He's been slow playing that one.
He has. I think that may be kind of good. I think there's a lot of merit to that. He knows he's going to be playing these particular minions multiple times. Getting the first activation. He's not going to be going for Fireflies, I guess, in terms of the card he's going to activate with the quest. That being said, considering the fact that he opted to coin it out here anyway, it does seem like improper ordering, because you might as well put the
Firefly on, even if you know it's not going to stick around.
And looks like an absolute plethora of anti-weapon tech here for Pizza, so he just throws things out there and has a 3-2 body right now. And the second Ooze, wow, so he's going with a full anti-weapon suite here. Gonna just go Ooze on top of this.
Hopefully to get a discard, and the next turn with his 4 mana card.
Yeah, this could be really tough for Namathar. Namathar finds that Igneous Elemental, which can give him 2 of these flame elementals when it dies. So that
3.
Right, that puts him right there. Not to mention, no, that's
that one's
correct.
another one. he would be able to have some, but
Yeah.
it requires him to trade in his stuff and be able to play it. And he has a bounce card, so he's actually pretty close to fulfilling his quest if he chooses to do the elementals.
Yeah, it looks like he may activate that.
Very close.
A Doom Guard would be. Wow.
Well,
and right on cue, I called it. Picks up, he gets the absolute best top deck in his deck by an absolute long shot. Finds the Doom Guard, able to discard the Civil War Golem. Gonna jam everything he can. Just got to do his match. 3 damage off of lethal there with that incredible Doom Guard top deck. It always seems like the Zoo just top decks it right when they need it, doesn't it?
Yeah, Doom Guard always coming in on time, or flying out of your hand at the wrong moment.
True.
Oh, that was really
seeing
good.
the Fellhound into the Doom Guard there, able to skillfully avoid having it in his hand, then picks it up right on time on turn 5 after he's just discarded 2 cards of his hand to set up the lethal, and I think Pizza's gonna take this match here.
Yep, I think that means Pizza takes the entire thing. It's just so close, but not close enough to really build the deck how you one off of completing the quest.
Yeah, I mean, they're very cute flame elementals, but they're not good enough to get it away. And Amathar bows out gracefully if those who concede. Pizza gonna take this pretty aggressive lineup overall. He's got the elemental shaman, but still overall an aggressive lineup. Just a lot of powerful decks that he's got here. He was knocked into the loser's bracket here
but
right away in the first round, but he's been just so far just steadily
climbing his way up.
Now all the way back up to losers round 6. He's gonna face off against Nader Tots in the next round.
We're gonna basically be taking a break until the final round, or possibly the semifinal round. So you'll catch us later, and we're super excited to see who's gonna win this tournament.
Stay tuned.
Gul'dan versus Rexxar.
Let the hunt begin. Your soul shall be mine. Matey! I'm in charge now. Nice to meet you.
Put this apple on your head.
Avast, matey! Avast, matey! I'm in charge now.
Get in there and fight, maggot!
Why do you call?
My shield for Argus!
Come to me, little ones.
My shield for Argus!
You are not the boss of me.
Why do you fall?
You win this time.
Garrosh versus Gul'dan.
Your soul shall be mine! Victory or death!
Side effects? No. Trust me.
I'm in charge now.
My eyes are open.
For the war chief!
Shields up!
Job's done.
Side effects? No. Trust
My
me.
shield for Argus!
My blade be thirsty.
X marks the spot.
Rexxar versus Gul'dan!
Your soul shall be mine! Let the hunt begin. Job's done.
everybody, welcome back. We are in the semifinals of the Evo Gaming Hearthstone Tavern Hero Qualifier. So Max, tell us more about what's going to happen soon.
Well, I'm not sure how it's gonna play out, but yeah, we've got the Flyest Lie here versus Alec. The Flyest Lie, a pretty well established player from the New York area around here, been making some strides on ladder recently, and Alec, the host of the Golden West podcast, we've seen him at some local tournaments as well. Definitely a well-known name around here. We do know so far that Alec's Paladin has been banned and the Flyest Lie's Hunter has been banned, so only the cards will tell how this one will pan out. But this is the winner's bracket final, so the winner of this matchup will go on to the grand finals, and the loser will end up dropping down into the lower bracket for a chance to win that match and have redemption make it back into the grand finals.
Alright. We are down a tech person, so we're going to have to bounce back and forth here.
And we're going to jump right into the action.
We're going to give me a quick second. There we go. Alright, one. And getting the final.
Gul'dan versus
And we have
Malfurion.
a druid versus
I must protect the wild.
warlock
Your
from
soul
Alex.
shall be
Yeah,
mine.
this is one of the first druids we've seen tonight.
Yes, it is.
If not the first.
And what kind of druid do you think this is? It looks like it's kind of like a tokenish buff deck, maybe. It's got that kind of aggressive early starts with those Argent Squires.
The light protects me.
Yeah, it looks like it's that sort of buff type of druid.
You are not the boss of me.
Mark of the Lotus, Power of the Wild, just stuff like that. Kind of a board. You can see something like that drops 2 1/1s on death.
Oh,
Kind of
yeah,
like the
yeah,
bootleg Creeper.
I do remember that. And there is that's a spider, the pantry spider.
That's different. I've really only seen that card in the past with, I think it was Evolve is actually something that can work pretty well with the Pantry Spider. I mean, the body's on board. That's a bit of a bizarre tech there with the Flyest Lie. See how that works out here.
Really for him in the tournament, so it's really good to see.
Very true.
And Alex got a
Put this apple on your head.
decent zoo hand right here. Developing that juggler. Not making the mistake of holding back on that. And here we have the new card, Bitter Tide Hydra, which is what we call a version of a Fell Reaver, you know, a giant 8/8 for 5 with some drawbacks. I feel like the Flyest Lies deck kind of has like a beast flavor synergy going on.
You're
We
right,
haven't
it
seen
does appear
anything
to.
pop off, but it does have
You
that.
see the second juggler for Alex. He also has the Direwolf actually. He opts for the juggler and hits the worst case scenario on his first juggle. Gonna bring out the position
Get it out!
here.
Get it out!
And it really doesn't really do much. I
That's
think
a tough one.
the
You wanted
Direwolf
it to
may
hit
have been
the-
preferable there. I think if he had gone with the Direwolf, that would have made it more likely that he's able to clear. Could have sent the juggler into one, and then as long as the ping hits one of them, it should be fine. On the plus side here, I mean, he does get to develop the additional juggler, but yeah, I think using the wolf actually on that turn would have been slightly better statistically. Of course, Alec did not get the pings that he wanted. 2 of 3 did go face there, which was unlikely, but
And unfortunate. So for the Flyest Lie now,
The light
we've got
protects
one
me.
turn left before Hydra, and right here, this Ravasor. What are you looking for on the develop?
I mean, I really feel like the best options when it comes down to the Ravasor,
The adapt. Poison.
I think the best options generally would be Divine Shield or the Spore on 2 1/1s. Wind Fury also decent. Just a few good options. Divine Shield, of course.
You didn't get any of those, unfortunately, so you went with the poison.
Yeah, went with the Poisonous. Pretty irrelevant here considering all of Alec's minions are already 2 HP or less, so Poisonous definitely not really doing anything for him right now, but we'll see. The ping initially just hits that Ravasor run.
Not the
Alex
one.
looks
The
like he's
truth is
gonna drop the
in
backside
here.
and ping on that run.
And just these unfortunate trades here for Alec here. And that's slightly better. Better than what he's rolled before.
Yeah, and Alec opts to just ignore that Argent Squire and go for some face damage.
Another new card, Mark of the Lotus, from this most recent expansion. Pretty good. But
well, not from the most
not
recent.
right now. But do you develop the Hydra?
I mean, the issue with him developing the Hydra here is that next cycle, those pings could actually really hurt Sly if he were to develop that Hydra there.
Oh, is it every time you get damage?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
each
not
time
good.
a juggler hits that thing, it would actually
3 damage.
multiply the damage by 3. So that could be tricky.
Never
Instead,
mind.
he goes for the wild board. I mean, that 4/2 can really cleanly deal with that 3/4.
And you get a card from it. And there's a Dark Shadow.
Alec opts to Councilman first. Maybe coming having used the Councilman trade, finds another Librarian. May end up just using that to draw the card off the Malcasar's instant.
Why do you fall?
This 2/2 here. Looks like that's the line he's
Do you
gonna go
want
with.
that Councilman? You want that Councilman, though.
Yeah, I do feel that you kind of want that Councilman.
You're gonna get it next turn.
Why do you fall?
Alex did, yeah, Alex
Yeah.
made his mistake. He missed 1 damage to earn the Malcasar's M. Second Bitter Tide Hydra from Flyest Lie. I've actually cut one of those from my Pally Murloc aggro deck because of situations like this. It can be a little slow, a little cumbersome at times when you're getting these very aggressive mirrors that this meta has a lot of. We'll see.
We'll see if
If
this
it could
plays
do
out.
it here. Ooh, a really good draw there. Well, I guess it's not really good because it'll be discarded by the Librarian, but I mean then again it's also really good.
It's a good card. The question is, do you take it? Do you care more about the 3/2 or the 4 damage? And you could definitely start pushing.
Yeah, I may just want to consider going face here. I mean, one of the liabilities, of course, with the Bitter Tide Hydra is if it wants to attack and to trade against something like that Voidwalker, just to remove some damage from Alec's board, that's going to deal him 3 damage. So I think Alec can just safely go with the aggressive route. Looks like he's even saying see ya to that Soulfire, just going to bring the Librarian out, which makes sense. I mean,
It's a cycle. It's cycle him.
yeah, he's getting 3 damage on board.
The truth is
as well.
in here!
Not much more damage that he would have been.
Fire.
And actually finds the one drop. Yeah.
Very good. Getting 4 cards. Now got a full board. And Druid historically really has a hard time against Zoo.
I can see.
Alec quickly taking game 1 there, like you said. Alec quickly going up 1-0.
I'm interested in seeing more of that Druid, but I think if I were the Flyers Lie, I might switch off. We've been noticing in terms of the Conquest View, people not necessarily switching when they lose. Maybe it's there are Conquest formats where you aren't allowed to switch if you pick a deck, right? But
I think last year standing was thinking of in terms of that,
Oh,
where
right,
last year standing you have to consider. But yeah, that's something that you see very often in Hearthstone is people sticking with the
Your
thing
soul shall be
which I think
mine.
is a case-by-case basis.
Victory or
Actually
death.
optimal line. There we're seeing Alec actually getting to play his Pirate Warrior, the Flyest Lie opting to ban his Murloc Pally. Maybe he saw some of the domination that I've been doing with that deck online, and actually more worried about that than even the Pirate Warrior, which is a real tested and proven aggro deck. So that's interesting to see.
And yeah, Flyers Lie deciding to switch it up with his own, what looks to be an aggro Zoo deck. And here it comes, the Pirates. It's like flashback. Flash from past. Welcome back to the last. Does this deck even have anything new in it?
The Pirates?
Yeah.
I think the only thing that's new in terms of the Pirate Warrior list, I think some of them are running the Golaka Crawler guy, kind of just for the guy.
Doing 3 damage to your own face. Get that board.
Wow.
Not
a pretty timely upgrade there for Alec. Looks like he's just going to develop the radar, which makes sense. He'll let one of his one-drops go into space tank as well as upgrading and then dinking.
We got that Nagas Corsair coming up on turn 4.
Yeah, the Flyest Lie has an opportunity here. It looks like he was considering soul firing. He could also coin out that Dire Wolf for these targets, and he hits the clutch mother. She's extremely clutch. He can actually coin that out now, which would really mortify him. Now, I'm not sure. Okay, he wants to coin out the Lakari Fellhound, so I guess that makes sense.
And get another potential discard on
He could
like
discard
2
the clutch mother again, and
That's
Alec
strong.
is just gonna go for the facial beatdowns, and utilize this to upgrade those.
Right
right now.
coin out. Let's see if he gets it. It gets a 2 out of it. I think it's like it's almost just under 50%. Actually, exactly 50%. Almost.
Clutch mother again.
Almost.
Alec not aware that of course there's also a silver war going in. He may be thinking, wow, this guy's getting really lucky. We of course know
That he could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
Scuttle the
And they're buffing that weapon.
Yeah, that Fellhound definitely seemed on paper like a card that could do a lot of damage against Pyro Warrior, and we can see here, definitely creating a really, really good wall. 3 mana, 4 mana, 3/8 taunt. I mean,
Stopping
that's
it in
quite
its tracks.
hefty.
Now we have the zoo. We got the knife juggler here.
Put the
Play
chapel
out
on your
your
head.
6/6. Why not?
Yeah, I think for sure. That's pretty much like a bang.
Oh wow, and that's a really great juggle if you want to trade.
Yeah, that is a really, really good juggle.
That's interesting.
Actually gonna get a little bit more power, I'd say. Allows with the War Axe and Corsair and plunder.
But if the Flyest Lie manages to stabilize, it might be really hard for the Warlock to come back. Or excuse me, the Warrior to come back. He can just control this board.
Yeah, plus fire is pretty good. I mean, multiple bodies, multiple one-shots. He can do a lot of ping. He's not gonna get the
No.
not gonna hit.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. One more. Oh, that is brutal.
Yeah, to be honest, Flyest Lie might be really, really concerned here. He's sitting at only 12, a 4 damage spell. Ooh, and a 4, he doesn't find it. But that actually, those pings all going face there for Flyest Lie actually left him possibly dead. And didn't find it. Now we see interesting. Alec actually kind of seeing a little bit of a nombo, as I call it here. He actually can't play his Golakka Crawler because he has to destroy the Naga Corsair. It's not an optional ability. You have to destroy a pirate. So that's interesting, actually. And I hadn't thought about the fact that that doesn't work really very well unless in
you're playing in the
situations like
mirror.
this. Yeah, I'm actually thinking about adding a Golakka Crawler into my Murloc Paladin, but I don't run any pirates in that, so I would not run the risk of any nombos. But that's a pretty brutal draw for Alec. Not only does he not find the 4 damage that he needed, which generally has about a few, more like Mortal Strikes, Corpse on Elite, Heroic Strikes. We did see him use those Heroic Strikes, but he really runs Golakka Crawler, which I can't imagine he's gonna be able to play. I mean, it's either a 5/3 or a 3/4. He's gonna play it. I mean, if he opts to go for a 3/4 instead of a 5/3, just decides, hey, I'd rather have a 3/4 instead of a 5/3. And right off the top for Flyest Lie, we see the Defender of Argus come out. That's gonna
stabilize.
Anything short of a Mortal Strike, and Alex deck is not gonna be able to do it.
My shield
for
Argus.
So close though.
You are not the boss of me.
Those games are just totally swings, and look at those pings. Just Knife Juggler decides that he just wants to go. Putting Alec in a very tough position to top deck a Mortal Strike.
Oh my lord. Well, yeah, Alec finds the Mortal Strike. That's really epic. We didn't even know. I'm not sure I don't think we've seen Alec's Pirate Warrior on stream yet. Some of it happened. So one horrible podcast into a good one. And those pings actually, the Knife Juggler not pinging there is really what cost Flyest Lie there. And
honestly, I would have traded in. I wouldn't. I don't think I would have left the Corsair up.
He couldn't.
He could have traded the 6/6 in. I think.
Oh, could. I don't think so. I think what happened.
Oh, because it was a taunt.
Well, he already had the taunts. Basically, what happened there was on that one particular turn.
He just needed
He just needed one of those juggles to hit it so that he could just hit the juggler in, but none of them hit, so he couldn't kill it, and that allowed the Naga Corsair to get one more attack in. You may be right though. He actually may have had a way to clear it.
I thought he had the 6.
Well, he did actually opt that one turn to hit the 1/1 rather than the Corsair with the Lucari Fellhound.
Right. That was the turn that I wanted.
I mean, that he would have then been able to get in for more base length on the following turn, simply with that hit save, but I think you're right. He ended up paying for it a bit. He definitely ended up paying for it.
Alright, here comes the magical.
And that puts Alec up 2 games to nothing over the Fly Sly right now. Alec simply has to find a win.
With that mage.
Yeah, with this mage deck.
Which he claims beats Zoo every time.
Is that what he said?
He said he beat
No, he said he beat Reno.
If it's Warlock.
Or like handlock though.
Maybe.
This is a lot different. I'm not sure the Zoo matchup would be that good. And the Fly Sly can't be happy about losing that game. Obviously, really, really bad juggling after starting off with a really nice clutch weather.
Really tough. He decided to coin out the Corsair just so he could save one of his mana worms. Now he's got both of them out, hoping that they stay alive just long enough so that he can get some value off of them.
Wow, though, just like that, a Soulfire off the top for Fly Sly. He could take a 50-50 on the clutch mother, or he could just play the Councilman. Looks like he's leaning towards the value now of the Councilman. This line, however, obviously not going to allow him to actually clear off any of these mana worms, either of them. And just like that, Frost Nova off the top for Alec. That's an interesting draw. Looks like he's just going to windmill snap that off right off the top. We also see the Primordial Glyph that Alec could potentially use to try to find some additional value. Wow, yeah, that's two mana worms are about to go in. Looks like Alec debating maybe playing that Direwolf there. Maybe not a bad consideration. I would expect to see that Malchezaar's Impet Soulfire come down on the 2/3 now. So I think if Alec had known, he actually may have gone for that value clear there on the Direwolf. Probably might be punished here with that, the Soulfire.
So many
or
my shield for Argus.
He's not taking any chances here.
He wants to guarantee that.
Yeah, he's taking the guarantee. Finds a Forbidden Flame, Firelands Portal. Mana Bind, probably not going to be the pick.
Forbidden Flame's not terrible. He can clear something off with his remaining mana if he wants.
Yeah.
Goes for Firelands though.
Goes for the value.
Yeah, because I guess Forbidden Flame doesn't get the discount, so there you go.
That's a great point. Yeah, I actually didn't pick up on that. I guess it's a no-brainer when you... I was also leaning towards that Forbidden Flame, but I did not realize that it would get no discount, so it feels pretty bad. If it gives you 2 extra damage, that would be pretty sick, but it definitely doesn't.
What to do?
Looks like Alec debating whether or not to just chuck that Babbling Book out, or maybe play a Medivh's Ballet. It's just a vanilla 2/3.
I will cast the spell.
Almost. A 1-mana spell would have been a complete godsend. Arcane Blast not around anymore, so it couldn't be that. Iceland's not around anymore. I guess that pretty much just means Arcane Message, which really wouldn't be that great. So, but he on the crossbow. He got punished by not value trading on that Direwolf last turn, which he definitely considered. I'm sure that Alec will be beating himself up to some degree about his indecision to do that. He could have used that other mana worm to value trade off the Direwolf the previous turn. Pretty much would have just resulted in Fly Sly. Alec would presumably have the same board state. That being said, a 5-mana Fire is really good. And he doesn't get the Bomb Squad again. This time it's a much more serviceable 4/5, which is right around what you expect for Firelands Portal value.
Deal 5 damage, summon a 4/5 for 5. Seems like a really broken card. But yeah, that's Firelands Portal's great at 7. It's even better at 5. And Fly Sly now has the option to... He's got so many cards to discard. He's got 2 Soulfires in hand. Really wants to hit the... If he's trying to guarantee...
You are not the boss of me!
This would be the turn to try.
Yeah, it gives him a 50-50. He's choosing to not play the Direwolf in the face. Discards probably the worst possible thing, which is the other Soulfire. He finds a Bloodsilk Corsair up the top. Fly's not gonna go ahead and play that.
Nice job with the passage. Just
Almost out of time.
Definitely a particular case for it does
and
happen
also,
sometimes.
like, yeah, changing the odds on your just discarding the Clutch Mother as well.
Yeah.
And Alex trying to draw into some answers in some burst.
Yeah, Alex still not able to find any secrets, which would be really, really helpful for him now.
Yeah.
It leaves Valet not really too exciting a card without a secret on board in order to get.
And Kieran for not doing anything.
Job done.
Well, Archaeologist coming in a little late, but would guarantee him the secret. He is staring down this board though, which is very. It's a tricky board right now.
Yeah, with that Direwolf in hand, Flashlight could be pushing back. He got that Makari fell down, that he can reload his hand with some additional draws, chuck out some of those useless cards like the Golaka Crawler, hopefully, and
get that Clutch Mother.
Yeah.
He's pushing.
I wouldn't mind seeing him just play either that Fire Elemental, probably the Voidwalker, quite frankly. I think the optimal line is to play the Voidwalker for the most raw stats. He doesn't know whether that Alec has. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's playing the Voidwalker there.
Nice discard.
Yeah, ends up getting the best discards. And
that was a really good turn.
Yeah, that was really good. And as we know, Clutch Mother, great card. I mean, they still get the card draw off of the Malcazar's Imp, but then they just get the Clutch Mother back, so it's just so much value.
Alright, secrets. He's gotta get that ice block, which I think he can
That's all
guarantee.
he has,
That's all he has. Gets the ice block, can finally use Medea's Valet to some value. Gotta get rid of this board.
Yeah, that Lakari Fellhound that Sly actually just played may make Alec
We have many secrets.
like he's really in trouble. Might have been able to.
Goes for the face.
Excuse me, you are on fire.
Which at this point is his win. That is what he has. Ooh. And a Doom Guard could discard the Clutch Mother again. Although the Clutch Mother, even though it's been being buffed, like I guess last game it did it almost won the game. It did from the brink.
Yeah, it did its job. The Knife Juggler just refusing to ping any minions and going purely to Alec's face, I think, was really the downfall for Sly there, as well as potentially his decision to not kill the Maga Corsair and just clear off the patches instead was a little bit questionable.
My shield
Fly
for
aside
Argus!
some additional taunts. That should put him well out of range of any burst that Alec could possibly.
He has the direct damage, right? You've got the three.
Just
3 damage on the Frostbolt, Fireball. You might be able to make it.
Well,
you have to get another.
He's
secret.
only got
Almost out of time.
which is good.
Get something else. He needs to drop.
Yeah.
Wow, so close.
Yeah, just one turn off. Just the Zoo able to put a little bit too much pressure, a little bit too much tempo.
Oh my gosh.
Or so it seems.
Freezing potion, not good enough.
Babbling book.
Cast a spell. I want to cast a spell.
Nope.
Not that. And yeah, I was gonna go ahead and toss the concede. Sly staying alive in the series. Stays alive. Now I look up 2-1.
Let's see if he can find this win with the mage. We knew that he struggled before, but it's possible that he's gotten a little bit more comfortable trying to face it against other decks. He said that it would beat the mage, or beat the warlock, but it's clear that sometimes the warlock can come back, and those are some really good. I think some good plays on Sly's part. And getting very lucky on the discards.
For sure. From what we've seen so far, I think Alec's best matchups with this deck are kind of
Jaina versus
Malfurion. Too much pressure on him.
I must
Can allow him
protect
to
the
just
wild.
get a little bit of board,
You asked
get a
for
little
it.
chip damage in with his mana worms and his other small minions like his book. Go ahead and finish them off with his direct burn.
And this
So
is a good hand to start for Alec. Fly is holding two, the Mark of the Lotus ones, which I think he's gonna toss back. He's probably gonna toss everything back.
yeah. I mean, that being said, Mark of the Lotus plus the little package, they're not too bad. I mean, not.
Bad.
Oh, and he does actually opt to keep one of them, trying to go for a little bit of an early game. Definitely not enough yet. Just that he needs some more drops. Finds a pretty ideal drop, quite frankly. May be able to get a good board out here. He can actually develop both of those flame elementals next turn, and then innervate out the.
I think he's gonna do it this turn. He's just gonna do it.
Oh, so he decides to go with one of the Fireflies and then Mark of the Lotus.
That's still
for
amazing.
a balanced value. Oh, that's a ton of value.
2, 3, 2, 2.
Yeah.
That is.
Alex gonna need.
I want to cast a spell.
Finds a counter spell. Not what he's looking for at all right here. He's gonna need something like a volcanic potion
Yeah,
or
volcanic
something
potion
solid
off the
of that
primordial cliff. That's a strong opening. Fly a slide.
Yeah, like I said, I think Alex deck is gonna shine against decks that don't do stuff like this. You know, it's tough for a deck like Alex to really deal with the 2-3-2-3-2-1.
It's hard for any deck
It is, but so if you have a fiery war axe theoretically, if Alex was on his warrior still, you point out the war axe, take out one of them. Next turn you take out another one.
But he needs to figure out what to do with the board state.
And just like that, you see the Mark of the Stars come off the top for Fly Sly. Unfortunately for Fly Sly, he doesn't have any beasts out actually to gain that additional value that he would want. So it seems like he may actually hold off on the Mark. Or then again, otherwise, besides, he's gonna go in. He's pushing the stats. He's taking the time. Just tosses that Mark of the Stars out as a sort of weak Mark of the Wild. Just decides to go all in on the board. Alex picks up that kill into our mid, able to chuck out a counterspell. That could be of some serious value. And wow, against something like that, yeah, if Alex able to counterspell that could be the turning point that he needs to win. However, it really comes down to what Fly is going to do. He has the Bitter Tide Hydra as well, and the Living Mana. One gets extremely punished by counterspell, the other by land. So, we'll see how the Fly approaches this turn 5. I personally have no idea what he's going to do. Wow, that Savage Roar.
Would have been insane.
It would have, but I was thinking that may incentivize him to go with a Living Mana because he's thinking I can go wide on the board and then Savage Roar. Instead, goes for the Bitter Tide Hydra, 5 mana 8/8, Dr. 5, the new Fell Raver.
Dr. 5.
And
that could actually push a lot of damage in just by clearing the Hydra this turn, which I think he can.
Yeah, I mean, he's able to send the Hydra actually dealing more overall damage than it would have dealt. Going
Excuse me,
yeah,
you are on fire.
3 damage. Extra 3 damage. Not the greatest feeling.
I mean,
was a big defender of
that was a pretty nice play by Alex. Really turning the game around, and now Fly Sly may be feeling like he has to play that Living Mana to win. We know that's going to get counterspelled.
That's going to be really
First off, I'm not sure how that works. It would be utterly hilarious if he loses all his mana and it still gets counterspelled. I have to say, that would crack me up. I would love to see that. I'm interested to see whether or not it would actually forfeit all his mana and then get counterspelled, or if it just gets counterspelled and his mana stays. But you know this is Hearthstone, this is Blizzard, and certain interactions don't work exactly how you would expect.
That's true.
He's really debating it.
I think he knows it's counterspell. I think he knows he's tested almost every other secret.
I mean, it could still be like a Spellbender or even that new counterspell that just gives him the one instead, the mana, whatever. And he does go for the Savage Roar, testing the waters, and he gets counterspelled. And then again, I mean, that's actually a pretty logical, pretty straightforward line to Fly, and I think he came to the right conclusion. Because if it's not, he's popping with that Savage Roar, because that's 6. you know, 9 total 10 damage that he wants. Finds a second primordial for Alec and do a mirror image. That could feel really, really good for Alec here in terms of creating a little bit more of a defensive wall. He, of course, doesn't know that Fly actually has quite a nice way to reload with that living mana on 7. That's pretty much the sweet spot for living mana, where you're getting 14 power and toughness for the cost of 5 mana. He does indeed go for mirror image and try to buy some time here. I would expect to see a hero power into the living mana. Okay. Oh, okay, it doesn't just take all of it. It just utilizes it as much as possible at the time. So he didn't have to. Yeah, Alec, I don't believe he's running any AoE, so he's in a tough spot here.
Needs the board clear. Gets a free Leroy, but...
Yeah, I guess he's got it. I think he's played by Alec. He can just hit him with a Leroy here, then ping him.
Fireball, hope for a burst.
Yeah, he needs another
turn.
fireball. Essentially
Play the
off
loot
the
order.
top.
Play it.
Mind if I roll?
Looks like
he's gonna have one more turn to ice block. Flashlight does need to clear. He's gonna get
At least I had chicken.
but can't. I mean, doesn't really need it.
Yeah, that was correct. A frostbolt is still not going to be fireball. So like you said, playing that blue hood ended up being better out. Alec, we did see him top deck the one more strike earlier in this match. Maybe
the light protects me.
Rips the Frost Nova. That's not going to keep him alive though, unless he can find a Frost Bolt. And he finds the second ice block.
That's another turn.
Another turn, indeed. Toss that out, and
job done.
What is what are the odds right now? He's got a 1 in 12.
To get exactly that second fireball, yes. I can't think if there's any other combination. Yeah,
I think he knows exactly how much damage this does.
Right.
He needs to cure into the card.
No, I think his only out at this point is now to use that Oracle once again and hopefully find a Frostbolt for Fly's face. He's already used both of his ice blocks, so the Archaeologist is not going to do anything. I don't know.
Oh no, he
wait,
didn't.
did we? Oh, one of them was off of the Babbling Book.
Yes, that's it.
So wow, Alec is living to fight yet another day. Goes Archaeologist into his second natural ice block, his third ice block over all of the game. Now I think it's pointless to develop that Mana Worm. I think Alec... Oh, well, he can squeeze it in if he's going to Cold Light Oracle anyway. I guess is probably what he's thinking.
Yes. Or he can cure in Tor and get something bigger on the board for free.
That's true.
But
he might as well play the Karen Tor.
Looking for the direct
No,
damage.
but he might as well just play the Karen Tor.
It's free, yeah.
Yeah, there's no reason not to get the additional value. Finds the Babbling Book that could give him the additional damage he needs. Looks like he's going to develop that ice block. And he spots it the last one, like you said. Spots it the last one. You know what? Might as well develop the Karen Tor Mage. 3-4-3. You know, it's pretty inconsequential at this point, but
he's cycling his deck. He's so close to getting the damage that he needs. Now he's got a 1 in 8 chance. And he has a Babbling Bookshot. He's got a couple more.
That being said, Fly has accumulated a couple armor over the past few turns, reducing Alex out to that fireball. If it wasn't already that fireball, that being said, only 8 cards left in deck for Alex. He's digging very deep and fast, and he may find that out. Nothing of really any relevance there for that Ravasaur run. Able to find the win. Let's see if Alex can find that out. Finds the mana room off the top.
Babbling Book's the only one.
The Babbling Book.
That's it.
I want to cast the spell.
Nova, that's not enough. That's not it.
You win this.
So
wow,
close.
very, very close. And Alec prolonging the game there.
He was done for. That was so close. He really had, like I said, 1 in 8 chance of getting the winning card. He
So
needed
once
that
again,
winning card.
Alex struggling a little bit with this mage deck. I think we're seeing what it wants to do a bit more, but it's struggling against these board-oriented decks. Tempo Mage, historically, they've got their mana worms, and not much else.
Wicker's gone now.
Yeah, a lot of their early board options are gone now. Now we see Fly's
You asked for it.
It appears like
it
it's
is
going to come
on.
down to a mirror match.
Yeah, this is an interesting deck here. And I'm glad to see it getting a little bit more play. Babbling Book in Fly's hand, really good start. Frostbolt for Alec, probably trying to make sure that nothing sticks around too long, like no Sorcerer's Apprentice. No shenanigans with their 2-drops.
Yeah, Fly though, looking like he's got the makings of an extremely ideal hand. He's got that Arcanologist, the Medivh's Ballet, and that Babbling Book. Alec's gonna need some really solid top decks, I think, in order to, or draws rather, in order to stay in this game. Fly looking like he's really got the type of opener you want. On the dot though, Alec does find his own Arcanologist, definitely an important.
And
ooh, and the mana one.
That was lucky. The Fly has a really nice hand, and the coin, which is, you know, useful for this deck. Get the Arcanologist off. Gonna grab
An incredible discovery!
Curious about these mirror matchups, how they work out.
Yeah, I mean, Alec got blessed with those top decks. Like I said, he's gonna need some good top decks to really stay in it. He does find the Arcanologist to make the mana worm on 1. However, Brick's a little bit with those Frost Novas. That's a little weak there, a little rough, and Fly able to play his Arcanologist.
An incredible discovery!
Alec getting a secret too.
Yeah, no spell for Alec there means he can't take out that Arcanologist.
You want to cast a spell?
Alec was
I want to
again.
cast a spell.
That's actually not terrible, the Arcane Explosion.
Yeah, that's a pretty flexible, decent card for Fly to grab there.
Especially in this kind of board state right now.
Yeah, definitely. That could actually be really useful. He could even go for a value trade for whatever reason if he wanted to just dink with his Arcanologist into Alec's Arcanologist and then Arcane Explosion. Of course, he could just utilize his hero power as well for the same effect. Save that Arcane Explosion for a later play. We do see the Loot Hoarder as well in the hand of Alex, so that Arcane Explosion. Opts to just use that Arcane Explosion right off the bat. Probably gonna just kill off that Mana Worm. Mana Worm.
Mana Worm's good, and a free Kirin Tor.
Not a bad draw for Alec. A pretty substantial minion to throw out on board, but
decides to develop.
Yeah, not bad at all. Looks like he's value trade as opposed to going face protect his Loot Hoarder and force Fly to have to hero power here if he wants to remove this Loot Hoarder. Right off the top for Fly, we see an really important card here, the Sorcerer's Apprentice. He's also got a Primordial Glyph and an Arcane Intellect in hand. So that could be a really, really key pickup here for Fly.
Mind if I roll knee?
Sorcerer's Apprentice could end up getting some big value for Lie.
Another Arcanologist free secret here.
We have many secrets.
Take a trade. I think you do.
It looks like he's gonna just ping it down and hold back that Arcanologist for 1 turn.
Makes sense. And Fly gets a Fireball from the draw. That's a really good value trade.
Excuse me, you are on fire.
Yeah, I mean a 2-mana 2/3 deal 3 is extremely good. Definitely a card that hasn't seen much of the light of day, but now with this new Burrow switch, it's now really good. His little monkey sidekick is really hot.
Is that what it is?
I guess, I don't know.
Is it? It is monkey. You're right. I never really pay attention to the.
Yeah, I mean this card was not really in the spotlight up until just a few days ago.
And here we go, double Sorcerer's Apprentice. Let's get this show on the road.
And that is a ton of value to potentially gain from Lie here. This is Primordial Glyph here into, wow, Flame Strike is a pretty high value card. Another Arcane Explosion, also a flexible form of AoE removal. I would expect to see the Flame Strike here as an insurance policy. Shatter, of course, notoriously one of, if not the worst card to possibly get off of randomized mage effects. He's considering that Arcane Explosion. I mean, it is free. On the plus side, it is currently a 0 mana spell.
And there's not that much, like, this deck doesn't have, like, big tanky minions. 4 damage is almost overkill. That's
It definitely is. It definitely is. That being said, 1 damage also isn't very helpful. But very flexible.
Time runs out on me.
I guess we're just gonna see the crossbow come down here on this side here. Oh, and I guess there's the mirror image. And I would expect to see him develop. Oh no, he's already got a nice block on board. Sorry, I apologize there. Fireball, not exactly what Alex looking for here.
Does want to get rid of those Sorcerer's Apprentices. He can't have them sticking around. I'm not opposed to Frostbolting one.
Yeah, I think Frostbolting one is a given, but does he ever consider actually sinking a fireball into one?
It's hard to say. It's just so good to have those 2 up, and they're so crucial to this deck. Thinking about how to use those Frost Novas. Decides to take one, ping the other perhaps. Or chip away at it.
Yeah, Alex decided he cannot utilize that fireball to remove
it's too important to have all
and
the
he may
damage
be rewarded.
possible.
Fly doesn't immediately have any spells in hand to gain some value off that apprentice. He may opt to throw that Cold Light Oracle out here.
Yeah, definitely draw some
Try
more
to
cards.
reload a bit. Alec is ahead in terms of the life total, which is worth noting. A little bit behind on board and in terms of cards in hand, but he is ahead in terms of life total. So, I mean, neither of us really know how this matchup plays out. If it ends up being more of a burn race or a board game, or even something else, I'm really not sure. But so far, I think Fly has got a bit of an advantage here.
He's been able to use his cards to greater value. Babbling Book is really good. These discounted are so good. Interesting that he has Arcane Missiles in this deck.
Yeah, these 2 lists seem a little bit different, I think.
Runs out
Alex running the Frost Novas. I'm not sure if Fly is.
And we like that primordial glyph there. Let's see what we get off the book.
Something like a Flame Strike here could actually be really valuable. Pretty weak there, especially in this matchup. Potion of Polymorph, not that it's really a good card in general, but definitely not really too good here. Not getting any favors from.
Excuse me, you are on fire.
Interesting indeed. I agree. I actually like that line a lot. Makes a lot of sense. Even though we know it's a pretty weak secret, pretty bad secret. Fly let us know that. We know that it did absolutely nothing, and literally did nothing. It just turned this 1/1 into a 1/1. Actually, if anything, you could argue that it's an upgrade because it's a beast now, which does have some synergy with it. Basically, upgrades is going to be very slowly. Still correct play.
Arcane Missile's so strong.
Fly, on the other hand, grabs pretty bad, but still slightly more irrelevant secret there with the mirror entity, and pretty funny, pretty interesting, especially for a cool mirror like this. They both grabbed secrets off their Babbling Book, so that's pretty fun. Like, that's pretty nifty.
Gives him that fireball though, or another glyph. I think you take the fireball. It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, fireball probably pound for pound one of the benchmark cards in the game, one of the best cards in the game. And you can't ask for much more. I mean, not exactly what Alec needs here, but not a bad card nonetheless. And then he does find another Babbling Book.
Maybe hoping for a volcanic potion here.
Yeah, that would be good here. Alec's gonna just go ahead and postpone the Frost Nova. I think that's a very solid play. I mean, those Novas aren't doing much in this matchup. Fly going with the Glyph as opposed to the Arcane Intellect first. Nothing too great. Looks like he's hovering over that counterspell. Seems actually really good in this matchup.
Really
actually,
good,
to be
yeah.
honest.
The spells are kind of crucial.
Yeah, that could really throw a wrench into Alec's plans. He's got pretty much nothing but spells in hand, and shutting off that second ice block could theoretically
be
game winning. Yeah.
What to do?
I think he's thinking about it. Counterspell is just too good to pass up, I think.
Yeah, I agree. And even just
if,
having that security blanket of having it on board feels really good.
Even if Alec tests and manages to kind of sneak around it, it's still wasting a lot of potential.
Yeah, there's nothing that Alec could use that would feel good right now that he has. Theoretically, he could go Babbling Book into a really low-cost spell and just, throw it out, but he's still wasting something. So I agree, Counterspell seems really solid here.
Time runs out on me.
Even used 1 mana. Fly's roping out a little bit here. He's getting a little nervous. He's only got 8 cards left in his deck. That must be what's preventing him from Arcade.
Oh, and
finds a Pyroblast and another Mirror Image. Alec may be on pace to winning this game.
in fatigue.
The root loader is not a liability there for Fly's Live. Alec can just keep grinding this out. This Babbling Book pull right here could be crucial. Also, if it doesn't get countered,
I want to cast a spell.
finds a Frost Nova right off the bat.
No,
That's
letting him
pretty
ping.
good.
Letting him ping. Fatigue. He knows he can raid now.
Frost Nova, we know this is gonna get counterspell.
That's still weird.
Yeah. Wait,
We have many.
I thought he
did
did.
play
Oh,
it.
he
He
didn't
did
develop
play
the
it.
counter
He did
spell.
develop it.
Whoops! I thought he developed that counter spell. He actually gets really rewarded for not developing that counter spell because I think at this point the Fly's health is at a premium. He does not want to do that. He would much rather probably counter spell one of these fireballs. That being said, he's not going to really get to do that either. Alec is really taking more back here. And he may be able to take Fly down the facial burn. We're finding out how this matchup plays right before our eyes. I thought Fly had the edge, but now I'm thinking that Alec is
gonna pop the ice block.
firmly in the driver's seat, ready to potentially take this game.
He's gonna get him down to 2.
Yeah, can only pop it 2. I mean, it's marginal. I guess not really, because he's going to put him down. Well, no, this could be relevant. If Fly somehow able to clear off Alec's board here, theoretically, that could create a little bit of problems for Alec, in the sense that he'll have to ping him multiple times. Fly not able to find any type of board clear, though.
Running out of secrets and running out of damage. You got 12 damage.
Running
in
out of
hand.
cards in deck as well. He top decked Cold Light Oracle, which is only going to accelerate his own fatigue. I think Alec is in position
is in a really
to win
strong
here.
position here. This is such a close and hard-fought battle. And maybe that counters. Maybe this is the time to counterspell. You gotta counterspell now.
Yeah, he's got to do something.
He's gotta play the ice block. Gotta play the counterspell. Push all his damage to face and hope that he can just eke him out. Alex is way ahead in terms of
Time runs out on me.
fatigue.
Yeah, Fly is racking his mind right now with some sort of an idea of what he can do to keep himself in this game as they win it, but I'm not sure there's a way. I think Alex has to be virtually a checkmate type of situation right now. I think we're going to see Alex.
You win.
Yeah, and there goes the concede from Fly.
He knew.
And wow, great job and congratulations. The second match in a row now that we've seen him get out to a 2-0 start.
Yes.
And then lose 2 consecutive games with his mage, and then able to narrowly actually win out that last game. So definitely some perseverance from Alec, and he's able to just barely find those wins with that deck just before he is eliminated, or knocked into the lower bracket rather. So
And
yeah,
got
we
a
have our
couple
first
of
finalist,
updates. We have
Alec,
some
into the grand
updates.
finals.
Pizza is also in the finals of the losers round, and we'll be facing. That was Alec 3-2.
And yes, so our next match that we have for you guys is going to be Pizza versus the Flyest Lie in our losers round finals. The winner of that will actually go on to battle Alec out in the grand finals for the first place spot and the spot in the Tavern Hero Championship. Yeah, it's either going to be the Flyest Lie trying to get his second attempt at taking Alec out, or Pizza, who had a really impressive run. I believe he was knocked out in the first round of the tournament, knocked into the lower bracket, managed to put together an extremely solid night, and climb his way all the way back to the losers grand finals.
That's the dream, is to climb out from the losers bracket, and so hopefully we're gonna take a break, and then we're gonna have the Flyest Lie and Pizza in the second to last match of the day. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Evo Gaming's Hearthstone Spring Qualifier Tavern Hero. We are at the losers bracket finals. We've got the Flyasly, who was just knocked out by Alec in the semifinals, and we've got Pizza, who's been fighting his way through the losers bracket and made it to the top, and now they're here. We're gonna get just jump right into it.
All right.
And just let them know that we're ready. Their guys are up. Away we go.
Just waiting on our two participants to just fire up the challenge, and we'll be right in there. They have not started just yet. So will it be the Flyasly? Gonna be able to challenge Alec again in the grand finals, or will it be Pizza, one of the favorites from the onset, able to make it all the way through the lower bracket to face Alec in the grand finals here? Either way, very, very exciting match.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this goes. Like I said, Pizza, I've been in Pizza's position before, where you just have that, you've been hitting losers bracket, you're trying to fight your way through, and it's kind of like your glory ride up to the top. So whenever these guys are ready, we're gonna go, and it's gonna be great.
Yeah, they both got many reasons to want to be winning this.
Tavern Hero's been really good, and they're slowly getting ready here. But I've been enjoying this new meta. It's been very interesting to see people try out new decks. I mean, there's some tried and true favorites coming in, a lot of aggressive decks winning. Reminds me that I should probably try to learn how to play some in my laddering days. I know you're a big fan of the aggro decks.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it was Pizza that we've seen so far. He's coming with also a strategy that I like as well. Not necessarily all aggro, but maybe the two strongest aggro decks. He's running the Elemental Shaman, I believe, as well for Pizza's lineup, or some sort of a mid-rangey type of thing with the Elemental Legendary. I think we saw that in Pizza's Elemental Shaman, I believe. So not just pure aggro, but also pretty solid anti-aggro deck. So yeah, I mean, I definitely wouldn't shy away from learning aggro decks for sure. I think a lot of people, there's a lot of stigma. I mean, certain people think control is cancer, or in recent past Reno, and then other people think aggro is cancer, and then there's other people that, like me, I'll just play whatever. You know, I usually, for my recent tournament lineups, I was going 2 aggro decks, Reno Lock, and Questing Rogue, so I feel like, you know, just a balanced lineup of strong decks can be good. We'll see what ends up prevailing tonight. Alec, of course, going with the all-aggressive lineup, Pizza going with more of a good decks lineup, and Flyasly going, I guess, more of aggro, but also a good decks lineup. He has the Druid as well, but also the rest seem to be aggro.
The Druid's an interesting one. It actually
well, that's aggro as well, actually. So Flyasly pretty much going all aggro. Pizza, the lone mid-range control player, you could say.
Get up!
We're gonna jump right into it. This match.
Your soul shall be mine! Victory or death!
There we go. I think we should be able to pop up Flyasly's hand, and here we are.
Okay, well, Pizza right off the bat.
Getting that Fire Root
chucking
Win-Axe.
everything away. I didn't see what he had there. I feel like one of the other cards in the hand was potentially keepable in my eyes.
Possibly better than this one. He had a Pirate Killer. He had the 2/3, which doesn't really necessarily work in this lineup, but he gets now a pirate of his own that's off the first mate and is able to take out that.
I'm in charge.
Yeah, it's really solid. I'll do that as Right? Oh wow, that is the clunkiest of all clunky hands.
Maybe you hope to discard your.
Believe it or not, that may have been his best option. Just go for the tap.
It's like he's playing handlock or something.
Able to bring out that cultist right now if he so wishes. Can also develop that war axe. Maybe hope that Flyasly not able to clear it. I would just claim that the cultist set every time.
Yeah, why not?
3 for a body, and then allows him to continue. Just straightforward play by Pizza.
Now, this is just unfortunate for Flyasly. Really wants to discard something else. I mean, you've got like a 50-50 No, you still don't have a really good odds of discarding on the golem or the silverware.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely some adverse odds for Fly, but then again, what are his chances of winning the game if he doesn't do that? His best bet may be the 1 in 4, a 25% chance.
He needs to clear the cultist. It's a good clear. Play out the flame imp. 25% to discard.
So many
That's like
possibilities.
Will we see?
Nope.
That's probably the worst draw.
I mean,
the worst one because he probably that's a big taunt there that could be actually very valuable. I would definitely say that is the worst discard, resoundingly, because either one of the Doom Guards is fine. The Silverware Golem's ideal. That's the worst one.
That's the worst one.
He got the 1 in 4, but not the 1 in 4 he wanted.
And Pizza having the chance to upgrade his weapon, just keep rolling with it, turn it into a 3/3. Or just, you know, run it out. Firelight not really picking anything up that's that good, unfortunately. Really struggling to find a board presence here. Just the worst turn of events for a Zoo Warlock, getting both your Doom Guards in one hand and not being able to make a turn 4 play.
Yeah, really clunky night for the Fly. Really clunky night for Fly so far.
Doesn't even tap. Decides that 2 life is not worth it. Card's not worth 2 life. Whereas Pizza's just rounding out his curve fairly nicely. 4/3 weapon. Oh. He doesn't need it.
Hit that. He's got lethal set up. Actually, no, he's trying to
Nice.
Fly finally getting the exact discards he needs, but it's probably not going to be enough.
Little late.
And with that top deck, I mean,
does he have lethal? He's got 6. He's got 11 total with the Leroy. Just under. Pizza's got enough to go. This could get out of hand if he doesn't stabilize, though. Do you push for face damage every time? I think you do.
I'm pretty sure you do. Pizza rather. Probably considering a potential Argus, maybe considering trading in the event that Fly is able to put down a defender of Argus. Maybe a worthy consideration. It's a tough consideration.
Corsair seems like a safe play.
Blood and plunder.
And goes in for a second. Takes it all to face. Armored up. Setting himself up for close to guaranteed lethal. Unless the Flies can get that Argus. That is a taunt, but it's not enough.
Why do you fall?
If that Leroy, that actually would be enough. If he can clear off the whole board here, and but unfortunately for Fly, Pizza does have that Leroy in hand. Sink that Leroy just straight into face. It's gonna be tough.
I was like wondering if it's even worth clearing that 1/1. I think it is. I mean, he knows it is, but still trying to debate whether going face, whether it's a race to the finish at now and he has to turn it.
Yeah, worthwhile consideration.
Sometimes you have to know when you're the beatdown.
Almost out of time.
And decides to play it safe. Not enough because Pizza does have coverage. That's game 1. That's the second to last matchup.
This time.
Pizza taking a win. Pirate Warrior versus very
here waiting for the game 2. So, lineups. I don't actually know what they've banned from each other, but I imagine it has probably the... Do we know the bans? Okay, Druid and... So the Druid from Firefly is banned. Mage is banned. Okay. Pizza out of Druid. Did we see Pizza? We didn't see Pizza's Druid. Shaman. Yeah, I was like...
Gul'dan versus Gul'dan!
Haven't seen that much. Alright, so...
Your
Warlock.
soul shall be mine!
It's gonna be the battle
I
of
am
the
your
two.
nightmare.
If Firefly doesn't like that hand, hopefully he gets a better hand than that. But Pizza has a... He's got options. Probably gonna toss everything though. Yes, and both players decide to go for a full hand mulligan. A lot of the tech cards coming up a little bit dead in this mirror match, but we're gonna be...
Go lock the power to eat that pirate of the Firefly. I think we're seeing Pizza a little bit of an advantage here. The flame imp there is a bit tricky though for sure for Pizza to deal with given what he's got.
Yeah, he can't really play his Malchazar imp. Dies for free.
Maybe thinking about pulling that ooze out. I mean, we do know that the ooze won't get any value for sure. There's no way that the Warlock's going to generate a weapon that I can think of other than like Jiraxis.
Yeah, no
You are not the boss of me.
Interesting.
Interesting. Oh, trying to get discarded.
Job's
Let's hope he doesn't lose his councilman right here. Oh.
He does lose the councilman. However, I think the Galactic is still a pretty good utility.
He can eat his own points, of course, there.
He can do that if need be. Also, Flyasly may just end up playing his own Corsair right now to pull his patches, and then we could see a Galactic Crawler swing. And it looks like we are going to see that Corsair come down. That's really good for Pizza.
I'm in charge now.
Do you kill the patches, or do you, I guess you kill the 1/2?
Oh, absolutely. Value. I mean, I have to say, I've been really happy with the list, my Murloc Paladin that I've been running on ladder. I do think I'm going to find a slot for one Galactic Crawler in there just as an anti-pirate tech card. It just seems really good, and at worst, it's a 2-mana 2/3, so...
It's a hungrier crab. This crab is hungry for pirates?
Yeah.
Yes.
I actually was facing someone on ladder the other day, and I believe he switched decks like immediately to counter queue me to a deck with the Hungry Crab in it, and Hungry Crabbed my Murloc, and I have to say, if they do actually Hungry Crab your Murloc, it's game over. It's too much value. Hungry Crab gets +2/+2 for eating Murloc. He's really helping the Crawler.
That
not as hungry. Oh, Firefly is saying that he might have had a mistake there.
What was it? Just maybe he didn't want to dink there. Decided that dinking wasn't his best option. Maybe he wanted to play the Malchazar's imp instead of that fire elemental, sand elemental.
Oh man!
Commanding lead of board in the Zoo Mirror, and as a seasoned Zoo player, I can say that Flyasly is
in a tough position.
Yeah, he's
to put it kindly.
That I couldn't have said it any better yet. And the tough position prompts just a quick concede.
Oh my god.
That is a bit of a throwback when it comes to a Zoo Mirror like this. Definitely very reminiscent of 2015 gameplay. I mean,
what, turn 4 concedes?
Yeah, I mean, when Zoo just takes over the board in the mirror, if you've played Zoo, you know there's no way I can win this game. I cannot win. There's no sequence of cards that will help me win. And Pizza quickly going up there 2-0. Pizza now just needs to find one more win in order to close out this series and make it all the way all the way
our undefeated champ Alec here spent his night at karaoke and still managed to, throw back some Hearthstone. Oh, is there echo on Matt's mic? I think it's just a worse mic. Maybe I'll stand a little farther from him. Alright, we want to level. You want to change the level?
Put this apple on your head.
Yeah, everybody, I hear there's some echo coming from my mic. As you can see, I have a different headset as XG has. We may be having a little bit of technical issues on that front. Hopefully it's better now. In terms of this matchup, Fly out to a good start with that juggler for sure. The Macaw not able to count that at all. Pizza able to toss out a hyena as well as juggler and buff his hyena in the process. We do see, I mean, there's a Soulfire and Imp in the hand of Fly as well as the Blood Sail. I would expect to just see
You are not the boss of me.
Just throw that. Unfortunately, it's a bug
Such the teeth I have. The better to eat you, matey.
a lot of yeah, that's the hit. We could either see the Flame Imp here for Lie, or we could see the Rocket Power. Take that rope out, and it does. So similar situation here on the opposite end of the side of things. Lie able to just grab a commanding board with Zoo. Of course, Hunter does have Unleash the Hounds to actually sort of neutralize these type of boards, but not here. Pizza stuff is double time, which is definitely not here.
Well fought.
Pizza. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely seeing with this new meta, some people, who knows if these are the decks that are gonna emerge as some of the top decks in the format. People are definitely going to stuff that they're more familiar with from the past to some degree, and Zoo with Doomguard. You know, these aren't anything new here. So I do think, like you said, some people know the matchups and they know when the game is over and when they still have a fighting chance. We haven't seen too many premature concedes, if any, tonight, other than here where they just know it's over. A much better start here from Pizza with this opening hand. Got the Alley Cat into the Savannah Highman. Yeah, extremely strong, and actually we haven't seen before the Enchanted Raven, actually another one of the just tons of one-drops that the Druid has access to. He doesn't, however, have the Power of the Wild or Mark of the Bird with this hand.
I'm in charge.
So the Firefly is not quite able to do anything that crazy. Apparently so, that's a lot of rinky-dink minions, and that lone Tabby Cat is unable. Alley Cat unable to interact with any of Fly's minions here. I mean, it was looking pretty good for Pizza with that hyena with the cats. He was thinking maybe he could send both of those cats in, bump his hyena up to a 6-4, but not going Pizza's way. Gonna have to use some of them to clear off this. Pizza may actually be fine. That Rat Pack that he's got in his hand can pretty easily test the sports independently. You may see Pizza able to stabilize with that Rat Pack here. Flashlight is gonna need a board buff spell right here. It is, but he actually decided to trade off his 1B. The Raven. I was actually going to mention that when he decided to make that say would it have been better to use the 1/1 damage elemental and maybe a pumped elemental. I didn't say it because it seemed pretty bad, but then he actually drew a card that made it actually relevant. And wow, that's a card we never see, to be honest. Giant Sandworm. That is a pretty solid Savage Roar. At the same time, I mean, does Fly want to just really go Smork here? Pizza could actually stabilize. Fly. Gonna try to corral this board a little bit. He's got the Bittertide Hydra. And right at, wow, a huge Grievous Bite draw for Pizza. I mean, it's a bit of a tough call. He could Grievous Bite and Hero Power here, obviously, clear off all of Fly's board. He could also play the Tundra Rhino and clear off one thing. He could also play the Tovir Warden and grab 2 1-drops. In my opinion, the Rhino or the Grievous Bite are the... I mean, of course, we do know Sly has a Savage Roar in hand, but you gotta know that these type of decks are all about buffing their board. So I don't know if Pizza really wants to leave Lie with much of a board. Yeah, it's a very tempting bite, but I mean, Pizza obviously hasn't made a play yet, so he's not really decided what he feels is the best option given the situation, and he doesn't know Sly's hand like we do.
Moves quickly.
It'll be interesting to see what Pizza ends up pulling the trigger on this turn. I mean, he's not going to get that, so I think if he fetches the figures it's probably worthwhile. That Bittertide Hydra, and just too late the Power of the Wild pops up the Fly.
Come to me, little ones.
Really nice Warden. He's able to play one of them right now. Fiery Bat potentially actually could get a ton of damage on that Hydra. The ping could total up to 6 damage on its own if it decides to go that way.
I'm not sure how I feel about this Hydra. I don't think it's on the same level as Foe Reaver, which I thought was just a good card.
Are they both 5-mana 8/8s? That was also 5-mana 8/8, yeah.
But one of them had a very apparent drawback that people thought was apparent, but it actually didn't. Like, Foe Reaver's drawback wasn't a real drawback. I think a lot of players...
Yeah. Not to mention, the Fell Reaver also had the added benefit of you could bring it out on turn 4 with the Mech Warfare. I think certain decks were using that. And of course the Bittertide Hydra is a beast, which is well, but it can't be ramped out at all. So based on that, I mean, that could be a factor. I mean, Mech Warfare, a forgotten card in Hearthstone history, that was a very, very powerful card.
Not sad that one's gone, though.
Yeah.
It still lives on in every crazy wild deck that you can imagine. The mechs are still there. And Pizza needs to get rid of this Hydra. Savage Roar in hand. Pretty tricky. But he doesn't really have a way to do it. He has to basically get the fiery back. Fire bat doesn't hit the Hydra. Now it's just a race to face.
I mean, I have to say, if this thing lives, he's got a giant sandworm coming out, which could really do something. So I don't know here, but what I do know is that giant sandworm could actually come down. Yeah.
Oh, my voice was low. I think it's because we lowered the mic levels. I'll just talk louder. Okay.
It's the end of a long day over here too, so the enthusiasm level maybe a little bit low, but not here. Just enough to avoid a sandworm catastrophe. But Rat Pack off the top,
Oh my gosh,
fairly
wait, Rat
relevant.
Pack could-
Whoa, is
wait.
that lethal?
Wait. Holy crap.
I think that's lethal. 3, 6, 9, 12.
I think you're right.
No.
Is it one
I think
off?
it's one minion
Tundra?
off. Because he'll only have the Rhino, 2, 3, 4. 4 times 3.
It's 12.
Oh, wow. That
Oh,
is
so
epic, though. Wow. That is so close to a really unconventional Bizarre Lethal. I'm sure Pizza spotted it right away as soon as we did. But I'm not sure if that isn't lethal. Yeah, because he can't squeeze in the hero power. He's actually got... If he had 10 mana, that'd be lethal.
Oh, that hurts so good.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way for Pizza...
Quickly.
He can scare the living...
Fly.
I wonder.
Play it out. Yeah, make him feel the brush.
The look on the Fly's face. Wow.
So close.
And that's gonna take it to game 5, is it not?
I think we're
I
close.
believe that's a game 5. I think that's game 5 right now.
I think we're close. We don't have our trackers up anymore, so we're still waiting on the final time. That was so close. Just a couple more mana.
Yeah, it really was. I think it started off Sly with an extremely strong start. I think we thought he had it. And then I thought Pizza was going to stabilize, but with that Grievous Bite.
Let the hunt begin. Bring it on!
Pizza opting to keep both of those fiery bats. They seem really, really good for the mirror, so I think that's a strong start. We do see in the hand of Fly, he's got the Acidic Swamp Ooze. That being said, I'm not sure we actually saw any Eagle Horn Bows in either of these decks. We'll see if that ends up doing anything.
Game sounds are loud. That's the best I can do.
Our resident technical expert is not around right now, so we apologize for any less than perfect
Audio mixing.
Right.
And Fiery Bat comes out turn 1. This is a beautiful board, by the way. This is the new Angoro board.
Almost too beautiful, I would argue. A little distracting. It's so nice.
It's very pretty.
Ooh, right off the top.
Nice.
Amazing godsend of a top deck, I would say, for Pizza. Finds the Crackling Raisin Raw. Plus 3 HP would be clutch. And he finds it. Also has Summon 2 plants. But I think Rocky Carapace was honestly the best possible thing he could have found. And he does. Can use that Fiery Bat as just a phenomenal...
like a better zombie chow.
And also when you really break it down like this, his adaptation here, he just basically... This is a 2-mana Talon Priest, you know?
Right.
2-mana Talon Priest. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's got a really, really good effect. Ends up opting
taking for
the
the
2/1/1s. It's more aggressive. It puts 2 power on the board as opposed to maintaining the 1. But I think I would have opted for the additional 1 HP there, personally.
Sure.
Also due to the fact that the Fiery Bat itself actually has 2 attack, so I actually slightly disagree with that. I think it would have been a little bit better there to go to the HP, but that was definitely the closest.
Closest second choice.
Yeah.
And Fly coining out his Shaky Zip Gunner.
Yeah, a little bit different lists here. Shaky Zip Gunner for Fly, a little bit more of a slower, more mid-range kind of build. It appears from Fly with his Hunter. Pizza going for a lot of early drops, and of course the Savannah High Mains for his endgame.
And he has a decent hand here. He can trade cleanly into the Zip Gunner, develop his board, put some pressure on. If I'm Pizza, the only thing that I'm worried about is that I'm down on cards from my opponent. And Zip Gunner buffs one of the infected wolves, which making it essentially a 4/4/4 that summons more Death Rattle minions. Rat Pack for the Fly and Animal Companion, not a bad card to round out the board. Gets the Huffer, which not bad.
Could never really complain about a Huffer. Leok would have even been fine here.
Leok would have been great.
It's
gonna go for the
Rat Pack came out first.
Rat Pack came out
so
first, so I
wasn't
couldn't.
able to clear that off. He can clear that off with his Spore and his Crawler, no problem.
And what's that 5-mana card that
yeah, that's
just
one
drew?
of the new cards. A beast, actually. The Nesting Rock.
Battle cry, if you control these 2 other minions, gain taunt. So this is a more mid-range type of control hunter.
Yeah, but so far, Pizza getting out in front. Also, I don't know about that. Opted to play his 3/3 Infested Wolf instead of his 5/5 Wolf.
That's a little strange.
I don't like that at all. I don't really think he has the time or luxury to slowly develop his wolf. I think he wants to get that 5/5
and
wolf out
that
there
Wind
and
Fury.
board.
Wind Fury on the Huffer.
Ooh, is that the Huffer that he targeted?
Yes, he did target the Huffer.
He must be considering Divine Shield, also a worthy consideration. Goes for the Divine Shield.
Yeah, that's pretty good too.
Really hard to deal with.
And plays it a little slower.
Yeah, I mean, we would have actually had to see Pizza at least use one more of his tabby cats there if the infested wolf with the buff would have been used instead. So I'm not sure I'm in agreement with that decision by Fly.
Maybe he wanted to try to get the taunt on the next turn. So, why not pick the one with the higher health?
Yeah, I'm not really exactly sure. I'm sure he has a reasoning in his mind why he felt like it was a better option. However, not sure I agree. We see that Savannah Highmane come down for Pizza, and that's probably gonna.
Whoever hits Highmane first to face wins. It's pretty much the rule of the game, isn't it?
It really is. That's what I've heard back in the day. If you get a hit in with Highmane, you win the game. And looks like Pizza's gonna get a hit in with Highmane. Finds a kill command off the top to close it out, and that's gonna do it for Pizza. Don't want to speak too soon, but anything short of a Reno Jackson. And that's not Reno Jackson, so, I mean, not even a 2-drop. Theoretically, he could have found something for that Nesting Rock.
He can do it now,
you're
still.
Right,
he can do it now, still.
Dead, though.
He's still dead, but he could theoretically.
Yeah, he may feel that he can stabilize the game here, but we know that kill command is going to. And he knows it too, apparently. That kill command's gonna put Flashlight to the finals. He has a read on that kill command. And, wow. Congratulations, Pizza made it to the grand finals all the way from being locked into the lower bracket. Really close matchup there against Fly, able to get in there under the defenses of Fly's mid-range hunter just before he's able to stabilize. Pizza finding a win with his aggressive mid-range hunter. So congrats to Pizza, going to be facing off against the undefeated Alec in the grand finals.
Yeah, we're
Is that
gonna.
a best of 5 or best of 7 series?
Best of 7.
That was going to be a best of 7 series, everybody, for the final.
So
with
no
the
bans.
Deck Revival.
Oh, Deck Revival. Okay. So for people who don't know that system, basically you get to pick a deck in your final game that you need to win all 3 games first, and then afterward you pick one deck, and that's the deck you stick with for your last game.
Yeah, I've actually never done that myself, believe it or not. Never made it
to the Deck Revival stage of your life.
Never made it to the Deck Revival stage. So interesting to see.
All right, so give me one quick second to transition over here.
I guess we're gonna take maybe a 5-minute break here. Let the players get ready, and then we'll be right back to you all with the grand finals.
Yep, stay tuned. And a 3. Hi guys, welcome back. Quick update about the Evo Gaming Tavern Hero Qualifier. We are in the final match, but we have a quick clarification. It's going to be a double elim best of 7 with a band revival, which I'm going to let Max explain as I transition over to the players.
Yeah, basically what that is after one of the players is able to win with the 3 decks of theirs that were not banned, they're going to be able to revive one of those decks that they've previously found a win with, not their banned deck, and they're going to use that to try to close out the series. So far, we can tell you that Alex Mage has been banned and Pizza's Warrior has been banned.
So it's going to start off with Alex Warlock here versus Pizza on the Shaman, and we're going to get right into it right now.
Yeah, sorry about that. The audio is still we're still working out the audio on these things, but it should be ready. Yeah, I fixed it. I fixed it. I just didn't unmute myself. And Pizza picking up a turn 1 play a little bit too late, but manages to get the J Claws out and develop that
actually,
weapon.
We are going to bring you the perspective from Alex.
Oh yeah, that's right. He needs to invite his hand.
And here we go.
I'm gonna get it going here. Just give it a second.
Yeah, we're having a little technical difficulties at the moment. Alex Hand is not cooperating with us. He just sent us the spectate invite. We're getting a little bit of difficulty on that front with this new patch. I mean, if the Hearthstone spectating client was already a little bit finicky at times, so we're gonna see if we can get it on Alex's perspective here. We don't want to distract him too much during this match. Worst comes to worst, we'll get his perspective set up for you guys
On the next game. And this is very difficult, but we're gonna try to get Alex's hand, or at least predict his hand, to talk about what we can do. Right now, I think, looking at the board, Alex has got a decent setup here, but what Shaman really needs is a board clear. And I don't want to quit out of this game because I don't want to lose the spectating move, so I'm gonna try to terribly sorry about this, guys. But we're going to have to probably get his hand on the next game because the client is not letting us spectate.
Yeah, we apologize for that, everybody. As you can see, we're having a little bit of technical difficulty. That's just in-game client issue, nothing we can do. We're going to restart the spectator mode right after this game, but for the rest of this game, we're just going to have to take it from the perspective of only Pizza's hand. As you can see right now, Pizza's got a pretty solid board state. Looks like he's debating whether or not he wants to take out that Councilman, respect the Councilman, or perhaps just remove that Knife Juggler, go for more of a value trade option here. He's also got the Hex. He can just do both.
Gotta respect the Hex.
Testing.
It's hard to tell which mic it is. I think that the one. Yeah, I think you're on the top. Your mic is maxed. Do you have your sound?
I mean, I think that's just the volume that I can hear. I don't think that's actually going to affect. Well, I'll try to speak up, everyone. Make sure you can hear me clearly.
Sorry, looking at the game, we have decent board.
Alex found his pterodactyl.
We got the death rattle and the stealth.
Yeah, it's fairly useless.
Got it? Alright, thank you guys.
And Pizza getting a pretty good board here to try to, race the zoo down. I guess that's what you're looking for. He's probably got some form of Lightning Storm.
That healing totem as well is actually pretty clutch. They're able to heal up both of his weakened fire, little flare elementals there.
And
Looks like
decides to
he's gonna...
heal his other elemental. An interesting positioning there.
Yeah, I think over there on the far left would have been better there. I'm not sure exactly what his thought process there was in terms of pizza. I like throwing the well played. I think he's up the creek without a paddle right now, facing down a pretty intimidating board. Zoo with not really many, if any, options for dealing with wide board states like this. I think we're going to see a concede coming out from Alec very shortly, but we'll see what he does here. In terms of Pete's decision to make that positioning there, I mean, I guess it makes a bit of sense. He wants
it, he doesn't want a free, like, if he puts it on the side, it's a 2/4, the pterodactyl gets in for free and can clear it out. I think that's why he did it.
Yeah, I guess it would reduce the creeper just to a 3/5, and then he could dink it with the pterodactyl, so there's merit to it.
And Alec just has a Voidwalker. The Doomguard, though, what is that discard? It is a Soulfire. Unfortunate. Could really use that extra something. Take the trade, right?
Yeah, I think you do, but he decides not to. Pizza not picking up anything particularly useful.
It's curious that he doesn't want the trades. Maybe he just doesn't want those 1/1s to die for free on the next turn.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, if he did go for the trade, I guess Pizza could just use his 1/2 that was now pushed into position to clear off his Voidwalker, then use that other one to just clear off one of those 1/1s. We do see the South Sea deckhand in the hand for Pizza. That doesn't seem like it's going to do much. Pulls the patches over there, way to the right side, which isn't extremely relevant here.
Positioning is key in this, in Shaman in general. And this is just a tricky place to be. And thank you guys all for sticking with us and tuning in. I know we've had a long day of slightly difficult audio and visual tech, but we're doing our best out here, and it's been really good. It's been really exciting. I'm really proud to see Alec and Pizza fighting for a chance to be part of the Tavern Hero Qualifier and gets the golem out.
A golem flanked by a couple spores. Let's take a closer look at these spores really quick. I haven't really taken the time to take a closer look at these spores.
They're golden
Pizza
spores.
decides to clear this game out.
It's a cute little plant.
Little
dude.
Piccolo, little Frieza.
I
don't know. Oh no, it looks like a Cell Jr. Anyone's familiar with the Dragon Ball Z series, like just like a little thing. I'm not sure if that's actually exactly accurate to the World of Warcraft universe at all. I don't recall ever seeing any little plant saplings like that pop up, but definitely a cool looking little creature there.
These are going to be some very nice trades on Pizza's part. And Alex struggling to figure out what he's going to do about that.
Yeah,
How
that
is he going
Flame Tongue totem has just gone the absolute distance in this matchup here.
As has the healing totem.
Yeah, exactly.
I think
Alec yet again throwing the well played. I will say not one of my favorite things when people throw a well played and then don't concede. I prefer conceding right after I throw a well played.
You're just bragging on him on the well played.
Yeah.
He's been poorly playing his wells. Alright, can you call them over for a quick second and ask to
we're just gonna
give a quick pause?
Get reset for just a moment so we can make sure that we have both players' hands visible to you guys watching on stream. We're just making sure both players can help us out with that quickly. Well, we just trying to make sure that we weren't spectating Alex hand that game. So just send us both request to spectate one more time.
Hearthstone's
Yeah, one more. Sorry.
Wait, hold on. Hearthstone's not responding.
We may have to just briefly restart our.
Hold on to your mug. We're in for a wild night.
Everyone, we are back with the next game here.
And we have fixed the problems over here in the thing, and it is Warlock Mirror matchup. Alec with a strong start with the Flame Imp. Classic play. And Pizza now has a tricky decision here to make. He doesn't want to have any of his minions die for free, but he doesn't want to, pass his first turn, especially when he's going second. You want to get something out there, but one of these minions is gonna trade into the Flame Imp no matter what.
Indeed, yeah, there's really no way to get around that Flame Imp. Still one of the strongest minions that you can really play on turn 1, so Alex started off strong.
Pizza decides not to coin out anything else and just lets him trade for free.
Alec finds the Firefly right off the top. He can play multiple 1-2s, also play the Possessed Villager, go ahead and develop that. Goes ahead and develops the Villager.
Is this a point where you concede as a zoo player?
No, not at all. Especially
now they have Direwolf.
Yeah, now the Direwolf is not too bad, and looks like he's just gonna chuck out double Corsair there. Use that patch just to clear off the Flame Imp.
That's a fighting board.
Yeah, it's a fighting board. I wouldn't have minded to see, believe it or not, Alec actually toss out that Flame Elemental instead of the Villager there, just so he wouldn't have to. But he does get the additional buff onto the Councilman there, which is relevant, so it doesn't really punish him. Pizza actually top decks the Galactic Crawler there. He can use his Bloodsail to kill off one of these things and then eat the weakened Bloodsail and then maybe bring out the Direwolf Alpha with a coin and then maybe just try to go into Argus. I'm not seeing really too much other viable options for Pizza other than slow playing it. But yeah, he can clear off that Fire Elemental, Galactic Crawler, his own Pirate, and then toss out a Direwolf and try to set up for a Defender of Argus. I don't think he's really got any other viable options. Does at least make a 3-4 here at the cost of his own guy. Gonna go ahead and bring out this Direwolf Alpha as well. The Pterodactyl in the hand of Alec could be tons of value here. He's got the 1-1 as fodder. He can munch that up, eat that up. And wow, speaking of fodder, he has the Dragon Devilsaur Egg right off the top there. I don't think we've seen Alec actually develop or use that card thus far tonight. So he's gonna just chuck that Devilsaur Egg there. Also got the Flame Elemental right there on curve. Enough to pump up his Councilman up to the levels where he can actually kill that Galactic Crawler if he wants. Can also just take a more value trade on the Direwolf. I wouldn't have minded to see him actually take that value trade on the Direwolf there.
And leave the other minion up.
Perhaps, but I may be wrong there. Definitely not bad what he did there. It shouldn't make much of a difference. We do see the Soulfire coming to hand of Pizza, but that's not really too helpful, nor is the Argus. That Devilsaur Egg probably going to put Alec well within the value range to just run away with this game. I mean, it's
that's not a great Argus.
5/5. And right on, that's another Pterodactyl, so I think we're going to see that. I keep calling it Pterodactyl, I guess they call them Pterodactyls in the World of Warcraft universe.
Wind
goes ahead,
Fury.
snaps out the Wind Fury.
And Divine Shield.
Fury,
That's a great.
That's a good 4-drop.
And do you Soulfire just to...
Apparently
I think you do.
As we can see,
waste
let's take a look
nothing.
at this new Devilsaur. Not the old Devilsaur.
Oh yeah, not the one from the Tank Master.
Exactly. Yeah. This is a much more like cartoony one. I'm not sure I'm in love with it. I mean, it's a cool
I like the old
image.
Devilsaur.
Yeah, I think the old one really fits a lot more with some of the other cards. You know, some of the cards, like even Doomguard, looks a little bit more like sort of a photorealistic, sort of high-res card, whereas this thing, a little bit more cartoony. Even this is really like kind of an HD card.
Yeah, you have like the different artists and their styles and coming out in this expansion.
Doomguard right off the top, typical Zoo fashion, top taking the Doomguard right on 5. However, I mean, Alec has just got such a dominant board state. I'm not sure that Doomguard's really going to do enough of anything to
He needs to get the Councilman out. The Doomguard does trade nicely. He does lose a Soulfire, which is not great, but I don't see any other possibilities. Decides to tap. I don't know. Is it worth it? Was it worth it?
I mean, it must have been just because the Doomguard's not a winning line. Pizza's must have been just attempting to high roll. I mean, the Doomguard he can clear out the Councilman and clear out that Devil Sword, but that 4/4 Wind Fury Divine Shield is still going to just be running absolutely
He decides,
rampant.
Pizza decides that's the
Interesting.
most, that's the thing he respects the most. Loses the Doom Guard.
And with that, the game, and that will tie up the series. Alec finding a win with his Zoo deck, evening it up at 1-1 here. Best of 7 once again. It appears Pizza has to reconnect.
We are having some slight technical difficulties here.
What a surprise.
I know. Give it a
The bands are, Alec had his Mage band, which is a sort of tempo freeze burn type of Mage deck, new type of archetype that seems to have arisen the past couple days, and Pizza had his Warrior band, which is, I believe, the fairly
Classic
standard
pirate.
Yeah.
And give us a quick.
And so far, they have both found a win with their Zoo, correct?
Mhm.
So both of the Zoos have found a win, and they're gonna have to find a win with their 2 other decks. In which event?
I think
they
Pizza.
will-
That was just that was Alex win, right?
Yeah,
But
Alex
they were
just
doing
won.
mirror match, so they haven't both found a win with their Zoo.
What did Pizza win the first game with? Hunter, was it?
I think it was the gosh, it's been a
So
long
many
day.
games, everyone. Yeah, it all sort of blurs together, but we'll find out in just a moment what decks they have remaining. But I do know that the bands are Pizza's Warrior band, Alec's Mage band, and Alec, we just saw moments ago, did find a win with his Zoo. So you guys know better than us.
I think it was the Shaman. It was the Shaman.
Was it Shaman?
It was the Shaman.
Okay, right. I apologize for not remembering what everyone's class is, but a lot of these classes are a little bit blurred together right now. A lot of them running that little fire elemental thing that summons the flame elementals.
So everything's a
Pretty
Shaman
much
to you?
everything's running that little flame elemental. I mean, it's been in Druid, Zoo, and Shaman. I
Shaman,
think.
yeah.
And maybe even the Paladin elemental deck that we had seen. So just the fact that we're seeing a bunch of the same little packages in a lot of different decks.
It's clear what the winners of this expansion have been. We've seen a lot of that. We've seen a decent amount of the what else have we got? We got
I mean, I would say that the 2/3 guy that eats pirates and gets +1/+1 is way more popular than I thought it would be. That card is really proving to be a really popular tech card. Seems like almost, I mean, as we see it pop up right there, the Glock Crawler.
Not the right hunger cap for this matchup though.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, that being said though, it's a good card. I mean, it's pretty much almost an ooze level tech card. Alec now is going to find himself on the Murloc deck.
Pretty strong start.
Yeah.
This is a really good start. I don't know. You're
I
the
agree.
Murloc
I mean,
expert.
He's got two minions that he can develop right here that both. And speaking of strong starts,
wow.
There's really not much more you can say. Alec was looking extremely poised to just snowball away with this game, but 2 mana 6/4s are pretty good. 2 mana 6/4s are pretty good. We also see Unleash the Hounds in the Hand of Pizza. This is going to be massive trouble for Alec. I mean, I think anything short of that.
Adapt, and there's the Adapt. That has to come out.
Yeah, I mean, the Adapt is really strong. Unleash, at the same time, though, guaranteed mega value. So, I mean, Pizza considering right now, I think you go with the Unleash here, clear off that Hydrologist, and leave yourself with a
giant
10-6. I mean, I would go for it. You potentially can brick on the Adapt and just completely hit really bad things, theoretically.
That's
some
true.
really bad things. So he's just going to go for just the Unleash value.
Oh,
and,
man. Hyena really
that Savannah, that Scavenging Hyena top deck for Pizza took him from
strong.
a really rough spot.
10-6
into
turn
a really
3.
good spot.
And this is gonna bring Alec a little bit closer to stabilizing, but it's still far from safe
Now we
sim.
see that Adapt. A Wind Fury would be
Divine Shield.
damn near lethal.
Divine Shield, I think, is the second best play.
And we're going to see that Divine Shield, and we are going to see that
Noble Sack proc, which is a good thing for Alec in terms
Now-
of keeping him alive.
I mean, Alec actually may have an opportunity to do some damage here. He's got the Murloc War Leader in hand. He actually, I mean, it's not quite clean enough though. The Blowgirl Sniper is just out of range. He's gonna need not quite that. It's just a little bit
Under.
too much mana.
I mean, he can play the Bluegill and buff it, right, to get to a 3 and then trade in.
Yeah. He may just end up wanting to do that. It'll leave him with a 2-3 and a 1-3 on board. He'll still be a little bit behind on board. Looks like he may go for the the Tide Caller War Leader combo.
Trades in, not clean, but still slightly stronger board there, which I agree. That ends up being a slightly stronger board.
Yeah, honestly, I may have actually opted to clear off the other 2 minions and leave. Oh no, but then it pumps
damage?
it up in addition.
No,
that's 14 damage because it pumps it additionally.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
You can't do it.
Yeah, that Scavenging Hyena, absolutely insane. I think Alec had a really good opener for his Murloc aggro, but that
shut down.
Yeah, that 6-4 on turn 2 is just
with the
too
unleash
much with the alley cat.
And then he gets the buff on the War Leader. War Leader is still a really good card. 2/4/4 is not bad. See what he gets. That's a good card. And see what he gets.
Yeah, actually, incredible Leok. That's actually what he wanted right there. It's actually better than the Huffer able to.
Oh my god, it's a clean trade. And that leaves Alec with a good top deck, but not a lot of follow through. He can clear off everything except for the Leok and wait till next turn. The Hunter's up 3 cards. And Alec's really struggling. Does the Murloc Paladin even have card draw?
I do run 1 Divine Favor at the moment, but I don't think that Divine Favor is going to quite be enough, even if Alec were to draw it.
Because he's just going to dump
Pizza
his
with
hand.
that top deck of the Savannah Hyena, the Scavenging Hyena rather, just too much of a tempo swing, especially for this matchup. Pizza now firmly in the driver's seat. We see the Bittertide Hydra coming
That's
for
no
Alec,
good.
and that's going to actually exacerbate things quite a bit. All of those 2 damage minions now connect for 3, and we're going to see some severe Happy New Year champions coming down from Alec.
Wait, why is it that Uther gets the Happy New Year champion? Everyone else just gets Happy New Year.
True. Yeah, definitely a little bit of Uther bias here.
Oh, we're gonna watch this. We're gonna play. We're gonna let it play it out.
Pizza not gonna be
mercy
nice
kill.
here.
Mercy kill. From Pizza here. Oh, well, just a little tad of BM there at the end.
And now we see Pizza go up 2 games to 1 against Alec. Pizza finds a win there, off of a really strong tempo.
So Scavenging Hyena. And so now we're going into game 3. Now for Pizza, he needs to win not only this best of 7, but another best of 7 to actually advance on. Official Tavern Hero Qualifying rules. It makes sense given that each player at this point, if Pizza were to win, has only lost 1. Alec has been currently undefeated. So with 1 loss each, they're going into their double elimination. And Alec playing again with his Paladin. Is that right? Yes, because he did lose.
Yes,
yeah.
indeed.
Okay, so Pizza still hasn't won with his Warlock yet.
Alec with yet another strong opener here for the Murloc. We're gonna see, Pizza not opting to bring out that Corsair, and we're gonna see a really really strong play here from Alec when his Paladin deck is able to go off, able to buff that Tide Caller up to a clean 3 attack, able to clear off that Voidwalker no problems. Like you said, not the right crab for this job. He is hungry for humanoids, not Murlocs, which, well, actually they are humanoids too, but he's hungry for pirates, and there are no pirates in sight, and there are none on the horizon, so that's just a plain 2-3 Galactic Crawler at this point. Looks like, well, actually, he could opt to play that Bloodcell Corsair, then coin out the Galactic Crawler and eat his own patches if he wanted.
2-3-4.
Opt to just chuck a 2-3 out there. We do see in hand right there, really clutch. Cold Light Seer there for Alec, able to buff up his board, able to buff up his Tide Caller, well out of range of really any of the Warlock's threats. And now we're seeing Alec establish a really, really strong Murloc board. Now we're going to see the Lakari Fellhound. He wants to hit that Clutch Mother's Abyss, and he misses, hitting 2 pretty high priority targets. Now Alec has the ability to, looks like he's thinking about mobilizing that Chum. It's going to buffing up one of those.
Bluegill Chargers.
He can play the weaker Bluegill if he so wishes and trade the Tidecaller in. He can also, looks like he can bring out the 3/2, send the Tidecaller in for 6, maybe hit his Rock Hunter in, keep it alive as a 2/2, just continue keeping board, which against Zoo cannot fight. And this Ravenous board of Murlocs is just doing work right now against this Zoo lineup.
And that is just a sad sight to behold for Pizza. Just not really finding the answers. Not sure if this is this the concede moment?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, Pizza is well behind here, severely behind in this particular match here. Alec gonna go ahead and toss out just a couple more little minions. We also see, of course, the Consecration in the hand of Alec, just in case Pizza were actually able to establish a board. I could just go ahead and scoop that away with his Consecrate.
And yeah, that's a facepalm. Poor
yeah,
guy.
There's no weapons to be.
There could have been, but they're not right now.
Yeah.
And at this point, it's not the weapons you're worried about. So I think Pizza might have to decide that this is his game. This might be the second.
Yeah, I mean,
back and forth, back and forth.
Malchazar Imp and then Argus it up. I don't know if that actually keeps him alive. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That would be exactly lethal with the Consecration. So yeah, we're going to see this even itself right back up. 2 and 2. The Consecration there, or the True Silver Champion. Both
either way.
lethal. Alec may want to toss that True Silver Champion out. Goes ahead and does that, hiding the fact that he actually has the Consecration tech in his deck. Very heads-up play. There's no reason to let Pizza know that he has a Consecration in his deck. Then again, he's winning the game, so he could revive the deck, though. So there actually is a relevancy to that. I like that call there. I like that decision there to not use the Consecration. Actually, also the additional tilt factor of pulling the card right at the top for lethal as opposed to the card that was in your hand. It's going to tilt your opponent a little bit more. So
I never think about that. I never think about the next level play of tilting my opponent when I'm winning. I'm just like, oh, I won, yes.
Yeah, it's a very minor aspect, but I think in a serious tournament like this, where you're really trying to eke out every little aspect, yeah, little aspects of gamesmanship like that can matter and can actually get in your opponent's head a little bit.
So now we're 2-2 in the first of 2 best-of-7s in the final game of Tavern Hero Qualifier.
Potential to. If Alec is able to win,
that's true.
Then this will not go to another best-of-7. If Pizza is able to win this matchup, he will force another game series.
And Pizza just trying to find a win with that Zoo. Getting pretty good starts. And now here's the Hungry Crab tech finally paying off with against Alec's Pirate Warrior.
Yeah, absolutely. Pizza opting to not even ban this deck. He's so confident with all his anti-warrior, anti-pirate tech that he can just battle against Alec. And I mean, thus far, he may be right. That Galactic Crawler is going to go ahead and munch on a Blood Celebrator, it would seem.
Yeah, but it's so difficult because he's like, what you really want is an Ooze here, but he doesn't have it, and like the Voidwalker just dies for free. But I guess it eats a charge of the weapon, so it might be worth playing. And he does decide to play the Voidwalker anyways. It's saving yourself 3 health, and that 3 health might be the winning game. And yeah, great value off the Galactic Crawler.
Yeah, that's gonna be really, really tough for Alec to overcome in terms of value. We're definitely going to see that Crawler come down, eat that 5/3, go up to a 3/4 itself, do what it's there to do, eat pirates.
And now he has a discard. Pizza has a discard on his taunts next turn, and pretty much guarantees a Silver Hand Golem.
Yeah, that's a really strong hand against
Silverware Golem.
Warrior deck.
South Sea Captain. So this is a slightly different pirate deck than the other ones we've seen. We're usually seeing a lot more weapon-based ones, not necessarily pirate-based ones. It doesn't necessarily run South Sea, but Alex.
Wow. What a pickup there for Pizza there. Finds the Clutch Mother. Let's see if he can actually get the double value. Doesn't get the double value, gets the Silver Rare Golem value, and that's going to be just too much of a tempo swing. That's probably going to prompt damn near a concede there from Alec. Just got a ton of value here.
That's to play the 5-8 just to put something on board to contest with that taunt. Man, if he had gotten the other one, it would have been game over. But Direwolf is still really good. Creates such clean trades.
Yeah, and he's still got that 4. Looks like he may utilize that 4-8 taunt. Not sure I'm really crazy about that one. Think he'd be better off to just send that
Silverware?
Galactic Crawler into one, send the Silverware Golem into the other, play the Flame Imp on the right-hand side. I don't think, even though he's in a really safe position, I don't think there's any need to do that. I don't know if I agree with that. It maintains a bit of a better board state. He's gonna still play the Flame Imp anyway, so yeah, I mean, just minor nitpick. Not huge on his decision to use the Hunter. Even looks like maybe he's kind of not so sure about his decision to do that after the fact. We can see Pizza kind of hovering over his Lucari there. I say that because, I mean, theoretically, he's in a great position, but an Arcanite Reaper can now come down and just cleanly sweep that away on 5, and now you've got an opening, as opposed to leaving it at 4-8 or 3-8. I mean, I just feel like it's a lot more secure at that point. Pizza finds the other Golem there, just another discard fodder card.
And it's probably going to get slightly cleaner trades here. I mean, Pizza's in a really good position. Alec has not been able to get any value off of these pirates. No weapons. But he's just trying to keep a board, like maybe hoping that Pizza will ignore his minions so that he can buff them with Southsea. Not giving away the fact that he actually has it in his hand. But Pizza's not going to let him do that and takes really nice value trades and just keeps developing his board. And even throws out the Galactic Crawler. Or sorry, not the Galactic Crawler, the Clutch Mother Zavis.
And once again, another well played from Alec as he draws the Leroy Jenkins off the top and chooses death. So we're going to see Pizza go up once again, taking their priority in the match, and he is now up 3-2. Best of 7, of course, so this is not the end of the series. Pizza now up 3-2, so he's going to be able to revive one of his decks now and try to close out the series with that. Alex still has to find a win with his Warrior deck and then revive a deck and win. So, interesting to see how this pans out here.
We might be stuck here for another round of games. Which
we very well could be, unless Alex can turn this around. We're going to go.
And, you know, despite the fact that we will be here for another round of games, I think Pizza has the story arc of, you know, coming back out of the loser's bracket. It deserves a shot. It's always kind of a glorious feeling to fight. And it kind of feels bad to, you know, like, fight all the way to top just to lose again.
Try and get more of it. Yeah. Fan out.
Thank you guys all for your patience. We are currently waiting for Pizza to choose his deck revival class. So they're having a conversation right now about that, I'm guessing. And I think they're soon going to get ready to go. And here we go. The players are off. We'll see what Pizza's decided to revive and goes with the Zoo. And Alex still trying to find that warrior win. Knows that the Zoo is the best tech against this deck. So.
Oh yeah, it's got the double Galactic Crawler, the double Pirate guy that destroys weapons, and I think the double Ooze. So he's really got 6 anti-pirate cards in here. Has the Crawler, rest of the hand, little bit. There's the Soulfire and the Juggler. And then the Patches drop for Alec is definitely not the 1 in 25 that you want. And he indeed gets the 1 in 26 Patches, goes ahead and chucks it down. I'm sure a welcome sight for Pizza. Pizza may even just go ahead and munch that puppy out with the Galactic Crawler.
Yeah, why not? Get a totem golem.
2 mana 3/4 destroy there, guys. Seems pretty good, and really quick, well played there from Alec.
And Frothing Berserker coming out for Alec, but not really doing much. And Pizza doing a bold play with deciding that Knife Juggler might help him out here. Or just, you know, Soulfire, hoping to discard the Silverware Golem. And he did not, unfortunately, discarded his taunt, which is a huge, huge problem for Pizza. Losing that 3/8 taunt. That 3/8 taunt was pretty much like the one thing protecting him from the onslaught of pirates the earlier time. But it's still possible that the zoo might be able to win.
Oh yeah, I mean the Zoo's got an extremely dominant board state at this point, as well as the fact that Alec drew the patches there with the 1 in 26 top deck. So I mean Galaka. Well, speaking of patches top decks, there's another one for Pizza. Probably not quite as detrimental for Pizza, given the fact that he's got an extremely dominant board state and he's got the Malcazar's Imp. Not to mention the Acidic Swampus. These type cards are just absolutely doing work against this Pirate Warrior. Pizza
smart
seems
revival.
to be adopting some strats. I've seen a few people posting on Twitter having some success with these anti-Pirate Warrior lineups. If your lineup is so solid against Warrior like this, and they literally can't win with it, then what do?
Yeah, tournament play. It's one of those tournament play decisions that's sort of based on the format and really makes a difference.
Smash. Smash. Smash.
We're looking for Super Smash Brothers right now. Give us a second. It is so far down. Is it the Wii one that you're looking for? Alright. Back to it. Pizza putting up just enough taunts to keep Alec out of the game. Discarding the silverware perfectly.
Alec tossing many well played.
I mean, it is pretty well played here.
Warax, but a bit late. Pizza manages to
take the first best of 7, which means we are going to a second round of a best of 7. I don't know if they're the same bands. I
believe they're able to post different bands if they so wish, but I'm not sure on that. We're gonna have to check with the admins for you guys in terms of that. I'm not sure what the regulation rules are, but yeah, Pizza manages to win the first series there 4-2. Getting the win with his anti-warrior tech, really deck completely teched out with pretty much everything possible against Pirate Warrior and executes the plan.
Having that information, do you think that if they're allowed to change bans, that Alec will ban that zoo?
I would imagine so, however, I think Pizza has some of his other decks teched pretty severely as well against Pirate Warrior, but yes, I think we may see Alec end up switching his ban over to that zoo. Maybe. I also, if I were Alec, I'd probably actually try to get that Pirate Warrior out there first. Try to get a win with it, get it out of the way. Now he's got his Pirates, sidelined, and he can continue to try to win with his Murlocs, his Mage. Well, his Mage is bad, but exactly, just his other decks. And we're gonna jump right back into our finals, second round.
Alright. Take a quick pause break, but I'm gonna keep spectating our players over here. And thank you all for joining us tonight. It's been a really great run.
Pizza Band Mage.
And so the new bans are Pizza Band Mage and Alec, of course, deciding to not have a repeat of that and banning that Warlock deck. So players are going to go in for a second best of 7. And we're going to take a quick pause and take a look at what's going on over here. Alrighty, and away we go for the final round. Getting these players all situated. So, update for you, Max. Alec did in fact decide to ban that Warlock.
Interesting.
And Pizza banned the Mage again.
And he also appears to be doing what I was thinking as well. Going to try to get a win with that Warrior right out of the way, right away in this mirror matchup. And wow, Alec is running the Golaka Crawler in his Warrior. That could be really good in the mirror here. I would expect to see that do a lot of work here. Alec may be showing... Oh no!
gets
Alec with a
patches.
back-to-back 1 in 26s.
That's
That is
brutal.
back-to-back. 1 in 26. Next game, 1 in 26.
Brutal, brutal.
Very rough there for Alec. And also, wow, really strong top deck there for Pizza. The Bloodsail Raider, able to... He looks like he's debating playing the Raider here. He can play this War Axe and then go Corsair Raider next turn. So that is just a really lucky top deck for Pizza and a really, really rough draw there for Alec. We're going to see how this ends up panning out. Alec will be able to develop this Raider, which unfortunately...
Probably just coin out patches. I mean, what are you going to do next?
That's really rough.
It's tough. Your turn 3 is not really looking great anyways. Might as well get the damage in now.
Yeah, I guess
he does have the Raider to deal with the Bloodsail Corsair on Pizza's side, should it come out, which I think it almost certainly is. But he still has to go through the Dread Corsair.
Yeah, we're also going to see the patches pull out
right.
Pizza's deck. He's going to be able to use that to clear off. However, this Galaka Crawler is going to challenge, well...
Yeah, it's going to be able to eat that 5-3 and challenge the 3-3.
However, we see the South Sea Captain in hand of Pizza. He's going to be able to play that and then clear off that Crawler pretty easily, which will be able to be taken down by that Rusty Hook, but Alec definitely on the bad end of 2 consecutive very, very unfortunate patch shots for him.
And now Pizza with the initiative, trying to figure out a way to get rid of that Frothing Berserker. I mean, I think you just run the Corcoran into it.
Yeah.
There's no point in playing around. You got your pirates out, can get a Rusty Hook again and get a better pirate. And that's exactly what Pizza decides to do. And both players having sort of their end game win conditions, Leroy, Arcanite Reapers, but not being able to really take much to face. Well, that's a really strong draw for Alec.
Indeed.
Getting the Arcanite Reaper, getting the free Dread Corsair.
Yeah, that's definitely a very, very, very solid draw for Alec. Able to kill off that captain and reduce the N'Zoth mate down low enough that his board will not be...
Nope.
Decides
I mean,
that
he has to race.
Blood.
He's got
he
it.
does have 10 in hand and 15. He's only got to find 5 more damage. However,
so does Pizza. Pizza has a lot on board, and this is a...
Yeah, Pizza also has the Leroy Jenkins in hand. 4,
this is a race to
7,
face.
8, 9, 10, 16, and the War Axe for Alec actually not bad.
Not bad.
What Alec can do, he's gonna have to go face, develop this axe, armor up, and hopefully he has to top deck a heroic strike.
Again.
Yeah.
His odds aren't as good this time around. And I don't think that Pizza can play his Leroy out. He's got how much? He's got 10 damage on board. Not actually enough. Leroy fortunately might give... He could trade in and buff his Frothing Berserker through the Leroy play. What do you think of that? If Pizza just plays out the Leroy Jenkins and then trades in to buff his Berserker to an ungodly amount, is that enough?
It doesn't really do anything more for him at this point than to just hold off on it. If he had some 1 attack minions out to get like more out of it, I would say it's probably worth it. But I don't think it's worth it for him right now.
Okay. So Alec just barely there, so close.
Yeah, Alec making the decision to decide to go face. He is just a heroic strike away from ending this. Doesn't need much. He's got 9. Pizza.
Oh, Pizza's setting him at 13, but that's not the card he needed.
Yeah, and Alec, of course, does not know the Leroy Jenkins in hand here for pizza, but it is Leroy Jenkins, and
That's gonna be enough damage.
yeah, that's going to be lethal. Alec, once again, back-to-back games.
Drawing
The patches.
patches.
It's very likely to assume that not only he would have gotten a couple of extra chip damage in with that patches, had he not drawn it, also could have been a much more high-value card in his hand slot. So really, the patches draw in this matchup. I mean, the fact that it was even this close.
I mean, he could have attacked with Arcanine Reaper and traded into the South Sea. That was the other.
I actually think Alex's line was correct to just decide to go face there.
Because he had so much damage, yeah.
To actually try to just find the lethal. The board game was kind of lost. The value game is almost lost as soon as the patches was drawn. Pizza going out to a quick 1-0 Pirate Warrior Mirror.
Which means that Alex still needs to find this.
Rough draws for Alec. I'm sure very demoralizing. He looks a little bit demoralized there. I mean, it was back-to-back 1-in-26s. He had both of the hands set up and mulliganed, and then proceeded to top deck the patches in 2 consecutive games.
That's some bad luck.
Very, very, very rough luck. But we all know that's the game we play. That's Hearthstone, and it can happen. And sometimes it happens at the worst possible time, which is in the grand finals. I'm sure Alec wouldn't have minded having that patches draw a little bit earlier and a match that maybe was not as important. Definitely seeing a little bit of stress.
A little frustration here.
Alec. Pizza seems to be deep in thought. I'm sure happy to have one win there. Now we see Alex Warrior going up against the Hunter for Pizza. Pizza's Hunter
got an insane start last time.
Anti-Warrior though, I'm not sure if there was. There's probably Galactic Crawlers in here as well.
Because of the beast energy. That's a slightly worse hand. The Grievous Bite is pretty good. Alex just like taking no chances, doesn't draw the patches. Thank God. Gets it out there. We apologize, guys. Max is trying to stay alive.
I had to mute it. I don't think it.
Okay. And upgrade, really great weapon. Almost as good in this case. And here, Pizza trying to figure out his next play. Decides to just Grievous Bite.
Interesting.
Instead of coining out the Animal Companion, doesn't want to have a bad Huffer trade. And that gives Alec the initiative, which is very strong. And Rat Pack is a good enabler for the Savage Hyena, and maybe that was a play that paid off. It didn't let the Huffer trade into something as small as a South Sea Deckhand. And Alec still taking back the board initiative. Has a lot of reach in his hand, and Galactic Crawler coming out. You're right, he does have it in his deck. See if he plays it this turn. Seems like Pizza's thinking about what's going to happen if that Frothing Berserker goes out of control. But it's so good. Unless you want to hit like a higher value target. And he takes the coin out the Rat Pack. Sets up for a pretty good value Houndmaster if one of these survives. Alec picking up a Heroic Strike, decides to respect that crab. Not just go face, trades in, grows his Frothing Berserker behind.
However, he does leave that Rat Pack up, can get Houndmastered, and then that'll spawn a lot of rats when it dies. So Alec's gonna have to end this quickly if he wants to end this before that Rat Pack can really accumulate a lot of value.
That's a nice trade. Frothing goes bigger.
Wow, another Mortal Strike for Alec right off the top. I mean,
Not
that's
great.
certainly damage.
But it's not great in this position. I think unless he just wants to grow the damage. Take one, armor up.
Will we see him use one of these Mortal Strikes to go to the face right now?
No, he's not. I mean, high main on 6 looks really good. You can trade all your rats in.
Or the Houndmaster.
Or the Houndmaster. What's better in this case? Having 1-4-3 or 4-1-1?
Probably the 1-1s. I think in this particular case, these type of warriors don't have anything to sweep up 1-1s like Revenge or Whirlwind or Ravaging Ghoul, obviously Revenge rotated, but and also just the fact that they're beasts, I think, makes it a little bit better. It's also 4 HP overall as opposed to 3, so I think the Houndmaster is going to trade off here.
Nice.
And then, like you said, the Savannah Highman on 6. Will this set up a 2-turn lethal for Alec? That's really the question. This is going to go ahead and leave Alec at 20 exactly. And no, this will not set up 2-turn lethal. Alec finds the Naga Corsair off the top, able to buff his weapon by a meager 1, not exactly what he was looking for, able to go face, and then gonna armor up here, but I mean, even best case scenario now.
That's really good.
Where, yeah, that's extremely strong for Pizza. I mean, Alec hoping that maybe Pizza sets him to 12 and then can double Mortar Strike him down. However,
that's still not
Pizza's
enough.
At 14 and not 12, so really tough spot here for Alec.
He's gonna try to discover something. Maybe it'll be another win. Silence doesn't really help here. And that thing is gonna be a monster to get through. And Pizza's probably smart enough to set him just to 13, even though he knows that even getting him down lower. Oh! Decides to not.
Knows there's no mathematical, there's no combination of cards that could kill Pizza. Even the most possible burst that he does indeed have, which is the Mortal Strike. 2 damage off. Alec's best bet, double Mortal Strike in there, hope that he just kill commands himself in the face, but Alec falling behind, quickly 2-0 in the second series here. Two really rough patches draws, forcing him to continue playing his Pirate Warrior against a lineup that's really teched against Warrior with Galactic Crawler in almost every deck. I think Alec really needed to find that win in the Pirate Warrior.
It's tough because he is going to have to eventually win with the deck, but like from a morale perspective, do you switch now? Like, is this the time to like just kind of don't let yourself get 4-0'd in the final?
I mean, at this point, like you said, he's going to have to find a win with it at some point. That's why it was so crucial that he was able to find a win with it in the mirror. I really think he did update his strategy this second match here in order to compensate for not being able to take the first one. However, the patches draw. I think if he had drawn not the patches there, he actually probably was favored to win that mirror. However, found the patches, and this game has a way to beat you down. It's a very unforgiving game. Of course, nothing Alec could do there to avoid drawing patches, so it's very frustrating for him, I'm sure. Pizza starting off with a Firefly, tossing it down there, giving himself a Flame Elemental to hand.
And Alec managing to avoid another terrible 1 in 25 or 1 in 26. Gets I would say, a pretty strong hand here. A lot of things on board.
Yeah, I agree. However, one thing I don't agree with is his decision to coin out that deckhand there. I understand that he's got the really good curve. However, he did, as we can see, he just played right into that Maelstrom portal. Definitely something that I've done myself before, and they seem to have it every time. They really do. Oh. And speaking of having it, the patches popping out for Pizza, not something that's too bad. I mean, it's not
patches
the best,
is the bane of Alex's existence right now. But what is his next play? Do you use a totem and then elemental? That way you can have your Tolvir next turn?
I think as much as he wants the 12 here next turn, I would most likely still
Lightning
Bolt this.
Lightning Bolt.
Because, well, of course we know the Cultist and the Captain both in hand, but I think you want to play around those type of.
It's shining.
Cards.
It's like, do it. Lightning Bolt. this is a tough decision of Pizza. Does he keep the 3/3 up so that he can play his Tolvir, or does he lightning bolt the elemental and then not? I mean, he had some plays next turn even with the overload.
Yeah, he could just play the Flame Tongue.
Respects the pirate.
Respects the pirates. Oh, whatever the guy says.
Yes, that's it. He does. He respects it, and that puts him in a slightly better position against Alec's deck.
Alec does find the Frothing Berserker right off the top.
That's pretty good.
Not bad at all. I mean, Pizza can't actually deal with that currently at all, so definitely a strong option for Alec there.
And this sort of throws Pizza off a curve. That's actually that little taunt totem is not terrible in this game. Alec draws 2 South Sea Captains, but nothing to buff right now, so has to throw down 1. I think just to have it out there. He wants to get the value on his Bloodcell Raider, or Bloodcell. Is that what it's called? Bloodcell Corsair. I'm always getting these names mixed up. Bloodcell Cultist. That's the one. Looking for value. And really nice clean top deck from Pizza there on the Servant.
However, he won't be able to play the Flame Tongue and clear off that Captain at all, or the Frothing if he does decide to go with the Servant. And it looks like he's gonna go with that Servant. Pretty risky play there. Then again, he's a 28.
I don't know what he'd be looking for though. Another elemental. He's really thinking about it. But can he can clear the... If he uses the Flame Tongue to clear the pirate, he also buffs the Frothing, so it's not like the best of all possible worlds. Decides to play on curve and gets... Oh, not the greatest choices here. Oh, that feels bad. Ended up drawing a Fire Plume Harbinger, a new card from, I think, the most recent set here. Reduce the cost of your elementals by 1. Which in this case might be alright. Now we see Alec has finally got his value from that Bloodcell Cultist. This might be his best chance at winning with this deck.
Absolutely not. Alec not in much of a bad spot here.
And Alec decided to go for trades. Buffing up the Berserker. And looking really good. Pizza not necessarily having a good answer for this. Taunt is good. Taunt saves you a little bit. And you can trade into the South Sea at last. But that still buffs the Frothing.
Indeed, and we see another South Sea Captain in the hand for Alec. Alec needs... that's not quite enough for that Tolvir. He's not going to be able to get around that, given the fact that Pizza decided to clear off his minion there. It's only a 4/5. He can remove the Divine Shield, but he would have to trade with the Frothing in order to...
Yeah, that's tough. Is he going to wait? I think if I were Alec, I might feel like there's I guess there's no reason to wait.
Yeah, he feels that this board is enough to go in on and enough to... Oh,
Lightning Storm.
no.
I mean, he can still survive. Even if he rolls the Spell Power Totem, there's still 2 things that might be able to survive.
That's true. The Cultist is bound to survive regardless. That's out of range of even a spell damage, but a spell damage here...
Nope,
Okay.
doesn't get it. Rolls low. I think that changes your play. Why not play the 2/1? we started on the
the
2/1,
1/1?
the 2 mana 1/1, yeah.
Yeah, he may
Just
he
gonna
may play
discount.
that, but I wouldn't be surprised to see the lightning storm come down as well here. I mean, he does have to high roll, but he's so behind on board. I wouldn't be surprised to see the lightning storm come down here for Pizza just to hopefully clear off that captain. If he misses the roll on that captain, he's definitely in trouble. But I mean, that's a top deck that you want to get right now, and he did.
Decides to save his lightning storm.
Yeah, able to just play a wide board instead. We'll see if Alec able to actually top deck anything to punish. Not exactly. Finds the Blood Raider. Not quite what he wanted here.
It's decent though. It's nothing to sneeze at.
It's serviceable, but we're gonna see Alec go in with that cultist and
take out the flame tongue for free. I think.
Yeah.
Why not?
He's got to take the flame tongue out at this point.
And send everything else to face.
Problem now, that storm definitely gonna clear up everything with all these little weenies on board to deal some additional. Alec opting to clear off the elemental as well as it appears this elemental.
I don't know if that.
I actually do think that killing the Searing Totem was better than one of those elementals to reduce the likelihood of rolling a spell damage. Doesn't find it, but he's still going to have to pull the trigger on this Lightning Storm now. Alec needs this captain to survive, otherwise this is going to be over. And the captain does not survive. It's going to be almost a full clear here for Pizza, and with that Tar Creeper perfectly on curve Tar Creeper right off the top.
Wow.
Not looking good. Alec does find his Arcanite Reaper, which kind of rhymes with Tar Creeper, but still not looking like quite enough gas to fuel the flame here and finish Pizza off. Pizza does have the Eye of Black Paw in hand. It has no Jade buffs whatsoever so far. Also, just finds the Jade Lightning off the top. Looks like he's just trying to stem every single point of damage and gets the taunt. So
this could be tough for Alec to win. This is so hard. He's been trying to find this warrior. Mortal Strike is good, but he needs all that damage to go to the face.
Everything.
And this is one of those cases where you could hex your own minion.
That's a good point. If he needed to, Pizza just got an additional line of defense with that hex, so it's going to be really tough. Alec finds the Galaka Crawler, which is not exactly what he wants here.
This is tough to watch the warrior struggle.
It is. This is not something we've seen in previous metas. In the past, nothing really able to counter a Pirate Warrior this much. It's surprising what the introduction of just a couple cards such as Galaka Crawler and of course some really unfortunate top decks in terms of the patches for Alec can really do. So far, Pirate Warrior looking like a liability when it normally would be seen as just one of the most consistent easy decks to find a win with.
And this is tough for Alec. I don't know even what he wants. I guess a charger to clear the taunt, be able to push that face damage. And now he's forced to have two weapons in hand and a taunt. Mortal Strikes pushes just a little more damage into face. Does he have enough without that Mortal Strike? I don't know.
With the Hex in hand, like you said, he's able to use that Hex defensively. I don't think there's any way that Alex is going to be able to get through here. 5, 7, 8, 9. That's still not lethal for Pizza, but yeah, that taunt totem as well. He's not missing his taunts.
And that's really tough. And just a poor hand of draws for Alec.
And Alec concedes, falling 3 games to nothing against Pizza in this. Second best of 7.
Morale
we may
is low.
See Pizza able to complete a double match win and just absolutely steamroll his way through the losers bracket all the way to the grand finals and potentially take out the previously undefeated Alec. So we'll have to see right now. Can Alec architect a reverse sweep here? A 4-game reverse sweep? Or will Pizza be able to find a win with his revived deck? We'll find out in a second.
Like I said, we're already in this way too deep now. Alec has got to find it in him to find this Pirate Warrior, get the win, or is he gonna switch? Is he gonna just try to morale boost his way into something else? Pick a deck, get an easy win, prolong this just a little longer until RNG's back on his side. And Pizza's decided to revive his warrior deck, which means this is gonna be a.
I thought Pizza. Oh, his Zoo was banned this time around.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. So Pizza's gonna go back in with his warrior deck, which we do know has some anti.
Now you said that the warrior warrior matchup was actually Alec's only sort of the best chance that he had.
It
so
seemed
maybe
like it.
maybe
It
this
certainly
is
seemed
it.
like it, as well as when we looked at their opening hands. However, Alec got that untimely patches, as well as the fact that Pizza got the perfect top deck Bloodsail Raider, able to play that on turn 3. Multiple pirates on turn 3 into the captain. Otherwise, the crawler would have run away with value. Alec is going to switch it up and switch over to his Zoo. Pizza decided there, I saw really quickly there, he threw away 2 of his Bloodsail Corsairs. I would have kept one of those with the Fiery War Axe in hand, because I'm more than happy to take a 1-mana 3/3 taunt. So Pizza there, in my opinion, tossing out a Corsair, which is not bad at all, given the fact that you know you have War Axe in hand, but still an extremely strong hand from Pizza here. He's got War Axe, Raider, Upgrade, and his Off-Mate. I expect him to just clean this War Axe out here and start to go to town on this Imp, and then any other minions Alec is hoping to play.
I'm like waiting for the play. Pizza's really thinking this one out.
Yeah, Pizza knows that he's 1 game away from
A
completing a
long
very
road.
unlikely run through this tournament. So he's gonna really make sure that he is making the right decision, and he is going to go with the War Axe into the Malkazar's Imp.
I mean, it's respectable. And we were saying some people are playing really fast, and there's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with taking your time. We haven't had a lot of the turns that have been roping. I think have been very tricky turns. Like no one's been taking an inordinate amount of time for simple turns.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I agree. No one's been overly slow playing thus far tonight, and in the match point game of such a long fought battle all the way back here for Pizza, it makes sense that he's gonna want to make sure that he's making the right lines here. Got the Bloodsail Raider in hand for Pizza. Gonna pull out the patches if he chooses to play that Raider, which isn't really able to do anything to these little flares here. He can play the Raider and just clear off one of these with his War Axe and potentially try to get his first mate freed up for the following turn.
Bloodsail Raider just seems like a good play, even if Patches can't really clean anything up. I would take out one of the elementals, but Pizza decides to hold the weapon. I guess getting that upgrade. Possibly thinking of Councilman, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, even just the fact that he has the Frothing in hand, it does make some sense. Maybe he's just saving it for the following turn where he can hit something while Frothing's out, maybe a higher priority target.
And Soulfire, hopefully discarding the Darkshire
That's what he
Librarian.
wants to discard there, so Alec definitely happy with that result. Finds the Frothing
Gets
right off the top.
slightly
doesn't find the Frothing, has the Frothing, finds the Raider, and clears off that Imp.
And gets
Now,
another
that's
Librarian.
going to take Alec's full Argus in order to kill that Frothing, which is a big issue. I mean,
Yeah, you have to respect that damage. Zoo fighting for board control in whatever way it
the
can.
Korkron from the hand of Pizza is going to just be a nightmare for Alec. He's able to play that Korkron, go for a value trade, and that's really bad news for Alec. We see the Raider upgrade first mate in the hand. A great draw for Alec, though.
Yeah.
Charlie Librarian able to discard the Silver Golem, bring this out, so that's a 2 mana 6/5, and then he's able to life tap as well. We are going to see the first mate upgrade, and it appears the Raider come down as well. And this will be a full clear from Pizza.
Establishing a strong board. Zoo getting a... I mean, that's not the draw he wants. Soulfire is okay, but he really wanted... I mean, he wants a Doom Guard, right? We always want the Doom Guard. But he can dump his hand and play the Soulfire for free and draw, which is not the worst.
Not the worst at all. Able to fight for some board. The 2 damage weapon, however, for Pizza is really, really, really tough for Zoo to deal with. Able to just take out those minions one by one with that weapon he's got. Also, that South Sea Captain in hand, able to allow
Kill
him
his
to kill off
own.
that. Oh, he could actually, yes, South Sea Captain, take out the first half of this, and then Galaka Crawler, his own weakened mate for board. And that is going to be a really, really, really tough swing there for Alec. Alec does find his Devilsaur Egg right off the top. Deviled Egg. Tops out a Devilsaur Egg. Gonna go for the board, actually. He doesn't have anything to enable that egg, so he's just gonna go for the Imp and the Silverware Golem and throw out yet another well played. Pizza finds that Arcanite Reaper off the top, and that is not something he minds finding at all. That's a pretty good draw.
I would re-weapon and start pushing for face damage, right?
Well, knowing what we know about Alec's hand, that's the Devilsaur Egg, of course, but Pizza may be concerned with Voidwalkers and Defender of Arguses, so it looks like he's going to just go for the value trade line, clear that off with the Crawler, clear that off with the Captain, Dink here.
It's true, there's no cost to board control at this point.
On the empty board. And this most likely still pushes lethal for Pizza. He's got 8, 11, and 17 exactly, actually. So I'm sure Pizza counted that. He's got 17, and Alec needs something right here. And he does find it, actually. Finds the Doom Guard, and that'll be enough to keep him in the game. So Alec's going to be able to destroy that South Sea Captain now, and he finds... And right on cue, the heroic strike for Pizza occurred. It was Pizza's match today, and very well played by Pizza. Very hard fought by Alec. Definitely some rough patches draws there, but extremely well played by Pizza. Congratulations to Pizza. He is going to be our Tavern Hero Qualifier champion here tonight, and kudos to him. A really, really impressive run after taking a really tough loss in the very first round. Didn't give up. Knows he's a good player. Didn't just go home like someone might do. You know, he decided
stick it out in the loser round. Try hard it.
Even knowing that he's got to take it to the finals and actually win
twice.
Best of sevens. Really, really close best of 7 the first time around. Bit of a one-sided
second time
sweep
around
there. 4-0 sweep there for Pizza. His Pirate Warrior tech really paying off dividends.
Yeah.
And really executing what he wanted to do there. So congratulations to Pizza winning a lot of matches today. A lot of matches. I think we're gonna have Pizza come down over here to
maybe we're gonna take a quick break, I think. But if Pizza wants to come on over and talk to us. He's like, nah.
Yeah, we're gonna have Pizza come over right here, and Vexi's gonna go ahead and
are you gonna make me talk?
Questions about his impressive run there.
There you go. All right. Well, congratulations, Pizza.
My hair's been a mess all day.
No, it's fine. My hair as well. We're in the same camp here.
Yeah.
Long hair problems. So, congratulations. How was that?
Thank you. Exhausting. I was streaming last night trying to figure out what to play in this tournament, and I tested like a million lineups if people saw on stream, and then at the last second I audibled to GC Turret's lineup from an Open he won last night, so shout out to him, because I copied his exact 120.
There you go, and paid off for you.
Yeah.
I mean, so that first, you did get into the loser's bracket pretty early on, and that can always be a really tough position to be in. So how did those early games go?
The early games are kind of fine. Like it's an open tournament, so I feel like a lot of the times like it's really just like there's a lot of like just like basic your basic lineups like Warrior, Zoo, etc. So you kind of just have to like work your way through that. And then as soon as we got into the like the later stages of the loser's bracket, like all the people who had actually like done their homework started to come into play, and that's where I feel like my lineup really like kind of shone.
Right, because you had we noticed that you had Galaka Crawl in every single deck, and the tech was really strong, and it totally paid off against, you know, someone who's bringing Pirate Warrior. You didn't even ban it; you were just like, bring it on.
Bring it on every single time, like, and it worked, I guess.
It did. I mean, it has been an exhausting day, and you had to do 2 best of 7s, which you did. So congratulations. If there's anything else you want to talk about, like, totally go for it. Let's say hi to everybody.
Follow the stream. Pizza HS at twitch.tv.
There you go. Self plug. That's how we go. All right. Okay, well, thank you everyone for joining us, and we're gonna sign off and have a good evening. And thank you, Pizza. I'm really excited to see you and play some more.